that we can hear.
Hello and good luck. Hello. You love to see it. One thing for you to know, Mikey, just because I'm gonna have the screen. Hello and welcome to the 5th annual Chillerpillar charity event, sponsored by the Game Hub and many other stores in BC, the Lower Mainland. Shout out to Bastion Games, which is my hometown store. But who am I? I'm your host today, Trenton McIntyre. I will be your sole commentator. My word will be law. Uh, that's all jokes, though. We've got 90 players today for this Chillerpillar event, and it's a really cool and special event. It's the 5th annual Chillerpillar, and it's an event that is run for a local who is undergoing cancer treatment. So shout out to everyone who travels and makes their way to this event to play in it. I have heard stories that there are players that travel from out of province to come and play in this event to both support the local player, but also for some steep competition. We've got a lot of really good players in this room today. We've got Lyndon Coote, Andrew Kidston, shout out to Samson Rast, the person who helped get this all set up, the coverage set up. And then we've got Gavin Bennett, Gareth Antle, Patrick Tilson, Chris Dantes, and we've also got in my list, the Mr. Chillerpillar himself. So we've got Braden for round one versus Mr. Chillerpillar himself. And we're really excited to see what these players bring to the table. The modern format right now, pretty interesting. No bans, but the format's generally speaking pretty open. We've seen a resurgence of devoted druid decks in some spaces. We know that Boros and Affinity were really popular choices going into the recent Pro Tour, but they didn't really end up converting in the ways that you would expect. So it seems like Modern is a pretty wide open format. If Esper Goryo's Vengeance is your cup of tea, you could definitely play that. If you like fight rigging and cheating giant large creatures into play, you can do that as well. There's definitely a lot of options in this format, so it'll be interesting to see what these players have determined is their best path forward to winning. What do they care about when it comes to the format? We've seen a lot of players recently playing in main deck Graveyard Hate. That's been kind of a semi-staple for a while in the format. Lots of decks interacting in the graveyard, so it's going to be really exciting to see what exactly these players are prioritizing in their deck lists and their builds, and what that means for the actual matches that they end up playing. So it looks like we're just getting set up in the hall. Yeah. So it looks like we are just waiting for deck lists to come in, and once the deck lists come in, I will talk to everyone about what Braden and Mr. Chillerpillar himself are playing. We'll take a look at the matchup. Oh, Braden is Mr. Chillerpillar, I've been told. Excuse me. I have unfortunately not been able to attend one of the Chillerpillars, living quite a ways away. Looks like the players are clapping in excitement. You can really feel the energy in this room.
Outside the doors to the left in the rotunda, there are you won't be able to hear him very well, but bathrooms outside to the right for both men and women, not a hike up 4 flights of stairs like last year. Judges, I believe it's just Tobias and Kirk this year. We had some more judges planned, but they've been stuck due to fires and evacuations, like a lot of our players apparently have been. So please be patient with our judges. If you judge call, they will get to you. It just might be a little bit slower than you're used to. The stream can hear. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, primarily Orchard City Games, obviously Ken, Marie, and the team. The very first year we did this, they decided to load up a U-Haul and drive over the connector in a blizzard to be here, and they've been the driving force behind Chillerpillar ever since. So thank you to OCG. And of course, we have Brandon and his team over there with their backs to us because they're super rude from House of Cards. New store to us this year, Tabletop Depot from Kelowna. Welcome, thank you. And of course, they don't need an introduction. Magic Stronghold, we've all been there. Thank you for coming down. And then Skip, who plays Divine Tops and Legacy, is over there at GS Collectibles. And Kidscout from our local store, the Game Hub, with Mike, who are running the stream. So there was probably more to say, but I don't want to keep talking. We have 91 players registered in the main event. The goal was 102, as you know, but due to fires and emergencies, we've had some cancellations, so this is still incredible numbers, one of the largest non-RC events in the country, so thank you, everybody, for coming. Sorry, Tobias wants me to remind you, 1 second, that as you remember, there is a face-to-face tour on October 24th here, so make sure you come to that too. That gives us 2 big events in our little interior city, which is quite nice. And I believe the only change from what Tobias said, more than likely the Rebound RCQ at 1 o'clock is going to be moved to
like I was saying before, you can really feel the energy in the room. Look at all these smiling faces, and here we have it.
Braden Davis, Mr. Chillerpillar himself. We do not have deck lists yet, but once we get them, I will let you guys know. I wonder what the Mr. Chillerpillar himself has decided to bring to the table. It's going to be really interesting to see. Let's see. Well, does he stick with an archetype that he's familiar with? Does he change it up because of the way the modern format is going? It looks like Kahira the Orphan Guard is being revealed as the companion for Braden Davis. This leads me to suspect that he's playing some sort of blue-white control deck, most likely. But it could really be a lot of anything. Modern's such a wide open format. Looks like we're die rolling to go first.
Braden hits a 5, I believe. Might be a 7. Could be a 6. Those dice are definitely not conducive of me being able to read them. But yeah, let's see who goes first. I really love this playmat that the players are playing on. So colorful, really cool. So yeah, if you're Braden's opponent here, and you see Kahira the Orphan Guard, I wonder if you have to assume that Braden might be on blue-white control, or at least most likely not playing any creatures. Yeah, and we see a Celestial Colony in Braden's hand, so I have to assume that it's some sort of control deck. Looks like it might be Bant, though. We see a Breeding Pool as well. Spell Snare, we're shipping it back. We saw Isochron Scepter for Braden on the bottom of his deck, which means that we're probably playing Scepter Chant, and then Braden's opponent looks like they have a swath of blue and red cards, I believe I saw, so we will see what they're playing. Yeah, Braden taking a mulligan here. Didn't find exactly what he was looking for. And Braden's opponent is, of course, Adam Lundgren. Let's see if Braden finds a keepable hand. We see Hall of the Storm Giants, as well as Meticulous Archive, an Isochron Scepter. Braden looks like he's putting one back. Another fetch land in there, I believe. Braden's decided to keep, which is great. And yeah, looks like we've got Boros Energy for Adam Lundgren against Azorius Control. Braden's going to start the game off, wins the die roll, plays a Surveil land and decides to keep it on top, passing it to Adam. Adam's going to play a Sokenzon and looks like just playing a Ragavan here. We'll see if Braden has an answer to this Ragavan. Ragavan against certain archetypes can definitely run away with the game, and it looks like Braden's just going to play a Hall of the Storm Giants and pass with a counterspell up. So now Adam has to decide if he wants to play into the counterspell, what that looks like. We're going to start off with an Elegant Parlor here. Yeah, and it looks like we have kept with the Elegant Parlor on top, and Ragavan's going to get in. We're exiling an Otawara with the Ragavan, so Adam's just going to make a treasure here, deal 2 damage to Braden down to 18. Now let's see if Adam tries to develop into this open counterspell mana. What's his game plan? He has a Voice of Resurgence, a Ranger Captain of Eos, a Guide of Souls, Galvanic Discharge, Goblin Bombardment, and I believe in a Johnny as well. So, yeah, it looks like Adam's going to sack the treasure here. Play a Guide of Souls. Are we going to get the counterspell from Braden? We are. So Braden's going to counterspell that Guide of Souls. And Adam's just passing the turn here. Braden's going to turn 3 here. Has Prismatic Ending, has Isochron Scepter, has Force of Negation, and Narset as well. Plays an untapped land, decides to Prismatic Ending the Ragavan. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to keep taking 2 and letting your opponent have treasures to sort of outpace your own mana development. Looks like a Gyre Reach Sanctum is the land that Braden played last turn. And we're going to see Sacred Foundry from Adam down to 18, paying the 2 life, and casting the Ranger Captain of Eos. I really like this play a lot. Braden's defenses feel like they're down. You know, the Gyre Reach Sanctum is not a second blue source, so none of his counter spells are available to him. And Adam gets to play a Ranger Captain of Eos and just get a Guide of Souls. Guide of Souls is a pretty reasonable threat against control. It means that, oh wow, we've got the Russian Gyre Reach Sanctum and the Russian Hall of Storm Giants. Braden's bringing the swag to the Chillerpillar. The Chillerpillar himself is bringing his own swag to the event. I love to see that. Solitude is not really the draw that you're looking for here from Brayden. I mean, he's going to play this Narset to try and find some stuff. He might not downtick it at all. It's possible. From my perspective, you probably should be downticking because your Narset dies to a variety of things, like a Dash, Ragavan, etc. Looks like Brayden agrees with me, and he's going to look at the top 4 cards. He's ultimately going to be stuck taking another Force of Negation, and the detriment of this to Brayden is that now Adam knows about the Force of Negation, whereas he didn't know about the Force of Negation that's already in Brayden's hand. So now he gets to play around it, which is really really tough for Brayden. One of his worst hits if he is going to hit. Adam untaps, draws a Sacred Foundry, immediately puts into play, takes 2, down to 16. But what's his game plan? Are we going to develop Guide of Souls and a couple of creatures? Adam also has the option of playing a Johnny and playing Goblin Bombardment this turn. He knows that Brayden has the Force of Negation, so does he force him to use it this turn? Guide of Souls here from Adam. And then it looks like we're going to see a Johnny. Yeah, so Johnny's coming down for Adam. That means he's going to gain 2 life. He's also going to get 2 energy. Critical here for Brayden that Adam does not have another energy. If he had another energy, he'd be able to get in for 6 if he wanted to, or sorry, 5 if he wanted to. It's interesting from Adam's perspective. Do you start to like put counters on your Guide of Souls creatures, or do you wait for a potential Wrath of God effect? He could also Ranger Captain of Eos Brayden on his upkeep at any point in time as well. So if he feels like he's going to win the game with whatever creatures he has left, he can definitely do that. That's something Brayden's going to have to consider when in the later turns of the game if this Ranger Captain is still around. So we see the Ranger Captain go after the Narset, and Brayden accepts it and untaps and draws Wrath of the Skies. Wrath of the Skies really good in this matchup. Not good when you're missing your 4th and 5th land drops here. Doesn't even have double white to cast it for 1. Brayden is definitely behind here. Doesn't have a lot of options. You can't Isochron Scepter anything in your hand. The Solitude, you can Solitude to get rid of your Wrath of the Skies to exile one of the creatures here. I think the problem here for Brayden is like once he solitudes and if he has to Force of Negation a Goblin Bombardment, what's he gonna do then? And wow, I mean Adam has Voice of Victory and just gets to slam Voice of Victory, and like realistically Brayden is really far behind here. Like he doesn't have a great moment to respond. He could have responded with his Solitude to exile one of Adam's creatures, but from his perspective, he probably feels like he needs to kill the Voice of Victory, but now Adam just can play this Goblin Bombardment, and the Goblin Bombardment, once it's resolved, is going to do a great job of potentially taking over this game. However, if Brayden does draw a Plains or a White Source, he can Wrath of the Skies for 2. And if he Wrath of the Skies for 2, then Adam is going to have to sacrifice all of his like most of his creatures to deal damage with the bombardment. So Brayden's not going to be in an amazing position, but he definitely has a way out of here. But he needs to draw Plains now, or some sort of white source. The Guide of Souls also triggered with the Voice of Victory, so it looks like we're going to be able to put 2 counters on the Ranger Captain of Eos here. So we're swinging in for 5, 6, 7, 8 total. So Brayden's going to go down to 10. And we have looks like 6 damage off of a Goblin Bombardment. Yeah, and looks like Adam sent a cat Brayden's way. Sorry, I think that was actually 9 damage from last turn. So Brayden should be at 8. Yep. Yeah, and Ajani does it because he flips it and uses the ability to deal damage equal to creatures he controls. I guess Brayden did not have an out there once the Goblin Bombardment landed. My apologies to the audience. I'm a little more rusty on the Boros Energy Goblin Bombardment chains than I used to be. But Adam Lundgren taking a pretty quick game 1 there on the draw, mind you. Brayden Davis feeling a lot of the constraints around the card types that he included in his archetype, like Force of Negations, not particularly good there. Isochron Scepter essentially did nothing, but the Azorius control deck, post sideboard especially, is going to have a lot of cards that are really that are really backbreaking in this matchup. I mean, we saw Wrath of the Skies as an option for Braden in the main deck. Looks like in the sideboard, Braden is looking at 4 Consigned to Memories, 2 High Noons, 2 Rest in Pieces, 3 Mystical Disputes, 1 Circle Protection Red, and 2 Clarion Conquerors. So he doesn't actually have like a lot of great sideboard cards for this matchup. I think from Braden's perspective, he's looking to win this matchup in the main deck with the Wrath of the Skies, with the Orum's chanting or Isochron sceptering your Orum's chant, etc. So I don't anticipate him boarding in a lot here. Adam Lundgren, on the other hand, has a Blood Moon, definitely going to bring that in. Boromir, Warden of the Tower, probably comes in. We've got Celestial Purges, Clarion Conquerors, Obsidian Charmaws, Rest in Pieces, a Sun Cleanser, Vexing Bauble, Wear Tears, and Wrath of the Skies. So it's possible that he might want to be bringing in some more creatures. Definitely going to be bringing in the Blood Moon. Most likely going to be bringing in Boromir as well. Really excited to see what these players decide to do with their sideboarding options. Looks like we're off to the 7s of your game 2 here. Braden looking at a pretty decent looking hand from my perspective. Has a Teferi, has some lands, and looks like we're both going to keep here. Meticulous Archive, keeping it on top with the Surveil. Adam untaps, draws, and is pondering his first turn. Decides to play Plains into a Guide of Souls. Makes a lot of sense. Braden untaps, draws a Prismatic Ending. It'll be interesting to see if he uses it here. He does. Gets rid of the Guide of Souls immediately. Plays the Flooded Strand, passes. Adam untaps, draws an Ocelot Pride. Now, what is Adam going to do? Is he just going to play Pride? Is he going to play a 2-drop? It looks like there's a Blood Moon in hand and a Sacred Foundry. So Adam's deciding if he's going to take 2 off of the Foundry. If he's just going to play Ocelot Pride, he probably won't take 2, and he doesn't. So he plays Ocelot Pride, plays tap Sacred Foundry, passes. Braden's going to fetch the Flooded Strand on the end step. Most likely going to be looking for a Meticulous Archive here. And that is what we see. One of the key interactions in Eternal formats now, fetching into a Surveil land. It's extremely good. If you aren't doing it, you should probably consider doing it. All right, so let's see if Braden likes what he sees. Surveils a Teferi, Hero of Dominaria to the bin. 5 mana, just not what he's looking for here. Draws another Prismatic Ending, has a Solitude in hand as well. Plays a Mystic Gate for the turn. Already has a Teferi, Hero of Dominaria in hand, so he's going to play Teferi Time Raveler here and down tick to bounce the Ocelot Pride. Braden draws a card. Ocelot Pride back in hand for Adam. Braden draws Wrath of the Skies. Number 2, it looks like. And Braden's also got Solitude, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. He's definitely in the driver's seat, but Braden really desperately needs more land drops here. Braden would love nothing more than another land drop. And it looks like we've got a Russian Teferi Time Raveler. So the opponent went to read it, but I'm unsure if Adam knows how to speak Russian. Adam untaps, draws, plays an Arena of Glory. Has a Blood Moon in hand, just going to land the Blood Moon, it looks like. Interesting decision here from Adam's perspective. With a Teferi in play, Braden actually is going to be able to uptick this Teferi over the course of the next couple turns and bounce the Blood Moon at some point. And it's interesting because Braden doesn't actually have a 4th land drop, so Blood Moon might have been pretty reasonable from Braden's perspective there for Adam. Also, Blood Moon, it's not totally free in the Boros deck. Like, it's obviously quite good, but sometimes you'd like double white sources, and I mean, we see right here, like, now Adam's probably just going to be forced to play a Johnny and try to play Goblin Bombardment. He could choose to play Voice of Victory as well. Voice of Victory would work out a little better. Ultimately, Braden is going to be using these Solitudes to ensure that his Teferi lives to the point where he's able to actually bounce the Blood Moon. The interesting point for Braden is going to be whether or not he decides to bounce the Blood Moon once Teferi is at 3 loyalty and get rid of the Teferi, or if he wants to wait until Teferi's at 4 loyalty so that he gets to keep it around. Looks like Adam plays Ajani and gets the 2/1 cat, and now is deciding whether or not he wants to commit the Goblin Bombardment. He also has a Seasoned Pyromancer in hand. Oh, interesting. Adam tried to activate Arena of Glory, but you can't do that with Blood Moon because it's a non-basic mountain. And looks like we're going to be playing Goblin Bombardment here. Most likely we're going to see a Solitude from Braden. It'll be interesting to see whether or not we see a Solitude on Ajani or we see a Solitude on the 2/1 cat. The 2/1 cat and Ajani are both pretty problematic here because you don't want your Teferi to take extra damage because you really need to bounce this Blood Moon. I wonder if Braden's going to use the second Solitude before the Goblin Bombardment resolves. It looks like he does not. He's valuing the Solitude in hand more. So upticks, Braden draws a Days Undoing, upticks the Teferi, and passes. Adam's in a pretty good position now. He gets to attack the Teferi with the 2/1 if he wants, and see what Braden does. He can also just like play an Ajani or play a Voice of Victory. Looks like he's preferring the Ajani here, and another Ajani is completely backbreaking for Braden here. I know I said the Blood Moon might have been better for Braden than some like other creatures, for example. And I mean, at that point, it's very possible it was, but the Blood Moon's obviously still quite strong, and it's really constricting Braden's resources here. Although he hasn't even been hitting his 4th or 5th land drops, so I don't even know if he'd be in a good position regardless. Yeah, looks like we are playing the Ajani and then getting an attack in with the cat for 2. And Braden has decided not to leverage his Solitude. And it looks like we're sacrificing a cat to deal 1 to the Teferi. And Braden is not solituding the Ajani before it flips. I guess he doesn't really have a moment to do that because the Goblin Bombardment can sacrifice a cat as well. And it looks like once the Ajani flips, Adam is going to make another cat, deal a couple damage to Braden, so Braden's going to take 2 more. And Adam passes the turn. Braden untaps, draws Breeding Pool. Ouch. Plays it untapped. Has a mitt full of Wrath of the Skies, Teferi Hero of Dominaria, Days Undoing. All red mana, so can't cast any of them. Braden passes the turn. Adam untap, draws Guide of Souls, has Seasoned Pyromancer, has Voice of Victory. So plays Guide of Souls, looks like. And looks like we're going to see a Seasoned Pyromancer from Adam here. The Seasoned Pyromancer plus the activation of Ajani is going to deal a lot of damage here. So Seasoned Pyromancer comes down. Braden still has a Solitude, so he can potentially respond to any of this stuff, but all of these creatures are just like random 1/1s, so it's really hard to beat them with single targeted removal, especially when it comes to Solitude getting rid of a card from your hand, although cards from his hand aren't really his biggest worry right now. So we have 2 creatures coming into play, so Adam gains 2. He's going to get 2 energy. And now we're probably going to see a 0 from the Ajani to create some cats. It looks like the cats are just getting in first. So we're attacking Braden for 4 with the cats. Braden's deciding whether or not he wants to cast Solitude right now. He doesn't, so he takes 4 down to 13. Now, what is Adam going to do? Is he going to 0 the Ajani? Is he going to uptick it? It looks like he's going to 0 the Ajani, which gives him another life point and an extra energy. And he's also going to deal 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 7. 7 damage to Braden. If he's dealing 7 damage to Braden, then he actually has Braden has lethal on board with Goblin Bombardment. So we'll see if Adam sees that and wants to pull the trigger. Looks like Braden's seen enough. He didn't feel like he was going to be able to come out from under this Blood Moon. We see a great fist bump from both of our players. This is obviously an event that is competitive, but also a lot for fun. You know, we're celebrating, we're celebrating that a charity of being able to get some money into the community for Mr. Chillerpillar himself. So this is really a great event. I'm excited for it. Looks like we've seen Halia out of the sideboard from Adam. or he boarded out Halia. Yeah, has one Halia in the main deck. Really interesting. But yeah, quick 2-0 from Adam there. Boros Energy. I was saying that Boros Energy and Affinity, they didn't have really the performance at the Pro Tour that you would have expected, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're still really strong decks. Like, Boros Energy is going to pull out a lot of really powerful interactions. I mean, a Johnny Goblin Bombardment is really strong. Blood Moons are great. So yeah, 2-0 for Adam there. Unfortunate for Braden, but hopefully makes a comeback in the following rounds. We do not have another feature match, unfortunately, for the viewing audience. So you will get a nice view of the awesome atmosphere in the hall for the next little bit. That's going to be me signing off for now. I will be back for round 2 of the 5th annual Chillerpillar event 2026. Stay tuned for some more exciting Modern.
Yeah. try to find some Sharpies at some point.
Yeah, I have some characters too.
I think so. We'll give this to Braden once it's signed, then I'll. No, also, even if it's a black Sharpie, it'll even work fine. It'll look good. Let's just do black. Black will look better on this, anyways.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, folks, just wait here. We're gonna bring our signatures in the wall. Sick. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, so like nobody talked to him about it, but he doesn't know he's gonna get a gift yet, and they're all just signing for Braden. Yeah, oh yeah. Giving this to him as a gift. Just don't do anything like fucking offensive or anything, right? 'Cause it's supposed to be.
Everyone sign or just Kamloops?
Everyone.
Oh, right in the rainbow.
Carson, you have to do it in a little pond. There's a big map.
What? No, I want to do it on the rainbow.
Okay.
Eric, are you signed off yet? Just, it's open season? Yeah, yeah. Fucking right. Full on open season. Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
between the feet.
Smart.
There is somebody else who's fighting fires. Yeah, there's a few people that are registered but are all fighting fires right now. So I guess a couple of people signing. Goddamn heroes.
Yeah.
I have lethal on board. He top decks a fatal push, kills me, and I already look through my deck. I have no threats left in my deck. I'm like, okay, I'll just scoop. But game one, nice. Good work.
Could he be staring at like the lands?
Yeah. I actually had no idea what he was on. I was so confused.
Should I do the Declaration of Independence thing and just go John Hancock? Yeah, it's so funny.
He like stared me down. I'm like, all right, all right.
Yeah, Raiden. Is he sick?
So all the money that people paid for this event went straight to him. Just this event.
Getting kisses. Nothing in it broken. I can't put up any of my made-up nicknames.
Former professional athlete by signature $5.
What's up, Shane?
Another fabulous day. How about you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Ta-da! Get there?
I did, yeah.
Attention modern players. Because your goal was so fast at finishing last round, we have posted the next round. Our feature match for this round is table 15, Brian Lai versus Linton Boot. Please report to the feature match area. As we are waiting for the last three players to find their seats, I have a few short announcements. These are important. You should listen to them. First of all, our legacy event, that I previously announced was starting at 1. That was fake news. It's starting at 3. You may have seen that it's starting at 1 in some locations online, that those locations no longer exist, and now say that it's starting at 3. If this conveniences anybody, we will be giving a prize ticket to everybody in that event for the tomfoolery. Additionally, there is a large table map over the feature match area. When you have concluded your match and when the feature match has concluded, please take a moment to go sign the map. Do not cover it in phalluses. I know you all want to. Do not do this thing. Other than that, you have 50 minutes. You may begin.
Where's Samson? Oh, you're playing, you're not running the coverage?
Who's commentating?
Who's running the coverage? Someone else is running the coverage right now? Okay. I wonder if he wants us to use these playmats or not.
All right, welcome back to round 2 of the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open, sponsored by the Game Hub and many other stores in British Columbia, Canada. We've got 91 players for today's event. I'm your host, Trenton McIntyre. I'm in the booth today. Just me, doing it solo, doing it live. Look at the energy in this room. Super excited for the rest of what Modern has to offer today, this beautiful Saturday. And it's for a great cause. As we'll see in a moment here, the playmat that the players are playing on in the feature match is actually a gift towards the Chillerpillar himself, Braden, the person to which this event originated. And players sign the playmat, and they offer it to Braden at the end of the weekend, or at the end of the tournament. So really excited to see how that playmat and its signatures evolve. Looks like our players brought their own playmats, however. We have Lyndon Coote on Lincoln Pile versus Brian Lee on Gorya's Vengeance. Lyndon Coote has been on a tear recently, doing very well in a lot of different RCs. Has been to Worlds, the Pro Tour recently. Very good player. Brian Lee, I do not know quite as well, but his playmat is from Chainsaw Man, it looks like. So I love his shirt too. And Gorya's Vengeance is a great deck. I am a big fan of Gorya's Vengeance, so I guess we're going to see what exactly they are bringing to the table. Our players are taking their first sevens. We don't know who is going first yet. But let's take a look. It looks like Lyndon is playing a Grixis list. We've got the deck list here. Brian mulligans 6 here. Lyndon's considering his keep. So it looks like Brian is on the play. Unless Lyndon snap kept. Yeah, Lyndon is playing Grixis Control. It looks like 4 Psychic Frog, 4 Tameo, 4 Subnegations, 2 Spicy Kaido Bane of Nightmares, 4 Quantum Riddlers, and then just a bunch of interaction, Fatal Pushes, Consign to Memories, Spell Snares, etc. And then from our opponent, yeah, it's just a classic Esper Goryo's list. 4 Atraxa, 1 Grizzlebrand, 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Prismatic Ending, a bunch of Goryos, Faithful Mendings, 1 Teferi Time Raveler. Great deck. Why mess with a good thing? And it looks like Brian's looking at a handful of lands, March of Otherworldly Light, a Force of Negation. Not really a lot of proactive action here. It looks like Lyndon mulliganed as well, ultimately deciding that his 7 was not what he wanted to keep. And it's going to be interesting to see what Brian does here. It looks like Brian does end up keeping eventually. So Brian's going to keep a 6. Lyndon going down to 6 as well. Sees a hand of Quantum Riddlers. Looks like two Scalding Tarn, 2 Quantum Riddler, a Consign to Memory, an Island. Oh, 3 Quantum Riddlers from Lyndon here. Lyndon deliberating whether or not he wants to keep at all. Looks like Lyndon's going down to 5. Yeah, 3 Quantum Riddlers is probably a little too much. Maybe just a little too slow. Not a lot of interaction going on. You're basically forced to cast Quantum Riddler on your turn 2. Like, you just need to draw different cards. Not a lot of interaction, so if Lyndon knows what his opponent's on, then he doesn't really get to interact at all. Could just get, like, Goryos really fast. Yeah, I think I like mulliganing to 5 here from Lyndon. I think you basically have to. Also, mulligans in this deck are interesting. You know, you have Tamios, you have Quantum Riddlers, so you have action. Like, you have ways to accrue card advantage back. Okay, so we see a 7 that's got a couple lands. It's got a Tameo, it's got an Unholy Heat, Spell Snare. So it looks like Lyndon's going to keep this 5, and he's just determining what to get rid of. Looks like he's just getting rid of a couple of spells the Unholy Heat, keeping Tameo, Spell, Snare, Quantum Riddler, and 2 lands. Brian's going to play Meticulous Archive on his first turn, get rid of Shadow, Backstreet, and pass. Lyndon's going to untap and draw a land. Plays a Watergrave, untap, takes 2, goes to 18, plays a Tameo, and passes. Wow, Brian drawing Psychic Frog there is a really big deal. Takes 2 from a Watergrave, but now he has a turn 2 play. Opts to March of Otherworldly Light the Tameo, fair enough. Psychic Frog's still a great draw for Brian, though. Lyndon untaps, draws Unholy Heat, plays a Polluted Delta, and passes. Brian, gonna play a fetch land and now slam the Psychic Frog down. Lyndon's gonna go for a spell snare there on the frog. Makes a lot of sense. Lyndon's gonna fetch on the end step here as well with his Polluted Delta. Most likely getting a Surveil land here. Getting our third color and the Surveil land. So Thundering Falls, we're just gonna wait for Lyndon to Surveil here. Brian has Force of Negation and Quantum Riddler here. Brian's going to really hope to not have to cast this Force of Negation on Lyndon's turn. You really want that Quantum Riddler in this matchup, it looks like, specifically as well. It's just going to be pretty strong. Lyndon untaps, draws Mishra's Bauble, plays Mishra's Bauble, plays a Scalding Tarn, plays a Quantum Riddler, and now Lyndon's suited up to draw 2 cards, and does. He draws Force of Negation and an Unknown from my perspective. Oh, it looks like a Fatal Push, I believe. Mishra's Bauble looking at the top for Lyndon because he has that fetch land and he decides to fetch right away. So it looks like Lyndon is going down to 16. He's fetching right now. What is he going to find? Looks like players are just making sure the life totals are correct here. Lots of fetching in Modern, hard to keep track of sometimes. Dueling Quantum Rulers for both sides of this game means we might be gearing up for a long one here. Lyndon's getting the Steam Vents untapped, so he's going to go down to 14. And yeah, he's just passing the turn here. Unholy Heat, Fatal Push, Force of Negation for Lyndon. Brian's fetching on Lyndon's end step for a Surveil land. Specifically, Surveil land's really good in Goryo's Vengeance. Sometimes you just hit your Atraxa or your Gristlebrand and you get to Goryo's it back. Sometimes you have a Goryo's Vengeance on top that just has no action, so you get to get rid of it. Faithful Mending as well. You can get rid of Faithful Mending for some extra value. Let's see if Brian keeps on top. Looks like he's not happy with Prismatic Ending, gets rid of it. Lyndon draws a card off of his Mishra's Bauble from his turn. Brian plays a Polluted Delta and passes. Lyndon untaps, draws a Tameo, has a Steam Vents, plays a Steam Vents for 2, goes down to 13, plays a Tameo. And now it's probably just going to hold up his Force of Negation here. Yep, Brian's fetching on end step, going to be getting a Surveil land. Interestingly, Brian didn't cast Quantum Riddler for its warp cost last turn, possibly preferring holding up Force of Negation, or also deciding that he wanted to actually cast Quantum Riddler on 5, potentially. He drew a Solitude as well. Looks like he doesn't have another Surveil land to get, so he just gets a tap Godless Shrine. He untaps, draws a land, plays a Polluted Delta, and passes. Looks like Brian's valuing playing a Solitude instead here. Lets Lyndon attack with the Tameo. Really interesting. Lyndon draws another Unholy Heat, passes the turn. Brian's going to fetch on Lyndon's end step. We have to assume that Brian's going to be casting the Solitude here. And looks like Brian took the damage, or not the damage from the Tameo. Looks like Brian allowed the Tameo to create a clue, mostly to ensure that Lyndon didn't play anything that Brian wanted to Solitude more. At the cost of giving Lyndon an extra card, Brian gets a lot of information. And this interaction is going to turn out totally reasonable for Brian. Brian's going to play Solitude. It's going to kill the Tameo. Lyndon's going to gain 0 life off it, but then Lyndon's going to Unholy Heat the Solitude. And we're back to Brian, who draws a Quantum Riddler. So you have to imagine he's just going to slam it here. It looks like he's playing a Quantum Riddler for 2. That makes a lot of sense because he's going to draw a card. Maybe if he draws a land, he can play a Quantum Riddler and draw a couple of extra cards. Yeah, and looks like Brian's just holding up the Force of Negation here, letting the Quantum Ruler go back into the Warp Zone. Lyndon drew a card off of his clue. Looks like he's drawn a couple of lands. Land from the clue and land for turn. So Lyndon has a very reactive hand here. He's determining whether or not he's going to be playing this Quantum Ruler from exile, or if he's going to be holding up Fatal Push, Unholy Heat, and Force of Negation. Fetching here, I have to assume that means that Lyndon is going to go for the Quantum Riddler on the main phase, which is going to work out for him pretty well here. It does leave him exposed to potential Goryo's Vengeance, but I think if you're a Lyndon seed at this stage, especially when Brian has a Quantum Riddler that's coming down next turn, you probably want to be the first one to actually cast the Quantum Riddler. Just get it into play, get an extra card. Lyndon draws a Dress down there, could be potentially relevant. Brian untaps, draws a Flooded Strand. So it looks like we have Flooded Strand, Force of Negation, Quantum Riddler, and one unknown. And looks like we're just casting Quantum Riddler for Brian. Draws a card, passes the turn. Lyndon untaps, draws Spell Snare, plays a land, and passes. Looks like Brian's fetching on end step. I'm unsure what the black card is in Brian's hand. I believe it's an alternate art of Gorya's Vengeance, and I'm pretty sure that is the case. Let me double check here. It is. So Brian does have a Gorya's Vengeance in hand. No legendary creature in the yard. Untaps, draws a card, draws another land. Now, does Brian commit the second Quantum Riddler? He also has another alternate art card I am not sure of. Oh, let's see if we can get a sneak peek. Okay, so Brian's just going to go for Warped Quantum Riddler here. Now, we'll have to see if Lyndon decides to dress down. I mean, Lyndon doesn't have a whole lot going on, so he probably has to dress down here. He's still able to block the Quantum Riddler from attacking. Oh, camera person getting it. Oh, the Grizzlebrand. I think it's Grizzlebrand. It is Grizzlebrand. Okay, so in response to the warp from the Quantum Riddler, we're seeing Dress Down, and Brian's going to cast the Force of Negation that's been lingering in his hand the whole game. And now Lyndon has to decide if he wants to respond with his own Force of Negation. It has to be pretty tempting here from Lyndon's perspective. I mean, the Dress Down draws him a card, prevents Quantum Riddler from drawing an extra card. Yeah, and the Force of Negation meets the Force of Negation, draws a card. The Dress Down resolves, draws a card for Lyndon. Lyndon draws his another Undercity Sewers, it looks like, another Surveil land. Yeah, Dress Down goes to the graveyard at the end of the turn, so Brian ended up passing. His other Quantum Riddler gets warped. Lyndon, deciding whether or not he wants to fetch on end step, decides not to. Untaps, draws Preordain, plays an Undercity Sewers, takes a look, doesn't like what he sees, puts Polluted Delta into the graveyard. Is probably going to lead on Preordain here. The reason Lyndon was thinking was because he was waiting to see if he was going to be casting all of his spells, so that if he cast Preordain with one card in hand, he'd get extra cards off of Quantum Riddler. Looks like he's looking at Mishra's Bauble and a Kaito Shizuki. Or, sorry, not Kaito Shizuki, Kaito Bane of Nightmares. He puts Mishra's Bauble on the bottom, draws Kaito Bane of Nightmares. And now the question is, do you tap out for the Kaito Bane of Nightmares? And it looks to be, Lyndon's answer is yes, he is going to tap out for the Kaito Bane of Nightmares. Now, what does he do with it? So Kaido can +1 to give an emblem that gives all your ninjas +1/+1. Looks like he's minusing 2 to tap target creature and put 2 stun counters on it and get in for 4 with Quantum Riddler. This is a big swing for Lyndon here. Brian's going to crack a fetch land on end step. He does have Gristlebrand in hand, and he is getting kind of close to casting it. I mean, he's only, what, 1 land away, it looks like right now, if he has 4 black sources. I don't know if he does. I think he might have 3 right now. Looks like it could be 4. Regardless, though, Brian might end up casting Grizzlebrand this game. Brian has a lot of good draws here. Faithful Mending. Like, there's a couple of other solid draws here. Looks like he untaps and draws. I didn't quite see the card that he has. He only has... Oh, it looks like he has 3 black sources for Griselbrand, so can't actually cast it with 8 lands unless he draws it. Looks like he's just going to tap out for Quantum Riddler here. Draw a card. Oh, it's an Archon. Okay. Regardless, Brian draws a Thoughtseize, decides not to cast it after playing the Quantum Riddler here. Lyndon's fetching on his turn. Brian possibly, I think, kind of heads up from Brian, doesn't want to Thoughtseize because if he Thoughtseizes and his Quantum Riddler dies, then he loses to Kaito plus Quantum Riddler damage from Lyndon. So Lyndon is definitely in the driver's seat here. Lyndon has an Unholy Heat, which, yeah, from my count, is Deliriumed. So it's going to be able to clear one of these Quantum Riddlers. Drew a Tameo. Tameo's a great draw. It's a blocker. So make sure that Lyndon doesn't necessarily die to a potential Goryo's Vengeance. Fatal Push not looking super great here, but Lyndon's going to deal 7 damage to Brian. Brian's going to go down to 2. Lyndon plays a Tameo and passes. Looks like 8 damage from... yeah. 8 damage from Kaito because he +1'd. So Brian's actually down to 1. Cuts off his chances to play Griselbrand a lot. Can't draw fetch land. And yeah, Brian untaps draws and he just like can't do it. Has Griselbrand, a couple... I believe it is Griselbrand. I think Brian is only playing... It looks like Brian's only playing 1 Griselbrand and 4 Atraxa as his main reanimation threats. So as we go to the sideboard here, Brian has 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Nihil Spellbomb, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Mystical Disputes, 3 Wrath of the Skies, and 2 Clarion Conqueror. I mean, the obvious ones that you have to imagine are coming in are things like Teferi and Mystical Disputes. Brian will have to determine whether or not he wants some number of Consigned to Memories, potentially. There's definitely a lot of ways you could sideboard in this matchup. With Lyndon, we have 1 Ceremonious Rejection, 2 Consigned to Memory, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Kaito Bane of Nightmares, 2 Mystical Disputes, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Surgical Extraction, 3 Thoughtseize, 1 Subtlety, 1 Cursed Totem. So from Lyndon's perspective, I mean, the Surgical Extraction is pretty obviously coming in. He's probably going to be bringing in Mystical Disputes as well to fight those counter wars. Thoughtseizes are likely coming in as well. Get rid of the Goryo's Vengeance from the hand, strand those Atraxas, etc. Plenty of different ways you could sideboard in this matchup, though. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Lyndon decides to keep Fatal Pushes or not. They're pretty bad against a lot of what Brian is doing, but they're particularly good against the Psychic Frog draws. Players just deliberating here. It's also possible that Brian's going to want to bring in his Nihil Spellbomb to counter some of the Unholy Heats. Unholy Heat can be reasonable against Psychic Frog depending on what stage of the game you're in. If Lynn's able to get quick Delirium on the Unholy Heats, then he's able to pressure Brian into discarding a lot of cards from hand to potentially save the Psychic Frog, or just being unable to in general. Looks like Brian's boarding out a smorgasbord of stuff and bringing in 5 cards. Looks like Mystical Disputes, the Nihil Spellbomb, and a couple of other cards I was unable to see. So yeah, Brian brought in 5 cards, took out like a solid, I believe took out like a Solitude, a Force of Negation. Makes a lot of sense. Force of Negation, you definitely don't want to be drawing more than 1 of those. They're not particularly strong in a lot of cases. So just having 1 in your main deck feels fine. Looks like Lyndon has stepped away from the table for a moment. And Brian is just hanging out on his phone. So, yeah, with this matchup, I'm interested to see whether or not Brian like really what is this? I don't know what's happening, but and I can't hear the audio at the table, so I don't know if you guys are hearing some crazy stuff, but thanks for entertaining us, Brian, as we waited for Lyndon to get back to the table. Looks like Lyndon might have been asking some sort of judge question just to make sure that his sideboarding is good. It's always good to clarify whether or not the interactions work the way you think they work and the way that you want them to work. Even if you're a seasoned veteran like Lyndon, looks like the Thoughtseizes might not have come in for Lyndon. Pretty interesting. Maybe it's determined that Thoughtseize isn't actually that good in the matchup. Maybe he's still waiting to sideboard, but he already has surgical extraction going. We're getting a little bit of oh gosh, I am Subway Surfers? Is that what this is called? I feel like that's what this is called. Don't quote me on it. Am I a boomer? Is my boomer showing? Wow, whoever's playing this is quite excellent. What if I start commentating this like I would commentate a Magic match, like, oh yeah, this player, oh, they missed a couple coins there. That's going to be really bad for them in the late game. I mean, in the later part of Subway Surfers, you really... Okay, let's get back to the Magic here. Looks like our players have finally finished sideboarding, deliberating, and they're going into game 2. Lyndon, I have to assume is going to be on the play. Players just talking, I assume, about the matchup. All right, and let's see what Lyndon can come up with for game 2. Or sorry, Brian's going to be on the play. Lyndon won game 1. My apologies. So Brian's going to be on the play. Let's see what he can come up with. I'm going to be interested to see if Brian commits to fast, potentially risky Goryo's lines in this matchup, or if he feels like he needs to be more conservative and patient and wait. We've got 3 lands and a Solitude from Brian. Looks like some extra lands, and Brian decides to send it back. An easy mulligan from his perspective. I think Lyndon is looking at a 1-lander with a couple of Mishra's Baubles and really considering whether or not he feels like the rest of his cards in his hand make the risk of keeping the 1-lander and hoping to draw a land in your next 4 cards worth it. Looks like we've got 2 Kaido Bane of Nightmares. We've got a Quantum Riddler. Yeah, and Lyndon really considering here, ultimately decides to mulligan, doesn't think his hand is really worth it. He's checking to see if he would have drawn the land. I believe he would not have. Not that should inform your mulligan decisions by any stretch of the imagination, but it's definitely interesting to see. Brian looks at a 7, is able to keep it. It has a couple lands. It has a Nihil Spellbomb. It has a couple Faithful Mendings. Looks like it has, I believe that's a Goryo's. It is. So yeah, 2 Faithful Mending, a Nihil Spellbomb, a Goryo's, and 2 lands. That is not the perfect hand from Brian, but when you're mulliganing into 6, you're pretty happy when you have a hand like that. Lyndon going to 7. Looks like it's a 2-lander with a Force of Negation, a Spell Snare, a Subtlety, a Fatal Push, I believe. Interesting. Kept in some number of Fatal Pushes from Lyndon here. And looks like he puts Subtlety on the bottom, choosing to keep Force of Negation. We'll see if he decides to Force of Negation this Nihil Spellbomb. I'm going to assume that he isn't, but it's possible that Lyndon feels like he needs to. He doesn't feel like he needs to, so Brian fetched, took 2 from a shock down to 17. Lyndon untaps, draws a Tameo, which is probably one of his better draws here. Just gets to play something on turn 1. Really nice. Very uncommon that Goryo's will turn 2 Goryo's you. Most commonly happens turn 3 or 4 if they're going to do it. So Lyndon getting a threat out right now.
Brian untaps, draws a Polluted Delta, and has a Solitude in hand. Decides to wait on casting the Solitude potentially for this Tameo. Both players at 17 because they fetched for shocks. Linden's going to untap, draw. Looks like he drew a Quantum Riddler. So he's going to play a Scalding Tarn, and he's going to get in with Tameo to get a clue. Brian's going to let that go. Not going to be solituding the Tameo quite yet. And Linden's going to fetch his Scalding Tarn down to 16. Probably getting a Steam Vents here. He's taking 2 off the Steam Vents. And it looks like Linden's going to be casting Quantum Riddler Warped, probably. Just filter through your deck a little more. He's decided he doesn't... Oh! It looks like he has a Psychic Frog, I guess. Oh, sorry. I'm not familiar with all the new arts here. I believe that is a Psychic Frog, though. So yeah, Linden gets to develop a Psychic Frog, which is great. Brian untaps, draws, plays Polluted Delta, fetches. Grabs a Water Grave, so down to 14 for Brian as well. Wow, this Psychic Frog art, I've never seen it. Players always challenging me with these new arts, always challenging my knowledge here. Looks like Brian's going for the Faithful Mending on Linden's end step, I believe. Yeah. Oh, it's a top 8 card, I see. So it's the Flex. It's the Flex from Linden. So yeah, this is on Linden's end step. Brian untaps or plays Faithful Mending, discards Agoria's Vengeance and a Mystical Dispute. And this is why Brian was saving the Solitude. He wanted to be able to get rid of a Psychic Frog. But it cost him quite a lot. Oh, but he has the Ephemerate. Wow, he drew the Ephemerate from Faithful Mending. And this makes Linden's mulligan decision great. Getting rid of the Subtlety instead of the Force of Negation saves him from getting completely blown out. But Brian has the Mystical Dispute, so a huge stack battle for these two players. And ultimately, Brian ends up no cards in hand, but has a Solitude in play. Linden has 3 cards in hand, but nothing in play. Now Linden has to decide whether or not he's going to play a Tameo, whether or not he's going to crack his clue, or whether or not he's going to play a Quantum Riddler, or whether or not he's going to pass. Looks like Brian decides to leave the Ephemerate in exile so that he can get an attack in for 3 with his Solitude. So Linden's going to go to 11. Brian's going to go to 17. Brian's going to be breaking the Nihil Spellbomb to draw a card and exile Linden's graveyard. He's decided what to tap. Draws a Polluted Delta and passes. Linden cracks the clue on Brian's end step, untaps, draws a Spell Snare, and looks to be a second Quantum Riddler. Linden really, really looking for lands here. Plays a Tameo and holds up the Spell Snare and the Fatal Push. Brian cracking a fetch on Linden's end step, getting a Surveil land. I believe he also has a Teferi Time Raveler in hand. So we'll see what Brian surveils, whether or not he decides to keep on top. Surveils Gorgios to the bin. Untaps, draws. Looks like he drew a land. I believe has a Teferi in hand. Yep, looks like a Teferi Time Raveler for Brian. Gets to bounce the Tameo, draw a card. Draws an Atraxa, plays Swamp, hits Linden for 3 again. Brian in the driver's seat. Linden goes down to 8. Brian goes up to 19. But Linden draws the timely land. He really needed this land draw. He untaps, draws, plays the fetch. Probably going for a basic here. Doesn't really want to take a lot of damage, so goes for a basic Highland. Down to 7 for Linden. He's going to play a Quantum Riddler here. Looks like he's probably hoping to draw something like an Unholy Heat, etc. But he doesn't. He draws a Psychic Frog and he plays a Tameo. The Riddler gets warped. Brian untaps, draws a Thoughtseize, has a Solitude in play, gets to uptick his Teferi. Attacks for 3. Linden down to 4. Brian up to 22. Linden should be at 4. Yep. Thoughtseize for Brian gets to look, see if the coast is clear. We've got a Fatal Push, a Spell Snare, a Psychic Frog, and a Quantum Riddler from Linden. So what will Brian choose to take here? Looks like he chooses the Psychic Frog. And he's just going to pass the turn here. Linden untaps, draws.
Goes to combat, gets this clue with Tamio. Now, is he going to crack the clue? Is he going to play Quantum Riddler? Looks like Strategic Betrayal from Lyndon. And Brian's going to be sacking the Solitude. And also has to exile his graveyard. Looks like we're casting a Faithful Mending in response, just to, clear up the hand. And looks like he kept an island with that hand, and Brian has drawn a Psychic Frog. So plays a Psychic Frog. Is he going to play the island or not? He does not. He wants to leave. Oh, he plays the island, so he's just going to have the 1/2 Psychic Frog for now. But Lyndon looks to have stemmed the bleeding from Brian with that timely Strategic Betrayal. The one of, really, really relevant here. Lyndon's going to attack, gets to attack here because the Psychic Frog can't grow. No blocks here. So the Kaido is going to come into play, kill the Teferi, and then minus to put 2 counters on the Psychic Frog. 1 counter gets removed immediately when Brian goes to his upkeep, so he draws and passes. Lyndon untaps, draws a Mishra's Bauble. And now Lyndon is completely in the driver's seat. Gets to uptick Kaido, hit Brian for 4, down to 18. Has a Fatal Push for the Frog. Gets to play Tamio here. Gets to hold up Spell Snare if he likes. Plays a Mishra's Bauble. Decides to bauble Brian in the upkeep. Takes a look. Brian draws. Looks like we adjusted the life totals to what Lyndon had. We Prismatic Ending. Fatal Push the Frog. So the Tamio's gone. Frog's Fatal Pushed. Kaido's upticking. So Kaido's attacking for 5 now. This Kaido's going to take Brian out in the next 4 turns. So Brian goes to 15. Lyndon drew an Unholy Heat for the turn. And he's just going to pass. Looks like Lyndon's plan is to just crack these clues. Brian draws a fetch land, plays it, fetches it immediately. Gets a Breeding Pool untapped. Casts Prismatic Ending for 4. One of his only answers to Kaido in this position. The 4 colors that he gets for playing Atraxa, like wants to play for playing Atraxa, really coming out in the clutch here. Gets to get rid of the threat from Lyndon. But is it too late? Lyndon's got a lot of cards in hand. He has a second Kaido now. Wow, this is a disaster for Brian. Kaido gets to uptick, and now Lyndon next turn is threatening attacking for 7, so he's going to win in 2 turns if Brian does not find an answer to this Kaido Bane of Nightmares. Lyndon upticks, attacks for, looks like 6 here. Decides to use Kaido's ability. He doesn't need to attack for more damage. Kaido's already lethal. He plays a Polluted Delta. Has a couple of Quantum Riddlers in hand. Force of Negation in hand. Really, really critical for Lyndon here. Brian's showing Lyndon a Mystical Dispute. Plays the Psychic Frog. Decides to concede. He sees the writing on the wall. A clean 2-0 for Lyndon Coote. Really well played. We saw that especially in that last game. Brian had a really commanding position for a while. He won the first stack war when it came to the Solitude and Ephemerate interaction, a couple Force of Negations on the stack, that timely Mystical Dispute we saw being really powerful. But we also saw that, the Goryo's deck sometimes just does not draw Goryo's and a way to put a legendary creature in the graveyard in a meaningful, timely fashion. And so Brian ended up having to play a more fair game plan against a deck that is designed to play the fair game plan. So eventually the aggression wasn't enough for Brian, but also the decision from Lyndon Coote to play the Strategic Betrayal, the one of Strategic Betrayal, I mean, that was a really, really important, impactful moment in the game. Like, when he Strategic Betrayal, he got to get rid of Solitude, but he also got to get rid of the graveyards, which meant that he didn't have to worry about a top deck Goryo's to hit a legendary creature in the graveyard. He didn't have to fight through like every Faithful Mending that was in the graveyard. Brian had to cast Faithful Mending on the end step and just like get rid of Atraxa that got exiled. So the Strategic Betrayal was really, really critical there. It was definitely one of the only cards that Lyndon could have drawn that would have gotten him out of that position. So the player showing us how they sideboarded. Looks like we brought in a Teferi, a Nihil Spellbomb, and 3 Mystical Disputes for Brian, and we got a Subtlety, the extra Kaido for Lyndon. So Lyndon deciding that Kaido is actually really good in this matchup, wants more of them. The two mystical disputes and the surgical make a lot of sense from Linden. They know that they're going to be having stack fights, so the mystical disputes are, essentially 1-mana counter spells in a lot of circumstances. But congratulations to Linden Coot for winning 2-0 in the second round of the 5th annual Chillerpillar. We're really excited to bring you more interesting and fascinating modern games and matches, and hopefully we are able to see more Game 3s in the future. Linden with the clean 2-0, our previous winner Adam with the clean 2-0. I'd love to see a little more Game 3s from my players if they could so indulge me. Anyways, that's it for me. Trenton McIntyre, I will be back for round 3 of the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. Stay tuned for more Modern.
Storm moment. That is nuts. Yeah. I mean, it's not that wild because I guess they play Rebuke, but like they're playing it instead of Rebuke, I'd assume. Oh, so there's deranged. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Noted. this match.
So do
sick.
I, actually.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which one do you have?
I got a Matified to foil out a LeBlanc mat.
Oh, yeah, I got the skirmish.
Oh, the champion Lillian. Listen! I'm allowed to once! I'm
Yeah,
2-0!
I sold a Vex signature for Underground Sea today. Or
Holy!
yesterday.
Huge.
I'm back.
A buddy of mine pulled the Mel card from the Nexus packs.
Oh, yeah.
Sold it for 450 instantly.
Yeah, right. Just the value out of those packs right now is insane.
If you got a rune
$10
goes up for like
pack,
$10, $15.
right?
I love the game. The game's so much fun.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Kelowna.
Kelowna? Oh, yeah. I'm from Williams Lake.
Nice.
Yeah, it's hard starting a new game in a small town like that, though.
You got a lot of players, or like
Give or
eight-ish?
take, like skirmishes will get enough, but just like Nexus nights and stuff, it's hard to.
Just gonna see if I can make it not fucking wobble as much. Nope. I think I got my dice stolen.
Oh, did you?
Yep, I think my buddy Lyndon stole 2 of my dice. Because I brought them up so then they can use a feature because they're large dice, so they show up my camera better.
Oh, yeah.
High rolls?
Yeah, you bet.
Oh, yeah. I got 9. 11.
I will take play.
Wild. Sure don't want me to go play?
Ah, that's okay.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yep.
Good luck.
You as well.
Hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar to round 3 of the modern main event here. We've got Samson Rast on Grix's Death Shadow and Jordan Boxer on Goria's Vengeance. And it looks like both of our players have kept their 7s, and Jordan is on the play, is going to play a Flooded Strand and fetch it immediately. Looks like Jordan is considering getting a Godless Shrine here. And he's getting a Godless Shrine and Thought Seizing, so Jordan down to 15. Gonna take a look at Samson's hand of Moon Shadow, Ragavan, Quantum Riddler, and 3 lands. So Jordan just writing these down. He's probably going to take one of the 1-drops. I can't really imagine why you would take a Quantum Riddler here. Maybe you think maybe if he has multiple removal spells though, he might just take a Quantum Riddler, try to win a long game. Samson Rast, for those not in the know, is one of the main facilitators of setting up coverage for this event and face-to-face events in general. So exciting to see him at 2-0. It looks like Jordan is taking the Ragavan. And he untaps, plays a Water Grave, takes 2, and plays a Moon Shadow and passes the turn. And Jordan untaps, draws, plays a Flooded Strand, and then cracks the Flooded Strand in the main phase. Looks like he's probably going to play that Psychic Frog we saw in his hand. So Jordan going down to 12 already, gets a Hallowed Fountain, plays a Psychic Frog. Samson drew another Ragavan, plays a Scalding Tarn. Now Samson's trying to determine whether or not he wants to play a Ragavan, if he wants to play one of these Quantum Riddlers. He's going to fetch and remove a counter from this Moon Shadow.
And Samson just trying to determine what land he's going to get here. Most likely going to take 2 here since he's playing the Death Shadows. But he might just get an island here. Looks like... oh, yeah, he's taking 2. Grabbing a Blood Crypt. Remembers to remove the counter off of his Moon Shadow. So Moon Shadow is a 2/2 currently. We'll see if Samson has a way to deal with the Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog can really run away with games here. So looks like Samson is going to be casting a Quantum Riddler. Warped. He draws a Thoughtseize. And he's getting in with Moon Shadow for 2. Looks like Jordan's just going to take it. Well, he has to. Moon Shadow has Menace. So Jordan untaps, draws, gets in with a Psychic Frog, connects. Connecting with the Psychic Frog the first time, it's a really big deal. So he's going to draw a card here. Looks like he's got a couple lands in hand. He plays up Marsh Flats. He's got a Solitude, Agorio's Vengeance. Passes the turn. Samson untaps, draws, drew a Thoughtseize last turn, so we're going to see Thoughtseize from him now, going down to 12. Jordan has no response, so he's just going to lay down the hand. Looks like it's a Plains, a Watery Grave, a Solitude, Agorio's Vengeance, and a card that is off screen that we can't see. Samson takes the Solitude. Then Samson is going to play a Bloodstained Mire and fetch it. So his Moonshadow's going down by 1 counter as well, so he has a 3/3 currently. And he's grabbing Steam Vents, going down to 10 here. Is Samson gonna play another Quantum Riddler? Try to dig deeper to try and find answers to the Psychic Frog. Looks like he's favoring a dash of the Ragavan, getting in for 5 here. I mean, Jordan is down to 5. Like, Samson has 1 more attack phase to potentially end Jordan's game here. Exiling a Psychic Frog with the Ragavan usually is something that you'd be happy about, but and it looks like we've got a Death Shadow coming down into play. And that dice represents that it's a 4/4. Ragavan goes back to hand. Jordan's going to fetch on end step. Going down to 4 life, it's pretty impactful here. Jordan, the decision to fetch there is a little more interesting than you would think. Now he has to deal with 2 potentially lethal threats. Probably needs to leave his Psychic Frog back, but feels like he needs to surveil to try and hit something. If he hits like an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand, he gets to Goryo's Vengeance it. He draws, hits an Ephemerate, bins it, draws an Ephemerate, and his hand just does not do anything against this onslaught of 1 mana, 3 and 4 power creatures from Samson Rast, and Samson takes a quick game 1. Looking at the sideboards here, let's start with Samson. We've got 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Redirect Lightning, a Fire Magic, a Nihil Spellbomb, a Vexing Bauble, a Cursed Totem, 1 Dress Down, 4 Consigned to Memories, 2 Mystical Disputes, and 2 Harbinger of the Seas. So we gotta imagine the Mystical Disputes are probably coming in. Nihil Spellbomb definitely coming in. Surgical definitely coming in. Dress Down I can definitely see as well. Harbingers, potential maybe. Esper Goryo sometimes can really need its access to like double white or double blue, or not double blue, sorry, double black for like a Thoughtseize Psychic Frog turns, etc. So it's definitely a possibility. On the other end, we've got Jordan on Goryo's has 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 3 Wrath of the Skies, and 1 March of Otherworldly Light. Gotta imagine those Wrath of the Skies are coming in. I mean, they clean up the 1-drops so efficiently. Probably not bringing in the Nihil Spellbombs of the Clarion Conquerors. We'll definitely see a March of Otherworldly Light, I have to imagine. Looks like Thoughtseize are coming out for Jordan. Just not quite as impactful as he needs. Looks like he's also getting rid of some of his Force of Negations. Jordan just leaving the Psychic Frog in play, maybe to potentially intimidate Samson. Like, hey, I've got Psychic Frog, be scared.
be very afraid. Uh, and looking at the other standings here, we've got a bunch of different people on 2-0. Obviously, we saw Lyndon Coote last round win his match for 2-0. We've got Adam as well, I believe, from our first match, winning 2-0 here as well. A couple of other names I recognize. Looks like Victor Von Doom. Yeah, that's a name I definitely recognize. We've got Jordan Reed, Dylan Dubik, Andrew Snoosens. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last names as well. My apologies. Spencer Shaw Jowrick, Dante Umferville Choi, Brandon Hanger. Lots of people at 2-0. We'll see if Samson can take it down to the 3-0. I did say last round that I wanted more games of Magic, so I am rooting for Jordan here in the second game at least. I want to see a third game. Yeah, and it looks like we're going down to 6 for Jordan here. Samson determining whether or not he wants to keep the 7. Looks like it has a Quantum Riddler, Stubborn Denial, couple lands. Looking to be really close for Samson here. He's really tanking on whether or not this is correct to keep. Cuts for Jordan. Jordan's drawing cards. I believe that means that Samson did in fact keep. Although not entirely sure yet. I guess we'll see when it happens. Jordan has to go to 5. Wow. That's a big deal here. Especially when Samson has a lot of interaction for what Jordan is bringing to the table. Tons of counter spells, cheap threats. Losing cards is going to be a big deal for Jordan here. He will most likely here he's looking for draws that have inevitable Goryo's actions. So draws that let him get rid of an Atraxa and then Goryo's with some sort of counterspell backup. But yeah, looks like he's drawn his 7 and he is able to keep it, determining whether or not he should put what of the 2 cards he should put down are. Looks like he keeps a Solitude, a Prismatic Ending, an Ephemerate, a Godless Shrine. Looks like Jordan might be leaning on Ephemerate Solitude to try and like solo win this game. He's going to play a Godless Shrine and pass. Samson draws. Samson deliberating on his land for the turn. Does he just play a Blood Crypt untapped? Does he play a fetch land? He's going to play a Polluted Delta and fetch. Taking 2 and then taking another 2 for Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize really, really good here for Samson. I mean, it just gets to dismantle whatever plan Jordan ended up having. So we see that Jordan has Prismatic Ending, Solitude, Ephemerate, and a land here. And now Samson gets to get rid of Solitude. And Jordan has the first answer for whatever threats Samson has, but he doesn't have a second answer. He doesn't have a big creature to flicker with Ephemerate. He definitely needs a good draw here. My guess is that Jordan's best draw here is something like Faithful Mending into being able to discard a big creature. And wow, Jordan drew the Faithful Mending, so he is going to be able to cast Faithful Mending here. He's going to take 2 off of his Watery Grave, go down to 18. He is passing the turn, however. I don't know how much I love passing the turn here. I feel like you maybe need to resolve your Faithful Mending, and you're allowing Samson to get you with a Stubborn Denial here. And we're going to see Jordan punished for passing the turn here. Samson instantly Stubborn Denials the Faithful Mending, and Jordan draws a Goryo's Vengeance. I mean, if that Faithful Mending, if the next card that Jordan draws is a big creature, that Faithful Mending would have been absolutely excellent. Get rid of a big creature, get rid of a useless either Ephemerate or Prismatic Ending based on your position. But as it stands, he drew Goryo's Vengeance and just has to pass the turn here. Samson fetching, getting a Surveil land. We'll see if he likes what he sees. He's definitely in the driver's seat here. He has a Drown on the Lock as well, so gets rid of Dress Down. That's got to be bad news if you're Jordan from his side of the table. Dress Down being pretty reasonable against you, all things considered. Samson's going to take 2, go down to 12, play a Psychic Frog, and pass. Looks like he has another Stubborn Denial, potentially. Yeah, looks like a Stubborn Denial and a Drown on the Lock. Yep. Stubborn Denial, Drown on the Lock, Quantum Riddler. Jordan untaps, draws. He's going to go for the Prismatic Ending on the Psychic Frog, but it's going to get instant Summer Denial from Sam. Jordan drew another Faithful Mending, though. Very interesting. Definitely has outs this game. If he draws a big creature and gets to land a Goryo's Vengeance, I mean, Samson did just use his second Summer Denial on the Prismatic Ending. Discarding a Fatal Push from Samson, he also played a Blood Crypt and took 2. He's discarding a Fatal Push so that he can play Quantum Riddler and draw 2 cards off of it. Looks like we've got Nihil Spellbomb and Mystical Dispute as well as a Drown on the Lock in hand. The Drown on the Lock is going to be really hard for Jordan to fight through here. Samson gets a draw a card off his Psychic Frog, deal 2 to Jordan. And he's going to cast Nihil Spellbomb. Pretty safe turn to do so here. You know Jordan's been missing land drops. Even if he hits land drops, you know some percentage of the other cards in his hand aren't really that useful. So Jordan just draws a land, plays it, and passes. Samson untaps, draws a Mishra's Bauble, plays a Bauble, plays a land, and now he's going to determine whether or not he's going to keep up Mystical Dispute and Drown on the Lock. It looks like he's determined that that is the case. He hits with his Psychic Frog for 2, so Jordan goes down to 14. He draws a fetch land. Jordan end step is going to cast Faithful Mending. We'll see if Samson lets this resolve. He does let it resolve. Faithful Mending, he draws Goryo's Vengeance and a Marsh Flats, so we're going to have to see what Jordan decides to get rid of here. My guess is, yeah, it's a Goryo's and a Marsh Flats. That makes a lot of sense. He needs to Hail Mary and hope that he hits being able to discard a big creature and Goryo's ephemerating it to win. So right now he's cracking Marsh Flats to Surveil, and he's just going to hope that he bins an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand and just gets to send it, try to send it in response to maybe a Nihil Spellbomb crack. I mean, Jordan's definitely not in a great position here, but he has outs from his perspective. We know that Samson has both a Mystical Dispute and a Drown on the Lock, so it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Jordan, but I mean, if he has a couple of just good draws in a row, he got rid of Gristlebrand. Wow, Jordan hit Gristlebrand right off the top. This is definitely where him winning begins. Samson, Mishra's Baubles, Jordan's draw step, gets to know that he draws a Polluted Delta, and then he draws himself on Jordan's upkeep. Jordan untaps, plays Polluted Delta, and now he's got to determine when should he try and go for this Goryo's. Obviously, this Nihil Spellbomb is going to stop a Goryo's if he goes for it right now, so he just needs to wait. But he does not have forever to wait here. I mean, we've got a Psychic Frog attacking you. At some point, Samson will be able to discard more cards to increase the clock. Samson fetching on Jordan's end step for a Surveil. We'll see if he likes what he sees again. I mean, he's definitely still in the driver's seat. Still has Mystical Dispute, still has the 2, the Drown on the Lock. He just drew a Ragavan, which with his 6th land is actually pretty decent as well. Because he gets to dash the Ragavan here, get in for extra damage. So he's going to deal 4 to Jordan, putting him down to 9. He's going to get a treasure token, and then he can play his land if he wants. And he still has full cost Mystical Dispute and Drown the Lock up with a Nihil Spellbomb that can get rid of the graveyard. So it's definitely looking like it's going to be tough for Jordan. It looks like he's going to need multiple copies of Goryo's Vengeance, maybe drawing one of his remaining Thoughtseizes potentially. Maybe his own Psychic Frog could potentially be enough to bait a counterspell, but yeah, Jordan, I think if Samson draws a card off Nihil Spellbomb on end step, he could potentially present lethal if Jordan didn't do anything. He could also instigate the start of the fight as well. Looks like Jordan's just going to go for a flashback on Faithful Mending here, drawing 2, discarding. He drew an Atraxa and a Mystical Dispute. What do you get rid of here if you're Jordan? I mean, you definitely have to get rid of Atraxa, but Mystical Dispute seems pretty valuable. Oh, he's getting rid of Goryo's Vengeance and Ephemerate. Really interesting. I wonder what his plan is here. He untaps and he draws. I'm not exactly sure what that card is. These players always challenging my knowledge of alternate arts in these games. Whatever was being cast was being countered. I
I wish I knew what that was. If anyone in chat knows what that card is that Jordan just cast, let me know. But Samson. Oh, it's Wrath of the Skies. Okay, thank you, Mikey in my ear. Wrath of the Skies for 2, obviously being countered by Samson. Fetches, finds a land, untaps, draws. He's probably going to be dashing Ragavan again. Has Mystical Dispute in hand. Drew a Strategic Betrayal as well. You got to imagine that Samson is just going to fire off the Strategic Betrayal here potentially, but I mean, he has Nihil Spellbomb, so he maybe doesn't even necessarily need to do that. Looks like we're full tapping out for the Quantum Ruler here from Samson. He plays a Bloodstained Mire and passes. I mean, it's possible that the defense, from Jordan's perspective, that the defenses are down here, but I mean, like, he drew a Hollow Fountain, plays it tapped, passes the turn, has Mystical Dispute and Atrox in hand, so all Samson has to do is go to combat here, and Samson is going to take this match 2-0. Wow, just a lot of clean 2-0s from our feature matches here. I'm hearing from my person in the ear that there might have been some life gain triggers that we were missing. I guess we were missing maybe some Faithful Mending life gain. So it looks like Jordan's going to go for the Faithful Mending to survive, because it looks like he should be at 10. But Samson is going to cast Mystical Dispute and then discard a card to Psychic Frog to deal exactly 10 lethal damage. Congratulations to Samson Rast, 3-0 with Grixis Death Shadow. Just completely dismantling this Esper Goryo's deck. I mean, a ton of efficient threats from Samson, a ton of efficient counter magic. The Goryo's deck, it obviously has a lot of power in it, but it definitely isn't the most efficient way you could be doing, you could be casting spells in Modern. So we definitely saw that bear out here. Also, Jordan, remember, he mulliganed to 5, so had a lot of potential opportunities in the beginning of the game. I think the key moment for me was when when Jordan decided to pass and not cast Faithful Mending on his main phase and allow Samson to cast his oh wow, I don't know why I'm blanking. The 1-mana counter spell. Hold on a second. Stubborn Denial. Yeah. I think the moment that Jordan passed and allowed Samson to Stubborn Denial his Faithful Mending, it was just like a really big deal from my perspective. Like, I think you really need that Faithful Mending to resolve. You really need to hope that it hits, drawing you a Goryo's plus a big creature. And the thing about that Faithful Mending is, if it resolves and you hit a big creature, the amount of pressure that you put on Samson for the rest of the game to potentially hold up mana for your potential Goryos, even if you don't have it, can buy you like a lot of time. So I think that was the critical key moment for me. Obviously, Jordan mulliganed to 5, and his chances of winning were lower to begin with because of that. But I definitely think there was some room there for like casting your instant on your main phase. But regardless, both players played well, and they ultimately things ended up going Samson's way. The Grixis Death Shadow deck does look like it might naturally just be pretty reasonable against Goryos. It feels like it fights on a lot of axes that are very very good for it to fight on against Goryos, and it has cheap and efficient threats. So not surprised at all that the Death Shadow deck, it was very powerful in this match here. But that does it for us here in round 3. Lots of quick 2-0s. This Chillerpillar. These players, these modern players, they have absolutely no chill. That does it for me, though, for this round. I'm Trenton McIntyre. I'll see you in round 4. Oh, looks like we might be finding a backup, actually, so stay tuned here. I'm going to stay on the line. If we have a backup match, that would be exciting. Get a little bit more modern magic in our day. Oh, and looks like we have found a backup. That's really exciting. Oh, well, we didn't find a backup, but it is our head judge, Toby. Thank you so much for head judging this event. We really appreciate it.
Looks like we're getting a little drawing. Oh, we got a smiley face. What if I commentated Toby drawing like I commentate Magic, you know? Okay, so yeah, Toby's going with the butterfly bee combination here. Signing letters. Looks like the bee has a scythe. Maybe it's two. Oh, maybe that's a These alternate art drawings from these players really challenge me when I'm commentating. Looks like it might be a praying mantis. Fob. I cannot read other people's writing. 2B. I love 5 ever. Cute. Maybe it does look like a bee with scythe-like claws though, huh? It's got to be some sort of praying mantis bee combination. Got some more signatures going on. And it looks like we have table 12 coming up here. Which is coming up right quick here, and we're gonna do our best to get deck lists here as well. I know the players are playing right now, but you can still feel the positive energy in the room. Just a bunch of people having fun playing Magic. You love to see it. We got our some of the sponsors in the background as well, selling cards, wheeling and dealing. I wish I could be there myself. There's something about being in the hall. Looks like we're back to our feature match. We've got Philip Lee versus Bryce Hawkins. Unsure what they're playing. It looks like they're tied 1-1 going into game 3, so they've already sideboarded. Let me see if I can sneak a peek to see what these players are playing as we wait for deck lists. All right, so players are cutting. This is going to be our first shot at seeing what the players are playing. Oh, it looks like we've got Affinity from Bryce Hawkins. Blue-red Affinity, it looks to be. And most likely blue-white Control from Philip Lee, I believe. Looks like we've got a couple of lands for Bryce Hawkins. Philip is mulliganing down to 6 here. Looks like Bryce is doing the same. Okay, so we've got, looks like blue-red Affinity versus blue-white Control. I think if you're on the Affinity side of this equation, you really want to be focusing on you're like ideally having either individual card quality or being able to amass an army with something like the your emissary. And we have the deck list here. So it looks like we've got, yeah, weapons manufacturing, Kappa Cannoneer, Pinnacle Emissary for Bryce Hawkins. So he's playing like Skateboard, Shadow Spear, Urza Sagas, Kappa Cannoneers, etc. So Kappa Cannoneer is going to definitely be the most important creature in this matchup from Bryce's perspective if he can land that. And oh, Philip is not playing Blue-White Control. Looks like he's playing Esper Gorios. So Bryce looking for Tormod's Crypts as well. And yeah, the Esper Gorios list is pretty straightforward. It's pretty close to the other lists that we've been seeing. It's definitely closer to a stock list. So it definitely feels like the Kamloops players that have come here, or at least the players that have come to Chillerpillar, have really liked the Esper Gorios deck. As Philip leads off with a Polluted Delta on his 6, Bryce untaps and plays a Riverpire Verge. We're getting a fetch from Philip to get this Meticulous Archive. Let's see if he likes what's on top. Wow, Philip gets to get rid of an Atraxan. This is one of the most powerful things Gorios can do in the format. just getting to free roll Bin and Atraxa. He's going to untap and play a land and play a Psychic Frog. Looks like it's getting Mystical Disputed by Bryce Hawkins. Really, really great for him. He's going to play an Urza Saga here, put it to Chapter 1. Has Metallic Rebuke in hand, a couple other lands. He's going to play a Tormod's Crypt or a Mox Amber. Not quite sure. We've got an Engineered Explosives for 0 as well. Looks like Bryce has Metallic Rebuke up because of these 0 mana artifacts. So Philip goes to his third turn, plays third land. And is just casting a... I'm not entirely sure what that is. It's a little dark. But it looks like it got countered from Bryce Hawkins with the Metallic Rebuke. Bryce plays a Mishra's Bauble, cracks the Mishra's Bauble. Oh, it's a Claws of Gix, and I don't know what that card is. So yeah, we've got Claws of Gix and Engineered Explosives as the free artifacts for Bryce. Thank you to the viewer for saying what that card is. Looks like Philip on 4th turn, gonna play a Polluted Delta, fetch it. Getting a Hollowed Fountain untapped, taking 2. Looks like Bryce is just planning on making tokens. Oh, we've got Wrath of the Skies from Philip here, though, and we're wrathing for 0. This Wrath is also going to get rid of the Urza Saga, and it'll get rid of the Urza Saga token that is made. So it looks like Bryce is making the token just for fun. But it all gets wiped away anyways. This is a huge swing for Philip here. Bryce untaps and draws, has a Pinnacle Emissary in hand, though, so gets to cast it, and he's going to get to cast a Welding Jar as well, so gets to build out a little bit of a board, but Bryce is hellbent, no cards in hand. Philip has Tainted Indulgence and a Solitude, so he's going to cast Tainted Indulgence here. And it looks like he's going to draw 2. And he's considering what he wants to discard here. He doesn't have the full Tainted Indulgence, so it looks like he discards. Untaps, draws. He has a Quantum Riddler in hand, a Solitude. And he draws the 5th land, takes 2. And he casts Quantum Riddler. He's going to draw 2 cards off of this. And Philip is firmly in the driver's seat here. Draws a Mystical Dispute. Has a Solitude in hand. Bryce looking for a way to draw some extra cards. Breaks his Fiery Islet after he draws. Has a Claws of Gix. Has an Urza Saga. Plays the Saga. Most likely going to play the Claws here. Get an extra 1/1 from the Pinnacle Emissary. But he's not really making any headway here. I mean, the tokens from the Urza Saga are going to be pretty good in a couple of turns, but Philip has access to Solitude as well, so he's going to have a lot of time here to figure out how to win the game against Bryce before Bryce gets an overwhelming advantage from all of his cards. And the card that was countered earlier that I didn't know what it was is Clarion Conqueror, is what chat is saying. So thank you, chat. I really appreciate it. It is hard for me to keep up with all these alternate art cards. Philip firing off the Solitude right away to kill the Pinnacle Emissary. So Bryce going to gain 3, goes back to 19. Philip has a Solitude in play, though. That's a pretty big deal. The life gain is going to be super relevant. We see him taking 3 off of a Soporific Springs. So it goes down to 9 here. This, to me, clearly signals that Philip has Mystical Dispute if you're Bryce. So before you cast a blue spell here, you really have to consider whether or not you care about it getting countered by Mystical Dispute. There's really no other reason why Philip would do this other than having some form of interaction in the form of like a counterspell. Yeah, and it looks like Bryce just gets in and passes the turn. Philip at 8. Draws a Surveil land, plays it. Decides to keep it on top. Has 2 Mystical Disputes, so... Bryce, committed to this Urza Saga plan, is actually going to work out for him in terms of being able to develop threats that don't necessarily go into Philip's game plan. Creating a construct here, end of turn. This construct's a 5/5. Bryce draws, Saga trigger on the stack, has to determine whether or not he's going to make another construct or not. If he makes a construct, it's going to be a 7/7 after he finds whatever artifact he wants from the Urza Saga. 7/7's a big deal. I mean, if he gets a 7/7, if he can possibly make it an 8/8, you're forcing Philip to block here. I actually think I like Bryce's position now. It looked like Philip was in the driver's seat earlier on, had a lot of cards, had a Quantum Riddler coming into play, had a Solitude happening, but this Urza Saga, like in this deck in particular, really showcasing its power. Bryce ultimately opts not to go with the construct token from the Saga, floats mana instead. We'll see what he decides to find. He already has a Claws of Gix, so he does have some graveyard interaction. So he might prefer finding a piece of mana, something that's like a little more impactful. He might find more graveyard protection because he feels like that's the only way he can lose. I really like getting Tormod's Crypt here, especially with Kappa Cannoneer in hand. I think you really need to prioritize like doing as much damage to Philip as fast as you can, while also stopping him from accessing the graveyard. Like Philip's probably not going to be winning regular games against you, would be my guess. But Bryce is playing into Philip's double Mystical Dispute here. I mean, he's going to tap out for this Kappa Cannoneer, but Philip has him covered with the Mystical Disputes. So, like, maybe you're supposed to actually make the Construct token if you're in Bryce's seat, especially since Philip telegraphed the first Mystical Dispute. I think Bryce just hadn't considered that Philip could have the second. Philip decides to take the damage from the Construct here. So he takes 6, going down to 2, but he has a Solitude in play, has a Quantum Riddler, draws 2 cards here. And let's see what Philip can bring to the table here. Philip really wants to be attacking with a Solitude to gain the life, but he also doesn't want to be blocking with his Quantum Riddler, and he's dead on board as it stands if he has no other pieces of interaction. Obviously, if Philip is making this attack, he does, but we'll have to wait to see what it is. Wow, and Philip drew an Ephemerate. That's a really big deal. He's going to let Bryce untap and draw a card first, though. I guess Philip can, from his perspective, can pay for any of the counterspells that Bryce might have. Metallic Rebuke, etc. So he's going to go for an Ephemerate on the Solitude. Bryce is going to let it resolve. Didn't draw anything that matters here. He's going to gain 6 life, so still going to 18. But this game has been really back and forth. I mean, now Philip is firmly in the driver's seat. Bryce does not have a lot going on here. And maybe it came down to that critical turn where Bryce decided not to make a Construct token and instead decided to try and beat the one Mystical Dispute. Philip gets to untap and draw 2 with the Quantum Riddler because he only had 1 card in hand. And gets to attack in for 7 here. Bryce down to 11. And it looks like Philip going up by 3, so going up to 6. Has another Quantum Riddler in hand. Drew a Solitude. Yeah, Bryce is really going to need something great off the top to combat what's happening here. Because Philip is presenting a lot of inevitability and a lot of damage here. Wow, Philip drew another Ephemerate and has a Solitude in hand with, I believe, Clarion Conqueror. So yeah, Bryce plays a land. It's a Spire Bluff Canal, so it comes in tapped, and he passes the turn. And now Philip has to decide if he wants to cast Ephemerate or not, but he's definitely in the driver's seat. He has 2 Quantum Riddlers in play, a Solitude. He's going to untap and draw. He's going to gain 3 life this turn if he attacks for 3. Looks like he's untapping and solituding on his upkeep. And Bryce is just going to pass the turn. And that's a GG. Well played, Philip. Great game from Philip and Bryce here. I do think that key moment is Bryce deciding whether or not to commit and play into into the double Mystical Dispute with his Kappa Cannoneer and his Pinnacle Emissary, versus making the Construct token with the Urza Saga. It's definitely an interesting decision. I think you would have to play a lot of these this deck and this matchup to really understand whether or not that decision was correct. I think the key point of that decision for me is that when you make the Construct and you get the artifact, you aren't making an 8/8. You're making a 7/7. So Philip just gets to go to 1 if you attack. If you were making an 8/8, I feel like that really does push making the Construct over the edge, because Philip then has to chump block with one of his creatures. but making a 7/7 is so challenging because if you make a 7/7 and he takes 1, but then he has some sort of faithful mending into Goryo's draw, you're going to feel really really bad that you didn't develop your Pinnacle Emissary into your Kappa Cannoneer that can beat some percentage of Philip drawing a bunch of cards and gaining a bunch of life. But yeah, really, really close decision there. It's really hard to see whether or not you should have made the construct, especially since you knew he had one mystical dispute. The second dispute is harder to think about. Ultimately, I don't know what play was correct, but that was definitely one of the key moments of this game. And I think Philip and Bryce navigated this game very, very well from both ends. Great game. Really, really glad we got to see it. Congratulations to Philip for going 3-0. And that has now been it for me, Trenton McIntyre. I will be back for round 4. Stay tuned for more Modern at the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. We'll see you then.
Cooking, and the deck we were cooking was good. I think I played pretty bad that weekend.
What was it?
It was like a blue-white Wanchitong control deck.
Okay, like
with like
path and
path fields. I think we were on 4, and then like path, solitude, ephemerate, and then Philia. Kind of like the that legacy deck, or like
Philia, yeah. That was like during one of the previous Pro Tours. I remember people were testing that around. Yeah. That deck was sweet though. Right when Wanchitong came out, I was like, I want to play that deck really bad.
We saw it and like we were all like panicking because we didn't know, because everyone knew it was like probably the most relevant card.
Yeah.
But it was kind of hard to tell how many people played it. It didn't like pop off, you know. It seemed a bit.
Yeah.
It's more of a
All right, hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open in 2026. Well, it's not the 5th one in 2026, but it's the 5th one, and it is 2026. We've got the 4th round of Modern coming up for everyone here, and I know one of our feature players, I'm not sure of who the other one is, but we've got Andrew Snoochins as one of our feature players, who has been affectionately called Snooch to me, so... you know, congratulations on the 3-0, Snooch. Let's see if you can go 4-0. And I'm excited to see what you bring to the table. We'll get deck lists for the players up soon, or rather, I will get deck lists for the players soon.
I'd be okay with a loss this round.
And you can still feel the positive energy in the room here. I love it. Looks like we've got Brandon Hangoffer playing Amulet Titan.
No, it's true.
And yeah, we've just got Snooch playing whatever Snooch plays. Amulet Titan, pretty interesting. Not in the last ban cycle, but in the last year has hit a ban of Lotus Field. So it does not get the Lotus Field wins that it was previously getting access to. So it'll be interesting to see which version of Amulet Titan Brandon has decided to play here. Is he going with sort of the more old school style, like Slayer Stronghold stuff? Is it still loops with Aftermath Analyst? We will definitely have to take a look when I get access to the deck list here.
Welcome to your fourth round. You have 50 minutes. You may begin.
Are mats in the right place? Mike, are
Duke's trying to one-up the play mat that is going to be given to Braden at the end of the event with his own signed play mat. But Braden's is bigger, so I'm going to give it to Braden here.
Kind of a weird event when we get this good.
And Stooch is on 4-color hollow one.
Okay, so I gotta message Dylan really quick, if that's okay. Sorry.
4-color hollow one, pretty interesting. I'm excited to see the deck list. It looks like this matchup is going to heavily rely on Snooch, what Snooch decides to keep and play in his mulligan process. Amulet Titan, generally speaking, is the deck that asks the question of you. And depending on what Snooch has decided to bring to the table, we may or may not see a lot of good answers to the Amulet Titan list. But let's take a look at this Amulet Titan list. So we've got 4 Grazer, 4 Primeval Titan, a Cultivator Colossus, some Malevolent Rumbles, Green Sun Zeniths. We've still got a couple Scape Shifts, a couple Summoners Packs, Spelunkings, Amulet of Vigors, Kessig Wolf Run, Dryad Arbor, Handwear Battlements, Urza's Cave, the Mycosynth Gardens, tons of Bounce Lands, etc. From Snooch's side, we've got Blazing Rootwalla, Marauding Mako, Hardened Academic, Detectives Phoenix, Vengevine, Hollow One, Street Wraith, all 4 ofs. Love that. Burning Inquiries, Faithless Lootings, Practiced Offensive as a 2 of, really interesting. 3 Lightning Bolt, 1 Ox of Agony as well. And then we've got, something like 20-ish lands. So just a classic Hollow One build. Looks like this first matchup is, or this first game rather, is probably just going to be mostly 2 ships passing the night. You know, Snooch is going to be looking for fast Hollow One hands that can either fly over the top for the last bits of damage against Amulet Titan with things like Hardened Academic, or go so fast that the Amulet Titan deck can't really get out from under Snooch's aggression. It looks like Snooch is keeping and Brandon is mulliganing. Amulet Titan, a deck that is very complicated, and the mulligan decisions are also quite complicated. If Brandon knows what Snooch is on, that might be informing his mulligan decisions as well. Usually at the top tables, once you start getting into the 3-0, 4-0 brackets, people start to, either suspect or know what you are on. Yeah, and it looks like Brandon actually has to go down to 5 here. Definitely not what you want to see, but Amulet Titan has a lot of really powerful draws. And specifically when you know that your opponent is not going to be interacting with you in a lot of really intrinsically valuable ways in the first game, you can afford to be a little bit more volatile and a little more aggressive in
the way that you play the game. So let's see what Brandon draws here. Looks like we've got a bunch of lands. Arboreal Grazer, Scape Shift, Spelunking, and 4 lands. Looks like Hanwar Battlements, Urza's Cave, Mycosynth Gardens. Brandon deciding what to put on the bottom here. Puts a land on the bottom pretty much straight away. Decides against Scape Shift. Doesn't think that the game is going to be going particularly in that direction. Snooch gets to start off. Cycles a Street Wraith for 2 life. Plays an Arid Mesa. Looks like we're cycling another Street Wraith for Snooch. 2 Street Wraiths. Are we going to see a hollow one? We're getting a fetch of the Arid Mesa from Snooch. Could cast a hollow one for 1 mana here. Looks like we're just getting a Marauding Mako. Probably the draw from Snooch would be my guess. After the second Street Wraith. Otherwise, you'd probably play the Mako first before you start playing Street Wraiths. Brandon's going to play the Seiju that he drew, play an Arboreal Grazer, and put a Mycosynth Gardens into play tapped. Pass the turn, Snooch is going to draw, play an Arid Mesa, crack it down to 14. We'll see if he gets a shock land or not. Looks like he's getting a Sacred Foundry, going down to 12. We'll see what Snooch has to play here. I see a Hardened Academic in hand. Might be leaning towards that. Looks like he is. He's going to play a Hardened Academic. And wow, we get to discard a Vengevine to the Hardened Academic. And we're also discarding a Lightning Bolt as well. Snooch is just going all in here, discarding 3 cards so he can play a hollow one, get the Vengevine back from the graveyard. Snooch going to no cards in hand, discarding 2 Lightning Bolts, but amassing quite a board presence here. The Marauding Mako's a 4/4. The Hardened Academic is attacking for an extra, what looks like 3 damage as well. So 7 coming in from Snooch here. Brandon deciding whether or not he wants to block the Marauding Mako or just take 7 here. Looks like he's going to take 7. Or wait, is it more than 7? Hold on. It's 11. Oh, Hardened Academic game Double Strike. My apologies. Or no, not Double Strike. Oh, the Vengevine came in, obviously. Sorry, the Vengevine came in for 11. Brandon draws an Urza Saga, plays a Spelunking, draws a card. Passes the turn. Looks like or gets to play a Simic Growth Chamber, I believe. Bounce a land to hand. Does not look like Brandon has a lot going on, though. So Snooch is just going to send them in, and we'll see if Brandon can fend him off on his mulligan to 5. And Brandon does not have anything. Snooch coming in right out the gate, super fast. 11 on turn 2. Wow. Really powerful draw from this Hollow One deck. And Brandon just could not get out from under that damage. 11 on turn 2. Now we're looking at the sideboards here. Let's see what they have to offer. I'm going to start with Snooch here. With 1 Damping Spear, 2 Wear Tear, 3 Fairy Macabre, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Magebane Lizard, 2 Meltdown, 1 Harsh Mentor. We got to imagine that the Wear Tears are coming in here just to be able to kill Amulet. We also have to imagine that the maybe some percentage of the Obsidian Charmas are coming in. I mean, the Amulet Titan deck does actually play a lot of lands that tap for colorless, so it's possible that that's where Snooch wants to be. You could bring in Damping Spheres if you feel like you want to kill some of the mana production from the Simic Growth Chamber style effects, like the Ravnica Bounce lands, etc. Let's see the Amulet Titan players' sideboard, though.
We've got 2 Vampires Vengeance, 1 Cavern of Souls. Vampires Vengeance. I'm going to have to look this one up. It deals 2 damage to each non-vampire creature, and you create a blood token for 3 mana at instant speed. Interesting. So we got 2 Vampires Vengeance, 1 Cavern of Souls, 1 6, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Bajuka Bog, 2 Soulless Jailer, 1 Besieger Who Endures, 1 Vexing Bubble, 2 Endurance, and 2 Dismember. Gotta imagine the Dismembers are coming in. Don't really know what else you bring in here, if I'm being honest. I mean, it might just be the best game plan to be as proactive as you can be in this matchup. I mean, we saw the power of Snooch's deck from turn 2, the possibilities that it has. So Brandon might prefer to just be as fast as possible. Looks like both players keeping their 7. Brandon off to the best start he can ask for, playing an Amulet of Vigor on turn 1, through an Urza Saga here. Snooch untaps and draws, plays a Wooded Foothills, fetches it, probably going to be casting some sort of 1-drop, Burning Inquiry maybe. Maybe it's Marauding Mako. Guess we'll see. Taking 2 from the Sacred Foundry, going down to 17 here. We see a Wear Tear in hand as well for Snooch, so it looks like we're going to actually be tearing the Urza Saga here. Preferring to tear the Urza Saga over waiting to kill the Amulet of Vigor. Pretty interesting from Snooch here. Brandon's going to play an Arboreal Grazer and then put an Urza Saga into play, getting a counter. Passes the turn to Snooch. Snooch draws, decides to draw again with cycling a Street Wraith, going down to 15. Snooch deciding whether or not to play Mountain as a second land. Looks like he is. Play a Mountain, play a Hardened Academic. Now does Snooch have a lot of discards to be able to get the Vengevine going? We're discarding Detective's Phoenix. We're also discarding Vengevine. And we're playing Hollow One, getting the Vengevine back. Wow. Really strong draws from Snooch here. This Hollow One deck definitely has a lot of power and potential in its draws. And Snooch coming in for 7 on turn 2. Again, so aggressive. What does Brandon have to respond here? He has Amulet of Vigor and a land drop. Amulet Titan feels like it can do anything from that position. I see a Misty Rainforest. I see a Kessig Wolf Run. Brandon thinking and considering here. What is he supposed to play? Looks like all lands from Brandon's side of the board. We're just playing a Kessig Wolf Run and passing. This is not where you want to be if you're Brandon. You're facing down, at minimum, 11 damage right now. You get to block 4 of it, potentially. Burning Inquiry from Snooch after he draws his card for the turn. Burning Inquiry might be exactly what you needed if you're Brandon. It's not like your hand was doing anything else. So we're going to have to roll some dice, see who discards what. I am liking Snooch's position, however. Very aggressive. Okay, we're discarding 3 cards for Brandon. Looks like we're discarding a land. Another land, potentially. Hard to see with this glare. Looks like the Misty Rainforest is going. And it looks like Snooch is discarding a Vengevine and a couple of lands, I believe. We got a Damping Sphere, so it looks like Snooch did actually bring the Damping Sphere out. And Detective's Phoenix from the yard, I mean... Now Brandon doesn't get to block the Hollow One or the Hardened Academic, potentially. Snooch decides to put it on the Hardened Academic. And is just getting in with the Vengevine and the Hardened Academic here. Since Detective's Phoenix came out, Hardened Academic gets to put a counter on a creature. It looks like we're getting him with everything then. Brandon making a token with Urza Saga to block. So he's going to block the Hardened Academic with the Arboreal Grazer. Arboreal Grazer has reach, which is why the Detective's Phoenix went onto the Hardened Academic. Snooch wanted to diversify his damage sources to deal as much damage to Brandon as possible. Trying to ensure that next turn he's going to win if Brandon only plays like a single creature, say off of this Urza Saga. So Brandon untaps, draws an Arboreal Grazer, has a Malevolent Rumble in hand, is waiting to figure out what he wants to do in response to this Urza Saga trigger. It looks like he's just going to tap for mana here.
So we've got 1 mana in the pool here. Brandon can get a second amulet here, and if he has the right cards in hand, I mean, this Amulet Titan deck, once it has second amulet, is really, really powerful. So we're going to see if Brandon is able to go off this turn, or at least amount a board presence that is insurmountable. So first land drop happens. Looks like we're tapping it twice. I'm not exactly sure which land that is, but it's definitely a tap land. It looks like it's making enough mana to get a Primeval Titan. Primeval Titan's going to get, looks to be Echoing Deeps and a Bounce Land. So we're floating some mana for Brandon. Getting to float a ton of mana here. Copying Primeval Titan. Oh, maybe it's not Echoing Deeps. Yeah, it looks like Brandon might be able to take this game from Snooch here. Looks like it's Mirror Pool. Yeah, the land is Mirror Pool, so we copied the Primeval Titan. Getting some more lands here. Looks like it's going to be a bounce land. Hanra Battlements is going to be able to give haste to one of or both of these Primeval Titans. Looks like both of them because of the Amulet of Vigor. Chat is saying that Brandon should be able to loop Stooch from this position. Brandon committing to an Arboreal Grazer here. I don't believe any lands in hand. Yep, both Titans gaining haste from the Hanmer Battlements and the Bounce Land. So they both get to find lands of their own. Kessig Wolfrun not in the deck, so Brandon doesn't necessarily get to give them extra damage to potentially kill. But he's copying the Kessig Wolfrun with Vesuva, and that is going to be enough mana for Brandon to actually defeat Snooch with the extra damage from the Kessig Wolfrun, dealing 12 with the Titans, plus 3 or more with the Wolfrun. And Brandon takes game 2 from Snooch, even though Snooch attacked for 7 on turn 2. Really, really well-handled game from Brandon there. Once you get the second amulet in play, if you have the pieces, it's pretty hard to lose from that position with Amulet Titan. Lots of different lines you can get, but Snooch, we saw Snooch potentially considering leaving a Hollow One back to block, ultimately determining that he wanted to attack for more damage. I think you basically have to do those types of things when you're the Hollow One deck in this position. You can't just let your opponent live forever. And the reality is like, would a Hollow One have made a difference there? Probably not. From my calculations, the Wolfrun is probably tapping for like 5 or 6, so maybe even 7. So you're still most likely dying through a block with the Hollow One anyways. Looks like we just shuffled up and went straight to game 3, though. Not a lot of sideboarding here from the feature match. Looks like Snooch is mulliganing to 6. Brandon is deciding to keep here. Snooch has the Damping Sphere in hand. Brandon has a Vexing Bauble in hand as well as a couple of lands. Snooch plays an Arid Mesa, no turn 1 play. Brandon leading with a Handware Battlements and a Vexing Bauble. Snooch is going to fetch on end step, most likely finding a Surveil land, as you're wont to do in this format. Snooch keeps stopping at all of his Sacred Foundries because all the red-white lands look the same. Don't at me, Watsy. They all look the same. So let's see what Snooch finds on top here. Is he looking for second land for the Stamping Sphere? I don't know. I haven't seen his hand yet. It looks like he might like what he sees, though. Is he going to keep it on top? We got 3 lands from Brandon here. Looks like a couple of bounce lands and a Misty Rainforest. And looks like we kept for Snooch. He's going to play Bloodstained Mire and fetch it. You got to imagine he's casting Damping Sphere here. And I mean, maybe not. Maybe he decides to develop his board instead. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. Let's see what he does. It's another Hardened Academic. I kind of like this play. Brandon doesn't have any 2-mana producing lands anyways, so get your threat into play, start attacking. Stooch does have a Hollowed One in hand, so he could technically discard 3 cards and play Hollowed One, but it looks like he's valuing being able to play the Damping Sphere next turn. Probably doesn't think that Hollow One plus Hardened Academic is a fast enough clock to defeat Brandon. So Brandon gets to untap on his turn 2, plays a forest. It was not a Misty Rainforest, it was just a regular forest. And he's going to play a Soulless Jailer here. Brandon untaps, draws, still has a Hollow One, has another Hardened Academic, looks like a Marauding Mako in hand as well. So trying to figure out what he's supposed to do. He could play Mako and discard 3 cards and then play Hollow One, have a 4/4 Mako, a Hollow One, and get some lifelink off of the Hardened Academic. Sometimes that can be relevant. So it looks like he is going to play Mako, but is he going to commit to discarding all of these cards? So he's discarding 1 Hardened Academic. This leads me to believe that Snooch is definitely going to go all in. I mean, if you're not casting the... Oh, wow, another Hardened Academic for Snooch here. And it looks like we're just discarding 2 Hardened Academics here, getting in for 2 lifelinks. So Snooch is going to go to 18. Brandon's going to 16. And we're just casting Hollow One for 1 mana. That makes a lot of sense. Get to keep the Damping Sphere in hand. So now Snooch develops his board state, but also gets to play Damping Sphere next turn. Brandon doesn't have an Amulet effect, so he can pretty safely say he isn't going to die the following turn. Pretty unlikely that Brandon gets to play Amulet and then also win the following turn, especially on the 3rd turn. So Brandon untaps, plays a second forest, plays a Spelunking, draws a card, and decides whether or not he's going to put Talaria West or he's going to put a bounce land into play. Decides to put Gruul Turf into play, picking up his forest. Stooch untaps, draws, still has that Damping Sphere. Are we going to see the Damping Sphere this turn? Discarding a Vengevine makes a lot of sense. Get a counter on your Marauding Mako, get some lifelink from your Hardened Academic. Stooch coming in for 10 here. And at post-combat Damping Sphere, Brandon decided to take all of the damage here. So he went down to 6. We're seeing a crack of the Vexing Bauble to draw a card. Vexing Bauble not relevant anymore. Brandon untaps, draws. Does he have the answers? He has 7 cards in hand. Does Brandon have the answers to not die here? Oh, Hollow One would get countered if he didn't pay the mana for it. That's really interesting. Thank you, chat. Okay, so it looks like Brandon plays a forest and is going to play an Arboreal Grazer here. Putting a Talaria West into play. It comes in untapped because of the Spelunking. So Brandon has access to 5 mana here, has a couple of blockers. Oh, he has access to 4 mana here, and a couple of blockers because of the Damping Sphere. Plays another Spelunking. It looks like he had to tap 4 mana for it because of the Damping Sphere. Let's see. Stooch untaps, draws a Marauding Mako, instantly decides to cycle it for 2 mana. And the question is, did he draw a card that is good enough to keep, or is he just going to discard it to Hardened Academic? Stooch getting in with all of the creatures here, and Brandon's looking to block, has to block the Marauding Mako and the Hollow One here. So going to take 2 from the Hardened Academic if this is how combat goes. Yeah, so it looks like Stooch is just passing the turn here. Has a Blazing Root Wall in hand.
Brandon untaps, draws a Beseju. Does he have enough to get through this Damping Sphere? He has double Spelunking. He's got so many cards in hand. We saw a Primeval Titan. Damping Sphere does also have the second clause of each spell a player casts costs 1 more to cast for each other spell that player has cast this turn. So, really interesting. We'll see where Brandon starts off. Looks like he's going to start off with Beseju on Damping Sphere. So Snooch is going to get a basic land here. And yeah, we're going to cast a Primeval Titan. Brandon gets to play a tap land, add 2 extra mana with the Spelunking. And with 2 Spelunkings in play, it feels like Brandon's got to have control of this game, right? It depends on what lands are left in his deck. He has Summoner's Pact in hand, too. Brandon has Summoner's Pact, so he could cast another Primeval Titan here, I think. So he's getting a Gruul Turf. And a Beseju. So it looks like he's adding mana with the Beseju and the Gruul Turf and picking up the Beseju, putting it into his hand. He's going to Summoner's Pact for an Arboreal Grazer. And he's passing the turn. Wow. So Snooch is going to get another turn here. That's a big deal. Brandon has some blockers. Is able to block the Hollow One for free. Snooch starts off with a Faithless Looting. That's a great draw here. Ox of Agnes going to the graveyard. Blazing Root Walla coming into play off of the discard. Hollow One being cast. Vengevine coming into play. Looks like the players are deliberating like what the board state is, making sure everything's correct. Marauding Mako getting a counter because of the discards. Getting some counters because of the discards. Yeah, looks like 4 creatures coming in. We've got a Beseju for the Hollow One. I mean, Brandon has to Beseju Hollow One, block Hollow One, chump Marauding Mako here, right? Take 2. Can't block the bird. It's possible Snooch forgot his Hardened Academic trigger from Vengevine coming out of the graveyard. It wouldn't matter, though. It's only 1 extra damage, so realistically, Brandon's going to have to win this next turn. It looks like he might be able to, though, depending on what he has in hand. He gets a Primeval Titan attack trigger. But it looks like he only has 1 card in hand after that Beseju. What does Brandon draw here? 2 Spelunkings and a Primeval Titan here. He has to pay for his Summoner's Pact. That's a big deal. Tapland comes into play. He gets to untap it and cast Primeval Titan with the extra mana. So Primeval Titan being Brandon's last card. Wow, that's a really big deal here. He has untapped Handwear Battlements too. So he gets to find 2 lands here. He can give his Titan haste with if there's another Gruul Turf in his deck. I guess he has a Vesuva as well, so that doesn't really matter. Let's see what he gets, though. I have to imagine you're going to give your Titan haste, but he might, since he hasn't played a land this turn, he might pick up a Gruul Turf. With the Simic Growth Chamber that he just got, so he might be considering other land options that aren't Gruul Turf because of that. Yeah, still some land, still a land drop for Brandon here. And wow, yeah, Brandon takes it down with that clutch second Titan. Had the Beseju, had the timely Beseju for the Damping Sphere. We saw Snooch's Damping Sphere do a lot of work there, though. Brandon definitely needed to get rid of it to be able to push through that game. the Hollow One deck, really, really powerful, offers a lot of power, but generally speaking, I'd say if I'm in this matchup, I probably want to be on the Amulet Titan side, ideally. The Hollow One deck is a little more like they're both volatile decks, but Amulet Titan has a higher ceiling, right? Because you can win, with like infinite combos or just like a ton of damage from Titans that's impossible to block because of trample, etc. But yeah, really exciting match from our two players here so far. And congratulations to Brandon for winning the match. Hopefully Snooch is able to keep firing on all cylinders for the next couple rounds. But congratulations to Brandon for the 4-0 Amulet Titan. It's been popular since Pro Tour since Pro Tour Born of the Gods, etc. Oh, Snooch won. Sorry, okay. My apologies. It is extremely hard to keep track of everything, but it looks like Snooch actually won. Brandon wasn't able to take it down. So congratulations to Snooch. 4-color Hollow One, very powerful. I still think I'd take Amulet Titan's side most of the time. Although maybe I wouldn't because that deck's really complicated. But very, very complicated archetype. Super interesting to watch play out, though. Lots of stuff going on. I wish I was a little more versed in double spelunking. Maybe someone in the chat can tell me how that works. Anyways, I was really excited to see this match. Hollow One, very interesting deck. I liked a lot of Snooch's decisions. I felt like the decision to bring in Damping Sphere was really impactful. Double Splunk doesn't do anything. That's great to know. So it's basically Null Rod. It doesn't do anything. I don't believe we are looking for another match. Are we looking for another match here, Mikey? All right. Looks like we do not have another match slated up. So, yeah, thank you to the chatter who just said second spelunking draws you a card. I guess it does do that. But that'll do it for me. Thank you everyone for tuning in. That was the 4th round of Modern here at the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. I've been Trenton McIntyre. I will be Trenton McIntyre in the 5th round. We'll see you next time.
make sure
Eric.
Nice to meet you, Jordan. Where are you from?
We just moved up from Terrace
Oh, did you?
like
nice.
3 weeks ago.
Nice. Like in Kamloops.
Kelowna.
Kelowna, nice.
I'm here. Hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. We're in Kamloops, British Columbia, Canada. We've got 91 players, or at least we had 91 when we started. I'm sure we've dwindled those numbers a little bit. But we are on round 5. I'm your host, Trenton McIntyre, in the booth solo today. So bear with me as I do my best to read a bunch of alternate art cards, etc. I love this view of the room. You can tell the energy's good. The players are having a good time. What a great event. Sponsored by the Game Hub and a bunch of other stores you see, like Magic Stronghold, Orchard City Games, House of Cards, Bastion Games, etc. Really cool charity event being held for a local who has developed cancer in the last 5 years. Hopefully they get better. But you love to see it. You love to see a community coming together. Tons of people traveling from all over BC and beyond. And I hope everyone has safe travels home. We know there's a lot of wildfires happening, so hopefully you get home safe and sound. But looks like we've got our match going on. Jordan Reed versus Eric Anderson. We know Eric Anderson's playing Boros Energy. I'm sure we'll get the details on Jordan Reed here in a little bit. And we've got the deck lists in. So we've got Boros Energy and looks like Jeskai Blink. We got Jeskai Blink from Jordan Reed and Boros Energy from Eric Anderson. So we're leading on Guide of Souls here for Jordan Reed. Eric Anderson draws. Plays a Sacred Foundry untapped and decides to Galvanic Discharge the Ocelot Pride. Gonna keep 2 energy from that little interaction. Both of our players fighting for the 5-0 here. Jordan Reed untaps, draws a Guide of Souls. Plays another land and passes. Holding up Philia, the Exuberant Shepherd. We've got a Plains from Eric Anderson playing a Guide of Souls, and then he's going to lead off with another creature, it looks like. We've got an Ocelot Pride as well. So in response to the Ocelot Pride, we're going to see a Galvanic Discharge from Jordan Reed, opting not to cast the Philia and instead to kill the Guide of Souls. That's going to leave Jordan Reed with an extra energy. Ocelot Pride hits the battlefield, pass to Jordan Reed. Jordan has Guide of Souls in hand as well as a Philia. Looks like we have a Spiral of Canal and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, so it's going to be interesting to see what he prioritizes here. Sorry, it's a Steam Vents, not a Spiral of Canal. So he's taking 2 off the Steam Vents, going to play a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I mean, has it ever really been wrong to play Fable of the Mirror Breaker? I don't know. Eric draws. I saw Ragavan in hand. Looks like we've got a Sacred Foundry as well. And a Marsh Flats. So we've got Marsh Flats, Sacred Foundry, Ragavan. Seasoned Pyromancer from Eric. There's one more white card I can't quite see. Deciding right now, like where Eric wants to go with his draw here. He's going to break a Marsh Flats to get a basic Plains. So it looks like he's not planning on playing the Seasoned Pyromancer. Wow, look at that Goblin Shaman token. I mean, you got to get creative these days with your Goblin Shamans. Those actual tokens, hard to find. You love to see it, though. I love the little mallet, or the little club it has. And the last card in Eric's hand I did not see before is a Ranger Captain of Eos. So we're going to see a Ranger Captain from Eric here. I'm going to guess that Eric's probably getting Guide of Souls, and it looks like that is the case. I mean, Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride, it's a tale as old as time at this stage in Modern, so it makes a lot of sense from Eric here. Also, the 3/3 blocks the 2/2 Shamans, so you got a lot of value there. Don't necessarily give Jordan a free a free treasure. Jordan having 2 God of Souls, drawing a prismatic ending, and has Ophelia in hand as well. Has to determine if he wants to get rid of anything. Looks like it's going to be probably at least one God of Souls, maybe just the Ophelia. Looks like just the Ophelia here. Jordan wants to keep both God of Souls, draws an Ephemerate. So now we'll see if Jordan wants to Prismatic Ending the Ranger Captain Evios. It looks like he does. He's going to Prismatic Ending the Ranger Captain. Eric's going to decide whether or not he's going to crack it. He is. So now Jordan can't cast any non-creature spells this turn. That's going to be fine. The Goblin Shaman's going to make a treasure token, attacking Eric for 2 down to 15. And then Jordan's... I have to imagine Jordan's going to play a God of Souls from the treasure token. It looks like he is. Wow, Jordan's brought the blinged out tokens here. The Kirby treasure token. Eric untaps, draws. Wasn't able to see what he drew, but he's going to crack an Arid Mesa here. Probably getting a Mountain would be my guess, and he's going to decide whether or not he wants to cast Seasoned Pyromancer. He does have a God of Souls and a Seasoned Pyromancer in hand. That does seem like a pretty good sequence for Eric here. Gain a bunch of life. You know, get closer and closer to triggering your Ocelot Pride for its second ability, the Ascend mechanic. So yeah, we're going to see God of Souls here from Eric. And it looks like he is going to commit to the Seasoned Pyromancer. So he has a Ragavan and a land in hand. So he's going to play the Seasoned Pyromancer. He's going to gain a life and an energy from the God of Souls. He's going to discard Ragavan and a Sacred Foundry, get another creature into play, gain another energy and another life. And Eric should have some extra energy from that Galvanic Discharge from earlier. So he draws 2 cards here. Eric's going to attack with the Ocelot Pride. Looks like he's going to spend the energy to give the Pride flying and plus 2 counters. So he's going to hit Jordan for 3, down to 15. Eric's going to go to 19. And since Eric hit Jordan with the Ocelot Pride, he's gained life this turn. So he's going to get a 1/1 from the Ocelot Pride, but he only has 9 permanents, so he does not ascend, which is really critical here for Jordan Reed. Jordan's going to draw a card, flip Fable of the Mirror Breaker here. Drew a Starfield Shepherd. Gets an energy from the Fable coming into play for the God of Souls. So he gains a life, gets an energy, goes to 16. Now we're going to see, is Jordan going to play the God of Souls first, or is he going to play his Starfield Shepherd to find an Ocelot Pride potentially, or a Plains? Jordan could play Starfield Shepherd, get a Plains, blink the Starfield Shepherd with Ephemerate to get an Ocelot Pride, and then play Ocelot Pride if he taps his mana in that way. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Leaving up the Steam Vents doesn't allow him to do that play necessarily. He's going to get that 3rd energy from the God of Souls, go to 17. Starfield Shepherd's going to search the library. You got to imagine that Jordan's going for a Plains here. He does have the Goblin Shaman in play, so if Jordan wants to, he can actually create a second white source if he attacks with the Goblin Shaman, and he can attack with the Goblin Shaman and give it flying with the God of Souls to protect it from getting double blocked by the 1/1 tokens on Eric's side. Although it's possible that Jordan might want Eric to block with the 1/1 tokens to stop him from ascending quite so soon. It might be hard to stop him from ascending regardless, though, so it might not be worth doing that. We'll have to see what Jordan prefers here. He could play God of Souls to get an extra life and extra energy and set his next turn up really big. But if you're going to do that, you probably want to play God of Souls before you play Starfield Shepherd. So we're going to see the Goblin Shaman attacking. Jordan's going to pay the 3 energy for the Goblin Shaman to get +2/+2 counters and flying. So he's going to deal 4 to Eric. Eric's going to go to 16. Jordan's going to get a treasure here. And now my guess is we're probably going to see Ephemerate on the Starfield Shepherd, go to get an Ocelot Pride, and then play Ocelot Pride. And at that point, your Pride is actually going to trigger its Ascend when its ability to make a 1/1 happens. It'll go to 10. So we're going to play Ocelot Pride here, going to gain another life and another energy, going up to 19 here for Jordan. Ephemerate's still exiled. Jordan has 9 permanents, so that means that when Ocelot Pride triggers, the Pride is going to ascend, making an extra token, I believe. And Jordan's doing a lot of really powerful things here, but we have to remember that Eric is going to ascend next turn as well. So really, this game is just going to be a slogfest. So Jordan's going to make tokens here. He gets 2 cats because he ascends when he makes the first one. Eric untaps, draws, plays a Windswept Heath, plays a Ranger Captain of Eos. The Ranger Captain here, pretty big in terms of breaking parity for this match between Jordan and Eric. Eric now gets access to another Ocelot Pride, and having 2 versus 1 Ocelot Prides is going to be a big deal. As we see the Gary Snail token cat tokens, Jordan really brought the his token game out in full force, hey? The energy counter is a high voltage danger counter, you know? We aren't sure what Eric got exactly, but my guess is that it's going to be another Ocelot Pride. I don't really I don't really see getting anything else from my perspective. Like, having the second Ocelot Pride feels really impactful. I mean, he might have a removal spell that he could have gotten, potentially. He did get a Guide of Souls here. He might not even have a second Ocelot Pride, or another Ocelot Pride to get, for what that's worth. Let me take a look at the deck list here. Looks like we're sending our creatures in. We're going to give the Guide of Souls flying. So hitting Jordan for 6 here. Yeah, and looks like we're fetching for Eric down to 19. So it looks like Eric does have 4 Ocelot Prides in the main deck, so maybe decided to get Guide of Souls instead, because having the flying helps you break parity as well. He has Thraben Charm and Guide of Souls, so he gets the Thraben Charm, one of the creatures here. He decides on the flipped Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And he now has 3 cat tokens. The cat tokens are determined by that top dice on Eric's side of the battlefield. And the 1/1 is from Seasoned Pyromancer. So now Jordan is going to blink his Starfield Shepherd with Ephemerate on the upkeep. And go get his second Ocelot Pride. Now Jordan still gets to draw here. So we know that Jordan has an Ocelot Pride. And is going to draw a card here. Has another card in hand. I do not remember. Guide of Souls. Wow, double Guide Pride is going to be really, really important here for Jordan. And we can see how this matchup really it evolves into who has more Guide of Souls and Ocelot Prides to some degree. Like, I'm sure this matchup doesn't always go like this, but I mean, you gotta imagine that Jordan is in the driver's seat here, right? Like, he's going to be making like 8 cats a turn or something. Guide of Souls is going to get to trigger twice every turn, so he's going to get to fly over for more flying damage than Eric is going to be able to deal to him in terms of the race. A lot of it's going to be lifelink because of the Ocelot Prides themselves. Yeah, and it looks like we're giving the Guide of Souls and the Ocelot Pride +2/+2 in flying, so they can't be blocked. We're getting him with our 4/4 Goblin Shaman as well. Yeah, Jordan is definitely in the driver's seat here. I mean, on the end step, he's going to get, like, yeah, 8 cats or something like that. Ocelot Pride math, it bewilders me. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say that it doesn't. He's going to get a lot of cats, though. It's going to be, it's going to feel overwhelming, I'm sure. So he deals a bunch of damage to Eric. Eric goes down to 8. Jordan gains 3 from the Ocelot Pride, plays a land. He's going to pass the turn, and now they're going to have to do some quantum mechanics to figure out how many cats Jordan's going to get. Also, he's going to get extra treasure tokens from the Ocelot Prides. Because for each token you control, Ocelot Pride makes a copy of that. So Jordan's going to have endless amounts of mana going into the next turn as well, which means that some of his better draws might be like Starfield Shepherd to be able to cast it and get like some extra creatures. Looks like that's 8 cats that Jordan has now. 8 cats and 3 treasure tokens. And that also gives Jordan a ton of energy to work with as well. Like every turn Jordan attacks, yeah, he has 12 energy. Every turn he attacks, he's going to be able to attack with at least a 3/3 flyer. So Eric really needs to find an answer here. He needs something impactful. He drew Ragavan to go along with his Guide of Souls. This Ragavan could be pretty integral. If he attacks with it and gives it flying, he'll get to take a look at the top of Jordan's deck, and it's possible that the top of Jordan's deck has something that might give Eric a shot at getting back into this game. Like, let's say this Ragavan hits Jordan and it hits like a Galvanic Discharge or something that gets to kill one of the Ocelot Prides or one of the Guide of Souls, whatever would make sense in the moment. Jordan, in response to this, is going to fetch a Meticulous Archive. If the card is bad, he's going to leave it on top so that Ragavan hits it and does the Surveil for him, but also doesn't give Eric the opportunity to actually draw something relevant from Jordan's side. So Jordan sees an Ocelot Pride, obviously has to get rid of that. He can't allow Eric to have a second Ocelot Pride here when he's so far ahead. So Jordan's going to go down to 25. And they're going to flip over a Solitude. It's pretty interesting. Eric actually is not going to be able to cast that Solitude. He has 2 mana, and he makes a treasure from the Ragavan, and then he gets an extra treasure from the Ocelot Pride. But because he doesn't have another Ocelot Pride to make a 3rd treasure, he doesn't actually get to cast the Solitude on the end step. So the Solitude not going to be relevant here, unfortunately, for Eric. Eric's definitely staring down the depths here. Jordan with double Guide Pride, really, really impactful in this game. So Eric gets a couple extra cat tokens. He's going to get his 2 treasure tokens, but then he's going to have to pass the turn. Solitude stays exiled. And Jordan's going to get to untap. Let's see what he draws. Can Jordan close out this game this turn? Or at least make it close to inevitable? Lots of blockers on both sides, but lots of flying from the Guide of Souls as well. And these creatures have flying counters on them, so theoretically Eric could at some point block as well. So he has this Guide of Souls back, so he does have a blocker. But Jordan, when he attacks, he can just stack those 1/1 counters onto his existing creatures that are, a 3/4 Guide of Souls, a 4/4 Goblin, and a 3/3 Ocelot Pride. He can stack those counters on them as well, so he can continue his assault here. Jordan drew a Ragavan for the turn. Really interesting. Jordan's going to have to determine whether or not dashing Ragavan and then committing one of your Guide of Souls triggers to the Ragavan is relevant enough to make worth playing. It's challenging because you kind of want to spend your energy, like your Guide of Souls triggers on your on your creatures that are going to get big enough to fight through Eric's 3/4 flying Guide of Souls on the other end. Jordan trying to determine how many blockers Eric has to see if he actually has potential lethal damage here. Another option for Jordan is that he could commit both of his Guide of Souls triggers to different creatures. Like he could commit them to his other Ocelot Pride and his other Guide of Souls and send all of those creatures in. And based on that combat math, he's going to try and determine whether or not he wins the game. Like, I don't think he does. Let's see. If he had another Guide of Souls and another Ocelot Pride, we're looking at 5 attackers that are attacking for 3 or more. So Eric can block 4 of them. And then he takes 8 plus whatever the last creature is. So yeah, Jordan does not have Eric dead on board. And so it looks like he's going to dash his Ragavan and then commit to spending energy to have the Ragavan get in there, potentially. He also might just, like, attack with the Ragavan and the rest of the creatures, deal, 10 or 11 to Eric, and just decide that after all the dust has settled, he's still going to be left with a ton of creatures in play. Like, if he gives +2/+2 to his Guide of Souls and his Ocelot Pride, he's only able. Eric's actually only able to block one of the flyers. Now that I think about it, so he might actually just be dead on board here. I think he is. Let's see. He blocks 4 damage from the Goblin and takes 12 damage from Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, and Ocelot Pride. So he goes to 5, and then he is gonna be able to block 3 creatures. And yeah, I think that's lethal. I mean, I don't really see how Eric gets out of this if Jordan attacks with all of his creatures and pumps his non-pumped Guide of Souls and his non-pumped Ocelot Pride. Because they have flying, there's just no way to block them, right? Like, Jordan, we know Eric doesn't have anything in hand. Yeah, let's see. Eric can block the 4 damage from the Goblin Shaman, takes 12 from the other flyers, then takes 8. There are 8 1/1s attacking and a 2/1. Okay, so it looks like Jordan is not committing his other Guide of Souls and his other Ocelot Pride. Instead, he's choosing to commit his current Guide of Souls triggers to his Ocelot Pride and the Ragavan that's dashing in for an attack. But he is sending his 8 cats and his 4/4 Goblin Shaman. So Eric has to figure out how he's going to block here. I guess Eric had 5 cats, so he probably actually isn't dead. I forgot about the 5 cats, since they aren't being represented by a token. And looks like Eric just blocked all 8 of the cats, and he's trying to figure out whether or not he has to chump block or block, or he can block the Guide of Souls that's flying in. So the Ocelot Pride's coming in for 5. I don't know what that card is under the Ocelot Pride. I kind of wish I did. Let's see. Oh, it's a Starfield Shepherd. That's right. So Starfield Shepherd's coming in for 3 as well. So let's see. We've got Starfield for 3, Ocelot for 5. So if Eric blocks the 3/4, he's gonna take 5, 8, plus 4, 12, plus 4, 16. So he can actually block the Guide of Souls and go to 1, it looks like here. And that's what he's gonna do. So he goes to 1. Reveals a Galvanic Discharge. I mean, that's just a disaster if you're sitting in Eric's seat. I mean, Jordan gets to just kill the Ocelot Pride, and I mean, the Ocelot Pride is what was keeping you in this game in the first place, right? So now what can you draw? I mean, Eric has to draw something that's probably not in his deck, like Wrath of Soul or Wrath of the Skies. But let's see what he draws. Let's see if he can get out of it. Draws a card, scoops it up. Really well played from Jordan and Eric both there. Jordan determining at the last turn that he couldn't quite attack with his Pride and his Guide. And I think from Jordan's perspective, especially when there's a lot going on, if the math is like a little more complicated and, you know, you spend the time and you feel like you figured it out and maybe you win, maybe you don't. But at the end of the day, like, how often are you losing a game where you then go to your end step and you still have 2 Guide of Souls and 2 Ocelot Prides, right? Like, it just doesn't feel like you're losing the game that often. So I like the way that Jordan played those final sequences. And now we get to take a look at the sideboards here. So for Boros Energy, we've got the Legend of Roku, Rest in Peace, Vexing Bauble, 2 Orum's Chant, 2 Sanctifier on Vec, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 2 Blood Moon, 2 Wear and Tear. I'm not sure exactly what you're supposed to bring in here. I mean, Sanctifier on Vex seems like it could be interesting potentially, like, but the problem is like a lot of your opponent's best draws are based off of their white creatures. So even if your Sanctifier Vec is good against the red removal or the like Ragavans of the world, like we saw in that last game, Guide Pride just completely took over the match. So or took over the game rather. So I'm not entirely sure what you're supposed to board in if you're Eric. I mean, maybe some number of Wrath of the Skies so that you can reset a board that's gotten too out of hand potentially. Especially since you're the one that gets to choose when it happens. But your Wrath of the Skies is markedly worse against Jeskai Blink than their Wrath of the Skies will be against you. And speaking of Jeskai Blink's Wrath of the Skies, let's see if they have any in the sideboard. They have 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 1 Thraben Charm, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 2 Mystical Disputes, 2 Wrath of the Skies, and 1 Ashok Dream Render. I mean, you gotta imagine those Wrath of the Skies are coming in. Really, really good against Boros Energy. Thraben Charm probably coming in. I don't imagine we'll see anything else. Like Teferi Time Raveler on the draw doesn't seem particularly enticing. Maybe you bring in like Consigned to Memories. I don't think so though. It seems like your main deck is pretty well set up in this matchup on average. So, but yeah, let's see what these players did. It looks like Jordan's going to be taking a mulligan. Eric not mulliganing, so keeping his full 7. I think the few removal spells that exist in both of these decks are going to be pretty important in these matchups. You know, the Galvanic Discharges and the Lightning Bolts of the world. If you're Eric playing Boros Energy, the removal spells, especially from Eric's perspective, to stop Starfield Shepherd Ephemerate shenanigans. Jordan has more ways to find Guide Pride at lower mana costs than Eric does with the Starfield Shepherds, so that interaction in particular can be pretty impactful in terms of how the way the game develops. And sometimes you just need to kill the guide or the pride. So yeah, I imagine they are going to heavily favor keeping removal heavy hands. As we see Eric fetch, take 2 from a Sacred Foundry and play a Guide of Souls. Jordan's going to draw. Ended up keeping 6 cards. So Jordan's going to drop to his 7th card. We see a couple lands and Ophelia. Looks like we're just playing an Inspiring Vantage and passing. And we're just making sure the life total is correct. It was not an Inspiring Vantage. It was a Sacred Foundry. So Jordan went down to 18. He played it so confidently, I assumed it was an Inspiring Vantage. And it looks like Eric draws and is going to play an Ocelot Pride. And Jordan has the timely Galvanic Discharge. Chooses to discharge the Guide of Souls as opposed to the Ocelot Pride here. Has the blocker in the form of the Philia. And has a Guide of Souls as well of his own. Couple lands in hand as well for Jordan here. Gonna play a Flooded Strand and pass. Eric, end step, gonna fetch his Windswept Heath, go down to 16. It's a Surveil land. We all knew it. Guess we'll just have to see what he likes on top. Does he like it? We're getting rid of a Ragavan here. Pretty interesting. What's Eric looking for? Is he looking for more lands? So he untaps, draws. He's going to play a Voice of Victory. So that's going to make Jordan commit to the Philia now. So Eric gets information about whether or not he is going to want to attack with his Ocelot Pride. So that's why Eric played the Voice of Victory pre-combat. Jordan's just getting planes here. I think I see a Goblin Bombardment in Eric's hand as well, but I don't think I see a 3rd land, which is why I think he binned the Ragavan. And that looks to be the case, so he passes without hitting his 3rd land drop. Pretty important here. Looks like double Ranger Captain of Eos and a Thraben Charm. as well as the Goblin Bombardment for Eric. Jordan untaps, draws, plays a Surveil land, the Elegant Parlor, gets rid of an Arena of Glory, has Guide of Souls, has Feely in hand, so plays Guide of Souls and just passes the turn here. Not a lot going on for Jordan in terms of his hand here. Lots going on for Eric. He just needs to draw the lands, and he drew a land here. Really important, really impactful. Goblin Bombardment here is going to be a big deal. The Voice of Victory is going to get to attack, get those 2/1/1s. Eric's going to be able to ping down Guide of Souls or Felia. He basically gets his pick. He knows Jordan can't respond with anything because Voice of Victory is in play. So Eric's going to get these 2 warriors that are tapped and attacking. Jordan's going to have to determine where he wants to put blockers potentially. If you're in Jordan's seat right here, you actually have to... You really... Like, you can block both of the warriors if you want, I guess. But you definitely can't block the Voice of Victory, because then the warriors can clean up for 1 less sacrifice damage trigger. So, yeah, we'll see how Jordan determines he's going to block. I guess he could double block the Voice of Victory here, but and that's a fine block. It ends up saving Jordan life this turn. Like, Jordan isn't going to be taking any damage now because Eric is forced to kill one of the creatures that are blocking the Voice of Victory to maintain it on the board. Jordan untaps and draws. Looks like he drew another land here. He's got Felia and a Guide of Souls. Blocking with the... Jordan's really happy that Eric killed the Felia in that moment because he had an extra one in hand. It's actually really, really beneficial for Jordan. He has to play the Felia main phase, however, because of the Voice of Victory, so he is going to get some extra energy here. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Jordan wants to attack with his Guide of Souls and spend the energy or not. It looks like he's just attacking. He's not spending the energy on the Guide of Souls yet. Oh, he did spend the energy. He just didn't put the counters on. Okay, that makes sense. He plays a tapped land and passes the turn. Eric's going to untap and draw. He didn't draw his 4th land, but he still has a lot of action going on. 2 Ranger Captains and a Thraben Charm. He's firmly in the driver's seat here, has the Voice of Victory. The Voice of Victory is going to be a big problem with this Goblin Bombardment for the foreseeable future. Jordan hellbent, or 1 card in hand. Not a lot going on. Thraben Charm, the Guide of Souls here. And then Eric's going to attack with all of his creatures. He's going to instantly kill the other Guide of Souls on the side of the table, so he's going to hit Jordan for 2 here, gain a life himself, go up to 14. He's going to get an Ocelot Pride trigger on the end step. And even though Jordan has a Guide of Souls that's attacking for 3 every turn, he really isn't making a lot of headway here. He might actually have to keep the Guide of Souls back on his next turn. It really heavily depends on what he draws. I think Jordan's really looking for a removal spell here for the Voice of Victory, or maybe a way to get rid of the Goblin Bombardment. They're just trying to figure out what the life totals are, because as fun as Boros Energy is, lots of Guide of Souls triggers, lots of small 1 or 2 damage plays that happen in this deck. So just got to make sure that you check with your opponent, ensure everyone's on the same page. Yeah, and it looks like we got to a place where everyone's happy. So Jordan's at 19, Eric's at 14. And Eric gets a 1/1 cat with that die representing it. Interesting, Jordan had a land in hand, but drew Solitude, and that's actually, I think, one of Jordan's best draws here. Getting to get rid of the Voice of Victory while also developing a lifelinker is going to give Jordan a little bit more breathing room, which will give him more time to potentially draw more cards to be able to cast in this game. The thing is, Jordan is ahead on mana, but since he doesn't have any cards, he kind of actually wants more time to be able to draw into more action, because eventually Eric's going to draw another land, and he's going to be firing on all cylinders. Like, right here, he drew Arid Mesa, and now he has a bunch of different options. Like, he can play Ranger Captain Vios and grab his another Guide of Souls. He can Thraben Charm, which it looks like he's doing right now. So he's Thraben Charming and passing here. Jordan unfortunately can't attack here because Ocelot Pride has first strike, and there's a 1/1 cat token here. So if he attacked, Eric could block with the first strike Ocelot Pride and then sacrifice the 1/1 cat to deal 1 to Solitude, putting its toughness to 1, which means Solitude wouldn't gain any life and it would die to the Ocelot Pride. So Jordan just draws his land and plays it and passes. Eric's going to fetch and grab a Sacred Foundry here. He's going to untap and draw. And yeah, double Ranger Captain in hand. We'll see what he decides to do. Lots of options for Eric here. Ranger Captain coming out. And you can see that nod from Jordan. I think he sees what's happening, the writing on the wall. I mean, Eric's most likely going to get God of Souls here. He's going to play it. And now he's going to have 9 permanents once the cat comes into play. So Ocelot Pride's going to ascend. It's going to create 2 cat tokens. Eric's going to get a couple life, go up to 15. He's going to make some extra energy, so he's going to be able to start attacking with a flying Ocelot Pride if he wants, or flying Guide of Souls or Ranger Captain. He gets to pick. The Goblin Bombardment is a huge problem. So Jordan's fetching end step to see if he can find anything that can combat what Eric is bringing to the table here. He decides to keep it. Really interesting. What do you keep if you're Jordan here? I mean, what does this tell Eric, right? What does Jordan have to keep if he sees it on top? That should definitely inform Eric's decisions on what he's going to do this turn. He draws a Guide of Souls, so he's going to play a Guide of Souls. Jordan has a Solitude, which I think is probably the card that makes the most sense for Jordan to have here. It's one of the only cards that gives you a clean 2-for-1 in this situation potentially. But it's still going to be an uphill battle here. Jordan might need to draw a 3rd Solitude off the top to even potentially be a little more competitive in this game. We got God of Souls into Ragavan here. So now we've got double God of Souls triggers as long as Eric has the requisite amount of energy. I think Eric might have missed his Ocelot Pride trigger last turn. I'm not entirely sure, but he's definitely ascended now. Yeah, and it looks like we're getting in with the Dash Ragavan, the Ranger Captain of Eos, and the Ocelot Pride, and he's going to target Ocelot Pride with the Guide of Souls trigger. Jordan's going to let that resolve. He's going to block Ragavan with a Solitude, and then he's going to cast his own Solitude to kill Ocelot Pride. So Eric's going to have to determine whether, how he wants to go about this. He's probably going to sacrifice his Ocelot Pride and the cat token to kill the Solitude. But getting the Ocelot Pride off the board is a big deal for Jordan. That Ocelot Pride was going to completely run away with the game. And now Jordan's still in a tough position. He's going to trade with this Ragavan and the Solitude, and he's going to gain 3 life, which is good. But, it ends up staying the same because of the Ranger Captain. And Eric still has, some energy kicking around. He's got 2 Guide of Souls and a Ranger Captain in play. He's got a Ranger Captain in hand. But Jordan actually does have some draws here. What if he draws a Quantum Riddler? Or a Starfield Shepherd? Tons of potential good plays here. Draws a land, unfortunately. That's a really critical turn for Jordan to miss. He really, really needed to hit something there. Quantum Riddler into an Ephemerate, or Quantum Riddler into a removal spell, for example, for one of these guides, potentially. But now we're going to see Ranger Captain from Eric. He's going to get another Ocelot Pride. Looks like he's getting Ragavan, maybe. Interesting. Eric potentially determining that he doesn't need Ocelot Pride. I guess if he gets Ragavan and he dashes it, he's going to be dealing 10 damage at minimum. Which, if he deals extra damage with the Guide of Souls, then the Goblin Bombardment is actually lethal. So heads up play from Eric here, getting the Ragavan instead of getting Ocelot Pride. So he's attacking for 10 at a baseline, but if he upticks the Guide of Souls, he's attacking for 10 with the Guide of Souls, or 9 rather. My apologies. So I don't know if he actually has Jordan dead here then. I think my math might have been wrong. Okay, well, Jordan gets the fetch, so Eric definitely doesn't have him dead. But Jordan skips him up, draws a Sacred Foundry, has seen the writing on the wall. Enough's enough. Can't get out of that one. It definitely came down to that last turn there for Jordan. He really needed to draw something like a Quantum Riddler or a Starfield Shepherd. I don't actually know if Starfield Shepherd would do it. I think most of his turns where he wins the game there start with Quantum Riddler. Most likely something like Quantum Riddler, Ephemerate, removal spell. Because then he can Quantum Riddler, removal spell, cast Ephemerate, draw another removal spell potentially. Because if he gets to get rid of both of the guides there, then he takes 3 from the from the Ranger Captain, and then he's able to potentially stabilize. So really close game between Jordan and Eric there. Really close games from both games here. Jordan's going to be on the play now. So we'll see how that potentially changes. It doesn't look like he's sideboarding, but it looks like Eric is sideboarding differently on the play and on the draw. Looks like we're bringing in Wrath of the Skies on the draw, which is pretty interesting. The consideration for Eric bringing in Wrath of the Skies is most likely that the person on the play in this matchup is more likely to have an out of control start, right? Like a Guide Pride start, etc. So my guess is that he's bringing in the Wrath of the Skies to hedge against the potential like out of control Guide Pride starts that Jordan can have. And both of these decks are actually pretty good at finding Guide Pride. I think Jordan's is like a little better at it because if you have one Starfield Shepherd and an Ephemerate, you can find both pieces. And you can do it at lower mana cost than something like Ranger Captain of Eos. So interesting sideboarding from Eric. I don't know if it's necessarily correct. I haven't played the matchup, but I can totally see why you would do it. Like some percentage of the games against Jordan, you're going to be able to go, third land, cast Wrath of the Skies. It hasn't gotten so bad that you've taken a bunch of damage yet. Jordan, looking at his first 7, looks to be like 4 lands, a Ragavan, and a God of Souls. So he's going to keep. Eric also keeps his 7. And Eric is draws a card, plays Arid Mesa, and fetches, and it looks like he's eyeing up a Galvanic Discharge. He has an Ajani in hand. He has an Ocelot Pride. Looks like he's playing the Ocelot Pride, hoping to block the Ragavan. Taking 2 from the Sacred Foundry. Jordan drawing the timely Prismatic Ending right off the top here. It's a pretty important draw for Jordan. I don't know if he had any other removal spells for that Ocelot Pride. And now he gets to potentially play his Voice of Victory off of the top as well. Wow, Voice of Victory is a really good hit here from Ragavan. And Jordan's going to take the opportunity to do that. So he's going to fetch his Arid Mesa, get some sort of land, and then crack the treasure he got from the Ragavan to play Voice of Victory. I believe Eric should be at 15 because he took 2 from Ragavan. So yeah, now Jordan gets to play Eric's Voice of Victory. Eric untaps, plays a land, plays a Johnny. So he has a 2-1 and a 1-2. Jordan, he does have a removal spell, but he didn't have a 1-mana removal spell before for the Prismatic Ending. So now he has a Thraben Charm in hand. I think we're likely going to see some form of Guide of Souls into attack with Voice of Victory, make a couple of energy, and then leverage Thraben Charm against a Johnny to handle it. He could play Fable the Mirror Breaker here, but I think when your foot is on the gas, especially with a Ragavan in play, you probably want to make more aggressively assertive plays like this, especially since if Eric is able to get back into the game, that Fable the Mirror Breaker is probably better later down the line, like next turn, for example. Like if you draw a land, you can keep that land in hand, and then if you draw another land, you can get rid of both of them to try and find action. So it looks like Jordan's going to fetch, grab a Hallowed Fountain, take 2, down to 14. And he's going to Thraben Charm before they go to combat, kill the Ajani, and then he's going to commit his attackers, his Voice of Victory, and his Ragavan. It does not look like he has enough energy to jump the Ragavan, so it looks like Eric is going to block it with the 2-1 cat. So Eric's going to take 3 here. Jordan has 2 energy, so all he needs is 1 creature next turn to get up to the requisite 3 energy for his Guide of Souls. We see Galvanic Discharge, a Johnny, and Guide of Souls from Eric. He untaps and draws a card. He has 2 lands in hand, so Eric could go a Johnny into kill one of Jordan's creatures with a Galvanic Discharge. It'll be interesting to see which one he chooses. I think Guide of Souls is correct. It makes a lot of sense. Like, a lot of the ways that you lose this game is if Jordan is able to find Ocelot Pride. So now he plays another Ajani, and the Voice of Victory is somewhat stymied by this Ajani here. But Jordan draws another Thraben Charm. Now, this is a pretty interesting decision. He decides to play the land, which leads me to believe that he's probably not going to be casting Fable the Mirror Breaker here. He's getting his 2 warrior attackers, And Eric's going to be incentivized to block with the cat token, but then Jordan gets to Thraven Charm the Ajani away. So the cat token dies, the Ajani dies. Eric's going to take 2. And then Jordan's going to pass the turn. He has Fable the Mirror Breaker in hand. Eric untaps and draws. He still has Goddess Souls in hand. So he's going to play the Goddess Souls. Looks like he drew a Voice of Victory. He's going to play an Arid Mesa and crack it. Oh, and he's taking 2 from the Sacred Foundry. That leads me to believe that he has like a Ranger Captain in hand. And he's just going to try and start Guide Priding. Oh, he has a Voice of Victory. Okay, what's the last card in his hand then? It has to be a 1-mana spell. Looked white. Guess we're going to see it. Oh, it is just a natural Ocelot Pride. Wow. Really, really good from Eric here. He's going to ascend next turn, most likely. Like, if he draws a land, he gets to play it, and then he ascends. If he draws a creature, he gets to play it, and he ascends. If he draws a removal spell, that's actually pretty good for him. I think Eric's turning the corner here. He was able to stymie Jordan's aggression. Had a couple key removal spells. Ajani being really critical there. Bought Eric a lot of time. Made Jordan spend a lot of his mana on removing the Ajanis. Jordan fetched end step and surveilled to the top. He liked what he saw, so he untapped and drew. I think he drew a Wrath of the Skies, which is, wow, but that's a big swing for Jordan. I mean, this game was just about to get out of his control. But if he Wrath of the Skies for 2 here, he gets to reset the board, but he's the one that has a Fable the Mirror Breaker in hand versus Eric having nothing. Eric's going to get the first crack at spending his mana, so if he draws some relevant threat here, then Jordan could still be behind. But if Eric draws something like a land here, which is what he did, he gets to Surveil. Like, that's the best land you can draw if you're going to draw land, and he keeps it on top. But now Jordan gets to just untap and play a Fable the Mirror Breaker if he wants, or looks like he drew a Quantum Riddler. Wow, that's definitely got to be one of your best draws as well. He draws an Ephemerate too, and a land. So he gets to play land, and he gets to play Fable the Mirror Breaker, or he gets to Ephemerate the Quantum Riddler here if he wants. Looks like he's fetching. And he's grabbing a Plains. This doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to play Fable the Mirror Breaker. He might still Ephemerate the Quantum Riddler. Big part of the reason you would ephemerate the Quantum Riddler here is because it saves you the mana on having to spend it, having to spend 5 mana on a later turn to cast it. So yeah, he is ephemerating the Quantum Riddler. He only has 1 card in hand, so he gets to draw another 2 cards. We still have Galvanic Discharge and an Ocelot Pride as well. Wow, so Jordan gets to put Ocelot Pride into play and has Galvanic Discharge up for whatever Eric kept on top. Jordan knows that Eric kept something good on top, so let's see what it is. 5 mana. Okay, it looks like a Wrath of the Skies for 3. The reason Eric is paying 3 for Wrath of the Skies is because he wants to get the extra energy from the Wrath, so that he can actually kill the Quantum Riddler as well, because he had energy in his stores. So he had enough energy to kill Quantum Riddler and Ocelot Pride. Such a swingy game. Wow, Eric he kept the Wrath of the Skies on the top as well. Really, really interesting. Jordan untaps, plays Fable the Mirror Breaker, gets a Goblin Shaman, passes. Eric untaps, draws a land. That is not what you want to see if you're Eric. Jordan untaps, draws, gets to decide what to discard on Fable. Has Fable and Galvanic Discharge in hand, so only gets rid of Arid Mesa, draws a Wrath of the Skies. That's definitely a nice insurance policy here, but Jordan's in the driver's seat. He gets to attack for 2, make a treasure, play a Fable the Mirror Breaker again, get another Goblin Shaman. He's going to get to filter his draws again. Galvanic Discharge covers a lot of the outs that Eric potentially has here. Eric needs to draw another Wrath of the Skies, and he needs to draw another Wrath of the Skies right now. He drew an Arid Mesa, and that's the game. Congratulations to Jordan Reed for winning round 5 of the Chillerpillar Open. What a great game. What a great match. Well played, players. Really, really interesting to see. That last game was so swingy. Wow. Those are the games that you play Magic for. The Eric heads up play, keeping the Wrath of the Skies on top. You know, he has enough energy to kill the Quantum Riddler. You know, Jordan casting the Thraben Charm instead of the Fable the Mirror Breaker. It ended up being relevant later in the game to have the Fable later in the game. Eric drawing that natural Ocelot Pride with the Guide of Souls. as well as a Voice of Victory. If Jordan didn't have Wrath of the Skies, Eric was definitely going to be able to turn the corner as well. You can see how relevant Wrath of the Skies is and can be in this matchup, and it makes sense why both players brought it in. But that does it for round 5 for us. I'm Trenton McIntyre. I will be back with you for round 6, but I'm going to take a short break before then. We'll see you there. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. I'm Trenton McIntyre. I'll be your host this evening. It's just me in the booth. Bear with me while I try to figure out what card names are and what they look like. We've had an exciting 5 rounds though. Lots of really cool, intense matches in Modern. Lots of interacting has been a staple of this event so far, and it looks like we've had just a quick table change, which is why we haven't cut to our match yet. But I'll give a little bit of the standings here. We've got 3 5-0s. Patrick Tilson, Lyndon Coote, Spencer Shaw, Joe Warwick. And just a sea of 4-1s all the way down to 16th place. And then we have a 3 1-1s to round out down to 19th place. So lots of magic to be had here. I suspect that if the 5 thank you King Strawberry, I appreciate being called a Chad. I think the 5-0s could possibly draw, and then even if they lose the next round they still top 8. So I believe that's why we're seeing Dylan Dubik here versus William Nowinski. Revoted Pylon, interesting deck name. It looks like it is a Halfling Leyline Abundance deck with Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler, Vizier of Remedies. Okay, it's a Devoted Druid list. I see. So we don't have Dylan's deck list currently, but we do know William's deck list is a Devoted Druid style deck list. So lots of ways to find Devoted Druid and Vizier of Remedies. We've got 4 Green Sun Zenith, 4 Nature's Rhythms. We've got a bunch of 1-ofs, Endurance, Insidious Fungus, etc. And from Dylan's side, we will see momentarily what he is playing. I believe I see a Xenagos God of Revels there. Or the Xenagod, as it were. Players are stipulating whether or not they want a mulligan here. Unsure who's going first. Looks like William is going for... Oh, wow. William's showing his hand for us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We've got a couple lands. Looks like 3 lands. Maybe 2 lands. A Tyvar, I believe I see in there. Looks like maybe a Devoted Druid. Just a bunch of green little guys. And Dylan's mulliganing down to 6 here. Xenagos God of Revels from Dylan leads me to believe that he might be playing some sort of curiosity list, or not curiosity, indomitable creativity list. Excuse me. To be able to get Xenagos and the World Spine Worm. Looks like Dylan's going down to 5, however, though. Definitely not where you want to be. Not where you want to start. Let's see where these players are at in the standings here. It looks like Dylan is 4-1, so I have to imagine that William is also 4-1. And he is. William's in 4th place in the standings right now. Dylan in 13th. And it's pretty likely that these players know what each other are on now, or at least have some semblance of what they're on. So it's possible that Dylan is mulliganing more aggressively to ensure that he finds hands that are faster than your average Devoted Druid Vizier of Remedy draw. We've got a couple lands from Dylan here. Looks like a Neoform and a Planar Genesis. Summoner's Pact. It's possible that this is a Neoform deck. I guess we'll see momentarily. Dylan keeps the 5. Yeah, we've got Neoform, Planar Genesis, Summoner's Pact, and a couple lands. Wow, Dylan draws Pact of Negation. That might be huge here. William starts the game, pre-game actions with Leyline of Abundance, and played a Windswept Heath on his first turn. Now he's fetching end step. to get a Dryad Arbor here. We'll see what William gets to follow up this Dryad Arbor with. He does get to tap this Dryad Arbor for 2 mana here because of the Leyline of Abundance. Okay, so William plays a Devoted Druid, plays a fetch land, and passes. Dylan's going to fetch on end step. Leyline of Abundance is a pretty interesting addition to this Devoted Druid archetype. Gives you a place to put your infinite mana to make infinitely large creatures, but also helps you produce extra mana to get to a place where you're able to Devoted Druid and Vizier of Remedies quicker. I think it's really interesting inclusion here. Looks like Dylan's just going to surveil end step. Let's see what he finds. Now, does he like it? He's got a Summoner's Pact. He's got a Pact of Negation. He's got another land. I believe that's an Overgrown Tomb. And then we see Neoform and Planar Genesis. Dylan's in the tank here. It is scary when your opponent... Oh, and he draws Consigned to Memory. He kept Consigned to Memory on top, and he's going to take 2 from his shock land. It's scary when your Devoted Druid opponent just plays a Devoted Druid and passes. Like, you know, now Dylan has to consider whether or not William can just go for a win on this turn. It looks like Dylan did not want to find a creature to potentially Neoform with Summoner's Pact. So let's see what William's doing. He's just going to grab a Surveil land. Looks like a Mortuary. Grab Mortuary. But if we look at the mana count for William here too, like William's got 2 mana from the Dryad Arbor and 4 potential mana from the Devoted Druid. If he has a Nature's Rhythm or like a Court of Calling or something, he's going to be able to find Vizier of Remedies here. Plays a Verdant Catacombs for turn, untapped and drew, has a Green Sun Zenith in hand. So he's going to tap for 2 with the Dryad Arbor. We're going to see it 3 mana total, and he's going to Green Suns for 2. Now, what does he find with his Green Suns? Let's take a look. It looks like Dylan's going to respond with a Planar Genesis. Allosaurus Shepherd. It looks like Dylan is playing a Neoform deck. So he's going to keep the Allosaurus Shepherd, it looks like. He's putting everything else on the bottom. This is all while the Green Sun Zenith for 2 is on the stack. And okay, Dylan's going to go for a Pact of Negation on Green Sun Zenith for 2. And are we going to see another Green Sun Zenith for 2 from William? So he's tapping for 4 here. So he could be casting a Green Sun Zenith for 3 or 2 or 1. I guess for 0. Looks like it's for 2. He's going to find Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu. You can activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. And he taps to add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of creature sources. So it looks like he's going to find a Dryad Arbor as well with his fetch land. And he's able to tap the Dryad Arbor for mana because of Shang-Chi. Now he gets to cast a Fiend Artisan. And because the Fiend Artisan has haste with the Shang-Chi, he's going to go get Vizier of Remedies. And William gets Vizier of Remedies, so William currently has infinite mana with Devoted Druid, and he gets to make it infinitely large with the Leyline of Abundance. So William's going to take this game. Wow, really creative line to get to Devoted Druid there. Shang-Chi has to be a huge addition to this deck here, allowing you to win the game off of Green Sun Zeniths in those very critical spots. Let's take a look at the sideboards for these players. Let's start with William because I have it open here. two Abrupt Decay, 1 Outland Liberator, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Ashiok Dreamrender, 1 Collector Oof, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Force of Vigor, 2 Vexing Bauble, 1 Grist the Hunger Tide, 1 Calling Ritual, and 1 Crowl Harpooner. You gotta imagine that the Vexing Baubles are coming in here. Probably the Ashiok Dreamrender, I would imagine as well. He's probably going to take out some number of like more of the mopey cards in the deck that don't really matter as much in terms of like speed. All William really wants to do is be fast here and put in whatever disruption would make the most sense like against the Neoform deck. And then for the Neoform deck, which it is Neoform, it is confirmed. It's on the deck list. Beseiju Who Endures, Dismember, Elishnorn Grand Cenobite, 2 Endurance, 2 Hooting Mandrills, 1 Into the Floodmaw, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Nature's Claim, 1 Quadrix Charm, and 1 Veil of Summer. You're probably bringing in Elishnorn Grand Cenobite. It seems pretty good on average. You're probably bringing in Dismembers. Beseiju could be potentially good. I mean, it is kind of a free land, so some percentage of the time you might want to kill the Leyline of Abundance. Also, William might have draws where it matters that he resolves a Leyline of Abundance that he has drawn, and so you can disrupt that with Beseiju. So it's probably just like sort of free to bring in. So I can see that happening as well. It's possible that Dylan might want to bring in something like Hooting Mandrills to try and be as fast as possible, like the fastest he's possibly going to be. Mystical Disputes don't seem particularly good. Into the Floodmaw could be okay, definitely. I don't know if you necessarily want to bring in the Nature's Claims against William here. Like, they do hit the ley lines, but beyond the ley lines, they don't hit anything else, and like they hit Vexing Baubles out of the sideboard, I guess, so maybe the Nature's Claims work, but I feel like I might just board in Beseiju and like potentially 1 Nature's Claim if you want to have ways of dealing with the enchantments, for example. I don't think Veil of Summers are particularly good here. I mean, William's playing black, but doesn't look like he's really targeting you. It's possible that Dylan brings in the Veil of Summers because he anticipates that Dylan might have, William might have Thoughtseizes. But William does not have access to Thoughtseize in his deck list. So the name of the game in this matchup, from my perspective, is speed. How fast can Dylan and William go with critical pieces of interaction? Our players have sideboarded up, and we're going to game 2 here. Getting some good shuffles going, and we'll see if Dylan's going to keep his first 7. All right, Dylan, what do you got for us? Let's take a look. We've got Wistfulness, 1 land, Pact of Negation, Neoform, 2 Summoner's Pacts, and I think another creature. Yeah, looks like a 1-lander from Dylan, but he's choosing to keep here. Has a Nature's Claim as well. So Dylan did bring in the Nature's Claims. Guess you got to deal with Vexing Bauble one way or another. Also, I guess if you get to kill the Leyline of Abundance, some percentage of the time William will be able to make infinite mana but not actually do anything with it. Especially if you have ways to interact with him. So William mulliganed, so we're seeing a 6-card hand here. It's got 2 lands. We see a Badger Mole Cub. Looks like Craterhoof Behemoth, Badger Mole Cub ×2, Leyline, as well as Delighted Halfling, and 2 lands.
So interesting. We'll get to see what Dylan does here. Depending on the way the math works out, it's possible that Dylan might get rid of something like Delighted Halfling to keep Leyline of Abundance with double Badgermole Cub. Okay, looks like he's getting rid of a land here. Really interesting. Starts with Leyline of Abundance. Dylan plays Misty Rainforest and passes. William plays Untapped Land, plays Delighted Halfling. I guess the nice thing from William's perspective is there's not really a lot of removal from Dylan's deck that actually like kills your creatures. In fact, there might be 0 pieces of removal, maybe just like Into the Floodmaw and Dismember. So like a large percentage of the time your Delighted Halfling is living here. Dylan choosing to get the Hedge Maze to look at the top instead of casting the Nature's Claim makes a lot of sense. You don't have a second land, so you really want to find your second land. And if you don't find your second land, you're only going to be able to spend 1 mana on your second turn anyways, so you'll be able to cast the Nature's Claim on the Leyline of Abundance regardless. So he's going to take a look. If he doesn't find the land, my guess is he's probably going to put it in the graveyard and then hope to draw a land. Dylan's tanking, though. I feel like if it was a land, he probably wouldn't be tanking, so it's definitely got to be something that's pretty interesting. Guess we'll get to see if it's interesting enough to keep over a land. It looks like Hooting Mandrills is going to the graveyard. And Dylan untaps and draws. He draws Elishnorn Grand Cenobite. Definitely not what you want to see here. I mean, Dylan's almost forced here to just Nature's Claim the Leyline of Abundance right now. And that's what he's going to do. William's going to go to 22. William untaps, draws. Taps Delighted Halfling for a mana. I mean, I don't think William has another land to hand, so I think he might be getting a little punished by putting that land on the bottom of his library. Because now he's going to play a Badgermole Cub, and he's going to make this land a creature. But yeah, misses second land drop. Could be pretty relevant here. Gives Dylan a little bit more time to potentially draw out of the mana, the like lack of mana that he has. I mean, both players actually ending up with just 1 land in play. Pretty interesting. Good modern game. So Dylan draws, and we're waiting to see what he does. Can he do anything with this 1 mana? It doesn't look like he drew a land, so... What's the game plan here? Dylan really heavily considering what his options are here. It's a pretty integral, important turn of the game, so it makes a lot of sense to take your time here. And looks like Dylan's going to fire off a Summoner's Pact here. It looks like that card that he drew is Galta Stampede Tyrant. It's an 8-mana Trampler that's a 12/12, and when it enters, you can put any number of creatures from your hand onto the battlefield. And Dylan's getting a Disciple of Freyalise here, so getting a land from his Summoner's Pact. And he's going to Summoner's Pact again. So Dylan has double Summoner's Pact triggers here. He's going to get an Allosaurus Rider with his other Summoner's Pact. So Dylan gets the Allosaurus Rider. He's going to pitch 2 green cards to be able to cast it. Then he has the Neoform. He's Neoforming for Gristlebrand. The Gristlebrand's huge.
It's an 8-8. And I mean, you gotta imagine that Dylan's just gonna fire off a draw 7 here, right? Oh, looks like he's passing the turn. Really interesting. Dylan does have 2 packed triggers to pay for, so I guess he's probably going to be looking for something like a consign to memory to be able to counter both of those and keep his Gristlebrand in play. He knows that William doesn't have really a lot of removal for this Gristlebrand or ways to really interact with it in a meaningful way. So William's kind of being forced here to go basically as fast as he can. William taps Delighted Halfling, and it makes a green mana from the Badgermole Cubs, so he's able to put a counter on his land, play a couple Birds of Paradise, and pass here. Dylan's drawing 7 on the end step. I mean, he's going to have to find a consign to memory because he has to pay for both of these pack triggers. He does have 4 of them. Does he hit? I don't see a consign in there. He missed. Wow, Dylan missed the consign to memory off of 14 cards. And William wins 2-0 in a crazy last game. Gristlebrand in play. Dylan's so far ahead. If Dylan draws a consign to memory, he's going to hit for potentially 8, draw a bunch of cards. Wow. Really, really crazy game for Dylan there. Very unlucky to not hit the consign to memory there. But that's, hey, if you pick a deck like Neoform, that's what you expect, right? Like that's what you got to be expecting. Some percentage of the time you're just going to get varianced. It happens. But well played from both players regardless. I like the consign line. I like going for the Gristlebrand right then and there. Otherwise William gets chances to play things like the Ashiok that he has in his hand or his deck. Players talking after the match, I'm sure they're lamenting about the not hitting one of the 4 consigns in the top 14 cards of your deck that has 45 cards or whatever. Pretty unlikely, but it happens. And William's going to pick up this win, and that's a big win for William too. He's going to go to X-1, so he's going to be 5-1 going into the last round. And that's a big deal. He might be able to draw to get into the top 8. He might be able to. Well, if he wins, he's definitely in the top 8. If he loses, I don't know if there's a 5-2 that makes top 8, but if there was a 5-2 that makes top 8, it's pretty likely to be William because he's 4th in the standings currently. Dylan and his opponents are only getting better. So I'm really excited. I feel like we're probably going to be seeing William in the top 8, but I'm not going to say that's a guarantee for guaranteed outcome yet. And congrats to Dylan for a good tournament so far. I mean, if a 5-2 makes it in, it might be Dylan. So Dylan's definitely going to be fighting hard next round to see if he can be that 5-2 if there is one. But that does it for us for this round. I've been Trent McIntyre. I'll be back for round 7, which will be our final round before the top 8. We will be able to update you on the standings when that round comes. And I'm looking forward to some more fun and interesting Modern Magic with everyone. Stay tuned.
And I do have land off of Summoner's Pact. Yeah. So if I draw an Allosaurus Rider, it's the same as drawing a land.
Yeah. So you like put 4 extra lands in your deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had turn 3 Hoof Kill You with no combo, just Dork, Badgermole, land of Abundance.
I also missed on the Nourishing Shoal, which would have let me draw. It would have let me go even deeper. Yeah, the one shoal. Yeah.
For the rest of you, I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you not to offer or receive anything in exchange for a match result. Finally, this event prizes out to top 32. At the end of the Swiss rounds, please report to the prize wall to acquire your prizes. If you have made top 32.
I was round one featured last year and the year before. I got a sense you could defend my round one feature match championship.
I have won one match on coverage at competitive REL in my entire life.
All right, you guys are on my timer, so don't worry about it. I will let you know when to start.
It was against a Pro Tour player, so
That's something.
with it's tough. It's tough out here. It's not an ideal matchup.
This is a player announcement. We are running on-demand commander pods and on-demand drafts of the Hobbit. One of our drafts is almost full. If you would like to be our 8th player, please come on up to the judge station and sign up for a Hobbit draft.
Hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open in Kamloops, beautiful British Columbia. I'm your host, Trenton McIntyre. I'm going to be the only one commentating today, the solo job, as it were. So, as I've said before, you'll have to bear with me when I'm trying to figure out what these alternate art cards do. That's the first time I've ever seen the full art Gristlebrand. I'm an OG lover, but we've got the last round of the Swiss here. And the previous round, we did have an intentional draw between Lyndon Coote and his opponent. I do not remember exactly who that was, but it looks like we're going to be seeing Chris Donitz and Gareth Antley. Chris piloting Revoted Pylon. Wow, that's a tongue twister if you say it a couple times. And Gareth, we are not sure exactly what Gareth is on currently. It looks like Leyline of the Guild Pact is coming down. And we're going to play a Ragavan on turn 1, fetching an Arid Mesa, going down to 17, presumably, grabbing a Shockland. And Chris is on Belcher. And it looks like we're going to see a Disrupting Shoal to get rid of that Ragavan, getting rid of a 1-mana blue card. Not entirely sure what it is. Can't see with the glare. I guess Gareth gets to get a Plains because of the Leyline, so getting the basic land makes a lot of sense. Chris is just playing the one of the blue tap lands. It's one of the modal double-faced cards, so he's playing a blue tap land. Gareth's going to play a Polluted Delta, cast a Territorial Kavu. That's a 5/5. We'll see if the Belcher deck can get Belcher going before Gareth is able to amass a certain amount of pressure. Waterlog Teachings tapped from Chris Donitz here. And Gareth has a couple of options here. Has Stubborn Denial in hand, has Quantum Riddler. Stubborn Denial going to be really good in this matchup. So has to decide here what he wants to do. He also has a Psychic Frog. I do not believe he has a third land. So he's trying to decide whether or not he wants to develop or he wants to hold up Stubborn Denial here. Or if he wants to Quantum Riddler to try and get another land. Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing the Quantum Riddler, so Gareth's searching here. And it looks like Gareth drew another Psychic Frog. So he's going to send in the Territorial Kavu to get rid of the Psychic Frog. Try to hit his land drop. And it looks like he did hit his land drop.
Wow. So he plays a land, puts the Riddler into exile, and passes the turn. Chris is going to be on turn 3 here. We'll see if he... Well, he definitely has a land here. Seagate Restoration taking 3, and casting a Lotus Bloom, putting it into exile, rather. Looks like this Marsh Flats is getting fetched from Gareth's side. Gonna go find a Surveil land, presumably. Chris just played Seagate Restoration, took 3 and passed, so this signals probably a couple of different things to Gareth. Most likely, Chris might have some combination of like Counterspell and Into the Floodmaw, could have Disrupting Shoal for 1, could have Force of Negation, Sink into Stupor as well. Lots of options for Chris here. So Garrett's going to untap, draw, play an Arid Mesa. He's going to get him with his Territorial Kavu. Discarding. Not exactly sure what that card is, but he's discarding it, drawing a card, plays a Psychic Frog, has a Stubborn Denial up. Garrett's definitely in the driver's seat. I mean, he's got Chris dead to rights on the next end step, or on the next combat step. Looks like Chris gets to whir for 0 here, though, which does put a Lotus Bloom into play. So Chris could actually win next turn if he plays untapped land and plays Goblin Charbelcher. So was Gareth's Assault fast enough? That's the question. I believe that card in the graveyard that's full art is Leyline Binding. So Gareth choosing to get rid of Leyline Binding might end up costing him, though, because he could have Leyline Binding on the end step to kill the Lotus Bloom. But looks like Chris does not have the untapped 4th land, so it just has to play a tapped Jawari Disruption. Garrett's going to fetch end step here, presumably grabbing another Surveil. So Gareth does have Chris dead on board, but Chris has plenty of options to survive this next combat. A lot of the blue modal double-faced cards interact with combat in positive ways for Chris here. Things like Sink into Stupor to bounce the Territorial Kavu, or there's a 2-mana modal double-faced card that gives -2/-0. I believe that's Beguine Veil. There's a lot of just different modal double-faced cards that will stop Chris from losing the game here. We see a Quantum Riddler here from Gareth. In response to the Quantum Riddler trigger, Gareth's going to discard a card to Psychic Frog. That way he gets to draw 2 cards here. Gareth still has the Stubborn Denial up, though, so it's possible that regardless of what Chris casts, Gareth will just be able to counter it and swing for lethal anyways. Looks like we see a Practiced Offense and a Scion of Draco from Gareth. So Chris is dead on board here. Gareth is going to swing with the Territorial Kavu and the Psychic Frog. He's going to choose whether or not to discard with the Kavu. He is going to discard a Practice Offense to draw a card. He draws another land. Chris is going to tap out. Chris could have 2 spells here that save him. Like, he could start off with Sink into Stupor. If it gets countered by Stubborn Denial, then Chris could break the Lotus Bloom to cast another spell if he has it. So it's going to be interesting from Gareth's perspective to see whether or not he cares about Stubborn Denialing this. Because if he Stubborn Denials it and Chris is able to save himself with a different blue card, then he could untap and get his Lotus Bloom into play and win the game with Goblin Charbelcher. So I think that's why Gareth is not casting Stubborn Denial here. Oh, that was a Triome in the graveyard. Thank you. Gareth pronouns are they, them. Thank you very much. Looks like Gareth actually decided to discard the Territorial Kavu to deal an extra damage to Chris, putting Chris down to 4 here. Gareth draws another card. They play Scion of Draco, and since that card that they drew, one of the cards they drew was a land, they actually get to play this Arid Mesa and also still hold up Stubborn Denial. The second Quantum Riddler goes into exile. So this really is Chris's big turn here.
Chris needs to have Goblin Charbelcher or some way to deal lethal damage to Gareth, and he does not have it. So Gareth takes game 1 of the final round, and I've just received standings as well. So let's take a look and see where these players are at in the standings. Are they playing for a top 8 slot? I'd have to imagine so. Gareth 5-1 at 8th place, and Chris is 5-1 at 10th place. So whoever wins this match will make the top 8. And it's likely that they felt like they couldn't draw because they're at the bottom of the list of 5-1s. And depending on how the matches break up, they probably wouldn't be able to draw, or they might draw and one of them might get in, one of them might not. But let's get to sideboarding here. From Gareth's side of the table, playing against Goblin Charbelcher, we've got 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Surgical Extraction, 3 Consigned to Memory, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 High Noon, 1 Wear and Tear. I mean, we have to imagine that the Clarion Conquerors, the Consigned to Memories, the Wear Tears are definitely coming in. Mystical Disputes probably coming in as well. They are definitely going to be good. I don't think you're bringing in Surgical Distraction. You could try bringing in something like High Noon. The problem is you don't really want to dilute your deck from being able to win the game fast enough against the Belcher deck. So bringing in, say, like 10 sideboard cards might not necessarily be where Gareth wants to be. And Gareth is playing a lot of cards that he might not want to play in this matchup, but not like 10. He has 3 Fatal Push that are certainly coming out. Probably a bunch of the Leyline bindings are coming out as well. Maybe some of the practice offenses. So it's possible he might board in 10 cards just because he has enough. But from my perspective, I might even keep in the practice offenses just because they allow you to deal, 10 damage out of nowhere with just a single Territorial Kavu. That could definitely swing the tides of a game. From the Belcher side, we've got 1 Harbinger of the Seas, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Tormod's Crypt, 2 Unable to Scream, a Stock Up, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Namor the Submariner, 1 Island, 2 Engineered Explosives, 1 Tezzeret the Seeker, 2 Consigned to Memory. I have to imagine that you're probably bringing in something like Engineered Explosives and Unable to Screams here. I don't really know how good the Harbingers are, or the Namor. It's possible that Chris might bring in... I don't really know why you would bring in the Island here. Probably not, if I'm being honest. So I don't know if there's a lot here for Chris to sideboard. Just a couple of key cards, but realistically, he's just gonna want to be on game plan. So it looks like we are mulliganing here. Chris has decided to mulligan, and Gareth is going to decide whether or not they want to mulligan as well. Looks like we've got a Consigned to Memory, a Leyline, a couple of lands. I see maybe a Territorial Kavu potentially. Looks like Gareth's keeping. Let's see if Chris can find a keepable 6 here. We've got Force of Negation, Disrupting Shoal, Lotus Bloom. Looks like a Pact of Negation. And looks like Chris did end up keeping. Gareth's going to pre-game action start off with a Leyline. And Chris is going to play a Seagate Restoration tapped and suspend a Lotus Bloom. Gareth just untaps, draws a card, plays a line, and passes. The card he drew was Stubborn Denial, which is a big deal. That's one of your best cards in this matchup if you're Gareth. Hydroelectric Specimen for 3 damage here for Chris, and Gareth is going to fetch on end step. It seems like they are going to be getting a tap land here, or a Surveil land rather. If you're Gareth here and Chris decided that he wanted to play Hydroelectric Specimen for 3, I think if you're Gareth, you have to assume that Chris has a counterspell of some variety. So that might inform Gareth's Surveil decision. We'll see what they decided to draw. They decided to put Scion of Draco on top. So then tap, draw Scion, play an Overgrown Tomb for 2. Now let's see what they decide to play. They have a lot of options. They have Territorial Kavu, they have Frog, they have Sign of Draco. They lead with the Territorial Kavu, and that meets the counterspell from Chris. Chris gonna untap, put his Lotus Bloom on 1, play a tap Waterlog Teachings, and pass. So now if you're Gareth, it's possible that Chris, the coast is clear for Chris. You do get to run out the Scion, and you could potentially back it up with your counterspell in hand, but no need. Chris doesn't have a counterspell, so Chris is going to unsuspend Lotus Bloom on his upkeep, and then he's going to draw a card. And we'll see if Chris wants to commit to playing a Belcher if he has it. Gareth with 1 mana up can be pretty scary, especially post board. We see Consign and Stubborn Denial in Gareth's hand. Gareth has just a lot of access to a lot of 1 mana counter spells that are really impactful in this matchup. So Gareth is probably deciding right now whether or not he wants to just like slam Belcher right now and just go for it. Like, I guess the question for Chris is, does it get better than this? Looks like Chris has decided to play tapped Waterlog Teachings and just pass the turn. Gareth's gonna fetch Polluted Delta. I assume they're looking for a Surveil land. Yeah, it looks like Gareth is just getting a Raucous Theater. Interesting to see what Gareth keeps on top here. If it's a land, do you keep it because you get to play Frog and hold up both of your counter spells? I think so. And it looks like Gareth did keep a land. So they've identified that they want to play Psychic Frog and hold up double counter spell. Makes a lot of sense. Hit Chris for 4 with the Sign of Draco. Chris is going to untap. And now Chris has asked the same question again, except Gareth has more mana up and has a Psychic Frog in play that is very intimidating. So let's see what Chris does. Chris just plays a Hydroelectric Specimen tapped and passes the turn. Gareth draws another Psychic Frog. Gonna discard Practiced Offense to the Psychic Frog. And I think Practiced Offense might be lethal here if Chris doesn't have anything else. But Chris has a lot of mana available, so I like this line from Gareth regardless. Give your creatures a couple of counters, give something double strike. You have 2 counter spells, so if Gareth sacrifices Lotus Bloom and taps all of his mana to fight you on that axis, then you are probably winning that game regardless. Like, if you make Chris spend his Lotus Bloom, he doesn't have enough mana next turn to actually fire off Goblin Charbelcher, and so we see a Disrupting Shoal pitching Synchronous Super from Chris, but it's going to be met with Stubborn Denial. And it looks like we're seeing another Synchronous Super, and Chris just has no cards in hand, so could actually draw Belcher off the top here. But Consign It to Memory is going to stop that. Chris is not going to die this turn. Sending Practice Offense back into Gareth's hand. I don't actually think that Practice Offense should go into Gareth's hand. I think it should be exiled because of Flashback, but I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's fine because Remand would exile it, but yeah. Remand would exile it, but not Reprieve, maybe. I'm sure these players are aware. Looks like Frog is getting in. Frog and Draco, so Chris down to 7. Chris is playing to the best outs that he has, but Gareth has Chris covered with the Consign to Memory, so unless Chris draws something very interesting, I don't know if he's able to get out from under it, and it looks like that is the case, so Gareth is going to take this game, and another quick game for this event. I mean, we've had a lot of 2-0s that end within like 20 minutes. Really interesting to see from this modern format. Okay, we get to see Chris did bring in the Harbinger. The Seas thought it was impactful enough. Did bring in Namor as well.
a couple of unable to screams. That makes a lot of sense. Gareth brought in Consign to Memory, and I'm sure a bunch of other counter spells and ways to interact, Clarion Conquerors, etc. But yeah, we've had a lot of really fast games in this open. Maybe because the decks are fast or the players are just playing fast and well. Regardless, we've had a couple of really close ones as well. This matchup looked to be particularly challenging for Chris in this moment as well. Gareth with a lot of creatures that are inexpensive to develop, and also some of the best counter spells against the Belcher deck. So really efficient creature threats plus really efficient counter spells. Generally speaking, makes for pretty good matchup against combo decks, and we saw that bear fruit in this match for them. So congratulations to Gareth for making it into the top 8 at 6-1. And Chris, I guess we'll be hoping that he is the 5-2 if there is one. But yeah, we'll definitely be seeing more of Gareth in the top 8. I think 4-color Frog Zoo is really interesting, so excited to see more from it. I do not believe we have a secondary match here. So the next time that you'll be seeing, looks like we're trying to find a secondary match. So stay tuned here. This game ended pretty quickly, so we'd love to see a little bit more magic. But maybe I'll go over the standings while we wait for that match. So Lyndon Coote and Patrick Tilson drew at 5-0 last round, so they're 5-0-1, and we have a big amount of 5-1s here from 3rd to 10th place. So we saw 2 of our 5-1s, William and Gareth there, but we also have Andrew Snuchins, Matthew Stephenson, Jordan Reed, Spencer Shaw Jaworek, Dante Umferville Choi, and Chris Donitz, or I guess we saw Gareth and Chris. Williams there as well, which is interesting. That's the Devoted Druid deck. And then we have a couple of 4-1-1s. So we have Norman Poole and Mateo Mushumansky. Mushumansky. Nailed it. So the top 8 is definitely not deterministic. We know we're going to see Lyndon. We know we're going to see Patrick. We know we're going to see Gareth right now. But as for the rest of the top 8, it's we're going to see some combination of William, Andrew, Matthew, and Jordan. But it's definitely not determined. Some percentage of those players will have been able to draw. Some percentage will not have been able to draw. I'm sure the players figured out the math before they actually sat down for their rounds. So that's why finding a second match might be a little tougher for us. Just got to make sure that we're finding a match that is at least impactful or interesting. But yeah, stay tuned, and we'll see if we can find something cool for all of you. All right, it looks like we found another game, so we're just waiting for that to get set up, and then we'll get right back into the magic.
All right, so it looks like we've got Spencer Shaw Jaworth against Dante Umferville. Spencer's up 1 game in the match so far. And for those wondering at home, Spencer was the 7th seed and Dante was the 9th seed. So they are playing for a spot in the top 8. Spencer is ahead of Dante in games right now. So it looks like we're just in the mulligan stages of game 2. Players have already sideboarded. I'll be getting deck lists soon, so you'll be able to see what these players are playing. Looks like these players were playing, let's see, Boros Energy and Goryo's Vengeance with Philology Archaeologists. I do not know which player is playing each deck, so let's see. It looks like Dante is on Boros Energy and Spencer's on Esper Goryo's Vengeance. So it looks like Spencer is mulliganing. Dante is potentially keeping this hand. When it comes to sideboarding for these players, we've got for the Boros Energy, we've got a Clearing Conqueror, a couple of Obsidian Charmaws, a couple Surgicals, Blood Moon, High Noons, Wear Terrors, Vexing Bauble, The Legend of Roku, Celestial Purge, Wrath of the Skies. Probably just bringing in the Surgicals, the Blood Moon, maybe the Vexing Bauble potentially if you feel like you care about like Solitude and Ephemerate interactions. From the Esper Goryo side, they have a Surgical, a Teferi, 2 Mystical Disputes, 3 Consigned to Memories, 3 Wrath of the Skies, 2 Clarion Conquerors, 2 Quantum Riddlers, and a Spell Snare. I mean, the Wrath of the Skies are obviously coming in. They proved themselves earlier in the tournament. They're just so good against the Boros deck. I can't imagine not bringing in the Wrath of the Skies. Everything else is kind of okay. Like Teferi's okay. Clarion Conqueror is like maybe okay. Potentially Quantum Riddler is fine. Spell Snare is pretty reasonable. I can see that as well. But the big hit is definitely the Wrath of the Skies. Looks like Spencer mulligan to 5, and Dante's going to lead us off with a Plains. Spencer draws, plays a Marsh Flats, and passes. Dante draws an Elegant Parlor, has a Mountain in hand, so has a couple options here. A Johnny in hand. Looks like we're playing a Goblin Bombardment. So Dante's just resolving a Goblin Bombardment as quickly as possible. I thought I saw Blood Moon in hand as well for Dante. We'll see if Spencer feels like he has the luxury to actually find basics against this Blood Moon. When you mulligan to 5, my guess is that you have to accept that you're probably just going to lose some number of your games to Blood Moon. So getting Meticulous Archive here makes a lot of sense. I mean, you really need to fix your draws. Some percentage of the time you get to see an Atraxa on the top of the library and put it in the graveyard, etc. So for all of those reasons, I think you have to get this Meticulous Archive, even though technically Marsh Flats could try and help you play against Blood Moon. Let's see if Spencer likes what he sees on top. Notably for Blood Moon, Spencer does have 3 basics. We see the Plains on top, actually, and looks like Spencer's going to keep that Plains and play a Polluted Delta. So even if Dante does have Blood Moon, Spencer actually can find either the island or the swamp to play around the Blood Moon. It looks like he has a Solitude in hand. Dante untaps and draws, still has a Johnny in hand, has an Elegant Parlor, gonna play a Johnny here. And this is the moment where Spencer would want to interact if he could, but it doesn't look like Spencer can, or maybe can interact. So Dante might have to consider whether or not he wants to sacrifice the cat token to try and flip the Ajani right away. He does play an Elegant Parlor first, just to take a look and see what's on top. It looks like he's going to get rid of this Plains. And he's just passing the turn to Spencer. Dante's going to play flipping the Ajani patiently. He's going to wait for Spencer to do something. So it'll be interesting to see here if Spencer now gets a basic land or not. I think because Spencer is still... I think because Spencer is still behind, mulligan to 5 on the draw, etc., it makes a lot of sense to keep getting Surveil lands here. Looks like Force of Negation going to the graveyard. It's going to draw, play the basic planes. And we're just going to see a Psychic Frog from Spencer. Dante untapping, draw. Let's see what he has. Okay, it looks like we have a Encampment. I wish I remember what this card was called. Dalkovan Encampment, I think. Hold on. I'll find it. Yeah, it is Dalkovan Encampment. So you can pay 3 mana, and then whenever you attack, you create 2/1/1 Red Warrior attackers that sacrifice an end step. So we'll see if Dante chooses to activate the Dalkovan Encampment, or if it's just his 4th land. Yeah, Dante's going for the Blood Moon here. Spencer's gonna let it resolve. So the Blood Moon is resolving, and then Dante's gonna lead that up with a Guide of Souls. So Dante, no cards in hand, but the Dalkovan Encampment's actually gonna do quite a lot of work here, especially with that Guide of Souls. Dante doesn't really have amazing attacks here right now, so probably just going to be passing the turn. Might attack with the 2/1 cat. I think what he's considering is leaving it back to block to force Spencer to eat the 3 cards in his graveyard with the Psychic Frog. I guess the Psychic Frog is just getting in though here. If you're Dante, it's pretty tempting to block to just block with the cat token to force the frog, but it looks like Dante's just happy enough to take the damage here. He's giving Spencer 1 card, but he's leaving himself in the driver's seat for a lot of the interactions that could happen. And Spencer's under this Blood Moon right now, so he has 2 red sources and a plains. So I think Dante's just valuing untapping and getting to actually like cast the spells in his hand, not have to worry about like flipping a Johnny. Like he has time to spend and wait to flip this a Johnny. An Ephemerate from Spencer, though, could be really timely here. Dante untapped and drew and cast Prismatic Ending, targeting the Psychic Frog, but the Ephemerate saved it. Now Spencer has a blocker, potentially, for Dante's attacks. I wonder if Dante's going to attack with the 2/1 cat this turn now. Dante also opted to cast Prismatic Ending instead of activating Dalkovan Encampment, which is interesting. He does have an Arid Mesa in hand, so he could just play that Arid Mesa and pass. He might keep it in hand for other considerations if he's playing things like Fable the Mirror Breaker, etc. I don't see a Fable the Mirror Breaker, but yeah. And it looks like we're untapping, drawing for Spencer. He's just going to get in with Psychic Frog. And I mean, Spencer's game plan is pretty straightforward here. Gotta just keep attacking with Frog. Gotta find a way to kill Blood Moon. Gotta find a way to stem the bleeding. Once the attacks start coming. We've got Solitude in hand for Spencer, so he can cast that through the Blood Moon. He's definitely not out of this game. The Blood Moon is very strong, but it's not the end-all be-all at this stage. Clarion Conqueror for Dante. A relevant flying threat is pretty interesting. It gives him an extra energy with Guide of Souls, and it forces Spencer to respond to the Clarion Conqueror with all of his Psychic Frog activations that he wants. So that's why we see Spencer, in response to the Clarion Conqueror, discarding Spell Snare, because he doesn't believe Spell Snare is going to be particularly relevant. And it seems to me like Spencer is determined that he doesn't want to cast Solitude on the Clarion Conqueror, not quite at this stage. Like, he probably feels like he needs to keep the Solitude for the Ajani trying to flip with the Goblin Bombardment activation. So he gets rid of Wrath of the Skies as well, which makes a lot of sense. It's going to be hard for him to cast Wrath of the Skies this game, especially stuck on 3 lands, is under a Blood Moon. You know, a lot of things would have to go right for him to be able to cast a meaningfully impactful Wrath of the Skies, so he discards that as well to make his Psychic Frog a 4/5. Now Dante has the license to attack here, though, so we'll see if he gets in for 4. He also has 1 energy with Guide of Souls, which is pretty relevant. If he draws another Johnny, he can get something to fly. Like he could try to flip his Ajani and then get a different creature flying pre-combat. Spencer's gonna untap and draw. Draws an Ephemerate. I think he has double Solitude and Ephemerate, which to me means that Spencer actually has a lot of action in hand. If and when Dante decides to try and flip this Ajani, he'll have Solitude into Ephemerate for Solitude to get rid of Dante's 2 most impactful creatures. I think that's possible that the Psychic Frog is just taking over the game for Spencer. The Prismatic ending not working out was really critical for Spencer's game plan here. Oh, Spencer did just activate Frog through Clarion Conqueror, though. Thank you to the chatter who pointed that out. He should not be able to do that, so maybe we can get a judge to go check out what's going on. Yeah, I agree. He definitely can't discard Mortifrog, so our brilliant judges are going to go double check and make sure that they do whatever is necessary within this game state to get it to where it's supposed to be. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. It's possible that the game has progressed too far to change it or edit it. Does the Marsh Flats just go back into his hand?
I know what it is.
We know what it is.
If the Psychic Frog is attacking as a 4/5, for example, does that change the way that Dante might block? These are all pretty relevant questions, so the judges are definitely going to have to spend some time figuring out what exactly this looks like. To be really fair to Spencer, Spencer discarded a card off of Psychic Frog while a Clarion Conqueror was in play. Yeah, so it looks like the judges trying to figure out what's going on in the game state.
Done the attack, taking damage.
Yeah, to respond to the chatter that just said, like, he knew about starting Declare and Conquer. Playing on camera is pretty challenging some percentage of the time. Sometimes you just make small mistakes because you're playing on camera. So I don't know if we can cut to the table so that we can hear the judge, but
And I went to combat.
I don't know if it necessarily matters if we hear the
before
judge.
blocks, I focus.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like we will not be able to cut to the table to hear the judge.
This is on the stack.
Yeah, this is on the stack. I think if this wasn't on the stack, then the backup was more reasonable, but this is a pretty significant information.
Let me grab the dimensions and I'll be right back.
The time extension? Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oops, sorry.
I'm getting a game rules violation too.
Yeah. Or you might just get fail as you mentioned and say, I'm getting a game rule violation. I'm a cheater.
Not the first one right now. Previous to the attack. Player with the second frog. Discarded a card. Now player.
Fun. Good stuff. The frog was done last turn, right? Like if it was racing, like that. what's up?
Boogie, so let me regurgitate what I think I understand of this board. You attacked with Frog, pitched a card illegally into a Conqueror. Combat damage, were there any
happened.
blocks? Or it
No,
was just...
So, no blocks.
Okay.
Everything was tapped. So
They
no
took
blocks.
it, you drew a card.
I drew a card.
Then
and
he
passed the turn. Untap, upkeep, draw.
Yeah.
Combat, attack. In response to attacks, before blocks, pitch, cast, attack.
Okay. So I believe Kirk may have already gone over this a little bit with you, but let's start with the easy part. This is a game rule violation warning.
Yeah.
Have you received any other infractions this tournament? Okay, that's unfortunate. That would make this really much easier if you'd had two.
Yeah.
You'll be getting to maintain game state because it's everybody's response. Actually, no, it's your stuff that makes him bad. So you'll also be getting a game rule violation warning.
I have
you
received one for looking at extra cards.
That's a different category of infraction.
it's an LEC.
Okay.
Yeah, so that won't stack. So that's fine.
Sure.
So now you just have two things in two baskets. Just don't keep doing this. And our options are to back up or not back up. The backup, let me describe what the backup would look like, and then we will discuss whether we think this is actually good for the game or not.
Sure.
If we were to back up, you would uncast that Solitude, put, what did you pitch for it? This Solitude back in your hand. You would unattack with all your guys. You haven't cast anything this turn. Did you play a land?
No, I don't.
Okay, we would take a random card from your hand, put it back on top of your library. We would go back to your turn. You would take a random card from your hand, put it back on top of your library. We would take whatever you discarded, put it back in your hand.
That was the most frustrating.
And then we would undo combat damage.
I think, personally, and obviously I'm biased towards it as well, but I think that like this gaining the information that there is a Solitude in my hand is extremely significant on this board state because of the bombardment and Johnny. Like it completely changes how the game goes. Especially if you're taking a random card out of my hand.
Yes,
extremely significant. It would basically you could like be burning and pouring me into literally just losing the game on the spot with the backup.
Okay. How do you? I've talked through what the backup would look like. How do you feel about this?
If this was not revealed, I think it's fine. This was revealed.
Let me ponder it. Let me get. I've heard from you. I just want to hear a little bit from your opponent, and then I'll make a final decision.
Like, to me, it's full backup strange. Like, if it's just put the Marsh Flats back in hands, Frog has one less counter, and I took one less damage. I feel like that's reasonable, but obviously I'm not a judge. Like,
So, let me sit down
Okay.
so I can think better. So, the other option here, I agree that the backup is kind of gross. I think this backup is not good.
Yeah.
There is one other option awarded to us, which is we can, if we think that if we did a backup and play would have progressed the same way, except there would be one less counter on that would be in your hand, and you would take one less damage, but literally everything else would be the same, we can just do a backup.
I believe that would be fine, although as a player, I would be advantageous to have this happen, so I would like that, but I think the most fair thing to do is put the Marsh Flats back in my hand and take them.
Do you feel like any different decisions would be made if this was down one and there was up one card? Neither of you?
I don't
Okay.
think that changes.
So let's say we did a backup, but not actually do the motions of the backup because that's much worse.
You're at 14.
I'm at 14 instead. You have the Marsh Flats in your hands. The Frog has 1
Okay, and then we believe that nothing else would have changed. Okay,
don't believe so.
and now Solitude is on the stack. Have we chosen the target yet?
Solitude is on the stack.
Solitude
On the stack. Okay. Kirk is going to give you a time extension and resolve all these warnings. Did you have any other questions, feelings, concerns?
Thank you, Toby.
Excellent, no problem. Carry on.
Well, thanks to our great judges for figuring that out, and thanks to chat for pointing out the inaccuracy in the gameplay. Now we've got a Solitude on the stack currently, and looks like they're deciding whether or not they want to respond, whether or not Dante wants to respond to the Solitude. And it looks like Dante is responding to the Solitude by sacrificing the Ajani to the Goblin Bombardment. And we're going for an Ephemerate on the Solitude. Dante's in an interesting position here.
So it looks like he sent the one from the Ajani at the Solitude. So he should be able to sacrifice this cat token to deal one more to the Solitude to get it off of the battlefield. Oh, it looks like he sent the one up to at Spencer. So yeah, okay, sacrificing Goddess Souls and the 2-1 to get rid of the Solitude. That makes a lot of sense. The Solitude's going to be problematic for the foreseeable future. The FM was probably played in response to the ping from the Ajani. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. So yeah, we've got Dante untapped, play land, pass the turn. He can't activate the Dalcoven encampment because of the Blood Moon. Spencer untaps, draws, attacks with Frog, draws, passes. Dante's got a Seasoned Pyromancer happening, so he's going to discard a Goblin Bombardment, get a 1/1 token, draws another Goblin Bombardment, and another Seasoned Pyromancer, it looks like. Dante's going to get in for 3, put Spencer down to 7. Spencer's still with 3 mountains and 1 plains. Trying to decide whether or not he's supposed to continue attacking with Psychic Frog. Looks like he's decided that he is. And he can't activate to give Psychic Frog flying, so Dante gets the block, and then, yeah, Spencer just scoops him up. Cannot find the win through the Blood Moon. Had a lot of action going. Had Solitude with Ephemerate to kill a couple creatures. But Blood Moon reigns supreme. And Dante ties it up, so we get a game 3, which has been a luxury for this event. We've seen a lot of two game wins for matches here, so I'm excited to see what happens in game 3 here with Dante versus Spencer, Energy versus Vengeance, Goria's Vengeance. Looks like Dante is doing a little bit of sideboarding for being on the draw. Dante sideboarding the old-fashioned way, unsleeving one of your cards in deck and sleeving the sideboard card back in. Looks like it was a Vexing Bauble that Dante brought in. On the draw, just doesn't want to get solituded with Ephemerate happening, so Dante seems to value that not happening to him in the game. All right, let's see if we can get some good 7s from our players here. We've got five. Looks like 4 lands for Spencer. An Ephemerate and a Wrath of the Skies. Not good enough for what Spencer's looking to do. Maybe just not proactive enough. Dante's looking at his 7. Arid Mesa. Maybe a couple of other lands. Let's see. Surgical Extraction in hand. Unsure if I saw another land. Looks like there is one. I think it's the Dalcoven encampment. So Dante has 2 lands and a Surgical Extraction. If he has any other threats, he's probably just keeping this hand. Especially since Spencer mulliganed to 6. Okay, so we've got at least 4 lands and a Solitude for Spencer here, and a March of Otherworldly Light. And Spencer's going to go back to the drawing board here, going down to 5 yet again. I guess he didn't go to 5 last game, but we've seen many people go to 5 this tournament so far. It feels like Modern is a format where you need to be pretty disciplined with your mulligans. And we're seeing that bear out here, especially at our top tables, where the players, they've been having a good tournament. They know what their decks are doing. The surgical extraction is you gotta be, if you're Dante, you gotta be really happy about the surgical here, especially if Spencer's mulliganing to 5. He's more likely to try and keep hands that have fast Gorios. Looks like Spencer is gonna keep a 5 here. Looks like a couple lands, a Wrath of the Skies, a Goryo's Vengeance. Yeah, so he just leads on a fetch land, and Dante untaps and draws, plays a land. He drew a Windswept Heath, so that means he has 3 land in hand. Or rather, he has access to 3 lands. Finds a Sacred Foundry, takes 2, down to 18, or down to 17, rather. Ocelot Pride from Dante. Spencer's going to fetch end step, go for a Surveil. I agree with the chatter that says that Dante's patience won the last game. There were a lot of moments where he could have walked into the Solitude Ephemerate, but did not do it. Lots of patience when it came to the activating Goblin Bombardments, etc. And since Spencer mulliganed, I think that he is in a position where he has to get Shadowy Backstreet, can't really afford to play around Blood Moon yet again. Spencer's really hoping to hit a big creature here. Okay, Spencer hits the Superior Spider-Man and draws an Atraxa. That's definitely not the order that you wanted those cards in. Having an Atraxa in hand does give him a couple of draws that are could be pretty reasonable. Looks like Dante played a surgical extraction instead of playing a land. So Spencer knows about the surgical now. That's a really important key piece of critical information. I gotta say that is a big mistake from Dante. Spencer knowing about the surgical is really, really critical. Especially when he's mulligan to 5, he's way more likely to just go for it, and you could totally blow him out, but now he's not going to. So Ocelot Pride hits for 1. Dante's going to make a cat on the end step. Spencer untaps, draws, does not play his 3rd land drop, and passes the turn. If you're in Dante's seat, you got to be smelling blood in the water here. I mean, you're hitting your 3rd land drop for sure. You've got Voice of Victory, a couple cats in play, bunch of cards in hand. Wow, and Dante just plays a Blood Moon, and Spencer scoops him up. Just could not deal with the Blood Moon there, along with the other threats. And Dante, Umferville Choi is going to be in the top 8. Congratulations, really well fought. Condolences to Spencer for a couple of mulligans. It happens. It's Magic. It is what it is. But hopefully we get to see some more really exciting modern games in the top 8. I'm really looking forward to see who makes the top 8. We already know a couple. We know Dante. We know Lyndon. We know... Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the standings here. We know Dante. We know Lyndon's in the top 8. We know Patrick's in the top 8. So it's definitely going to be a stacked field. Lots of different decks as well that we've seen today. Really, really cool that there's a bunch of different archetypes we've gotten to see. Obviously, we've seen a decent amount of Boros Energy, one of the most popular decks in the format for this reason. Sometimes you have draws that just feel unbeatable, especially when your opponent mulligans. But we've seen Neoform, we've seen Grixis Death Shadow, etc. So definitely a lot more modern to see in the upcoming top 8. I'm really excited to see where we go from here, and I hope you stay tuned.
Jordan Reed. The Black Dog joining in for top 8. Please report to the prize wall for some photos. If you are 9th through 32nd, please report to the prize wall for some promos and other prizes.
orange. That's the benefit of being top four is you are always, or you get to choose if you're always on the play. It's choice, right? Or do you have to be on the play?
You get the choice.
I figured. I mean, you're almost never not going to take the choice.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where I don't know if it's a weird rule.
There
Where,
are
like,
very fringe decks.
oh, but I'm just thinking, like, is it a rule where it's like you have to be on the play? And you're like, but I don't want to be on the play. Actually, you know what? Yeah, sure. You know what? I'll bring out my, where did I put it? Where's my classic?
It's me.
Where did I put it?
It's always me.
Okay. I'm going to confirm my D-side board. I'm pretty sure I have, but I'm just going to make sure. Yes, it appears I have D-side board.
You know what? It's always worth joining. Okay. I know what you're on. I don't know if you know what I think you know what I'm on.
I think I know what you're on.
This is an interesting matchup. I don't.
There's a lot of play.
There's a lot of play. I think you are slightly favored, but we're talking like very slightly. I think it's not like there's a play on both sides basically. Even if you get ley line stuff in play, like it's not great, but I have ways around it basically. So
if I get a second flyer, it's pretty good for me.
That's basically it. If you like I said, if you draw the nuts, it's probably you.
That's kind of how my deck works.
Yeah. Oh, so wait.
Do you want to just?
I just want.
I'm happy to split prices.
I'm really happy to split. I just want that. Yeah. I just want. That's what I'm here for. Is that. I'm playing to win, but just on that prizing is whatever. Is there like a?
Yep. Hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. I'm Trent McIntyre. We've gotten to the top 8 here. We've got our first seed, Gareth. They are playing Frog Zoo, 4-color Frog Zoo, with Leyline of the Guild Pact, and we've got Jordan Reed on Jeskai Blink as well. This is bound to be a pretty interesting match. Going to be a lot of points of interaction here. Frog Zoo's creatures, generally speaking, tend to be a little bit bigger than Jordan's, but Jordan has a lot of interaction, and there's definitely going to be some games where Jordan gets to ephemerate a Solitude that are going to be really, really impactful. So we'll see what these players decide to, what they decide matters when they're actually in game. They might care about more value-oriented plays. They might try to be a little bit more aggressive. My suspicion is that the Jeskai Blink deck is going to probably try and win a longer game, and the Frog Zoo deck is going to try their best to put the Jeskai Blink deck into positions where they have to block with their critical creatures. You know, they have to spend removal spells on things that ultimately might not end up mattering that much. The counter spells are pretty interesting in this matchup. You know, like, do you want Consign to Memories against Blink to stop Solitude triggers? Do you want Stubborn Denials from the Frog Zoo side against Blink itself to counter non-creature spells? How important are those things? I'm sure the matchup is going to be really dynamic. I'm really interested. This is probably my favorite type of Magic to play, is just like creatures and spells bashing against each other. So looks like Gareth is going to take a mulligan. And Gareth, being the first, he gets to choose the player of the draw. Jordan looking at a hand of Philia, a couple of lands, looks like a prismatic ending, a Consign to Memory. So a totally functional hand. In this matchup, it seems to me like mulliganing is pretty detrimental. Like, obviously mulliganing is bad, but it looks like every card in this matchup feels like it's going to matter. So getting to keep a 7 when your opponent is going to a 6 feels like you might be able to get ahead in cards pretty early on. Gareth, looking at their 7 here, looks like they're deciding to keep. I see a couple of lands, so we know that they're going to have at least a couple of lands here. And they start off with a Polluted Delta. And Jordan untaps, or not untaps, he goes to his next, goes to his turn, draws a Scalding Tarn. Looks like Jordan's going to be fetching a Sacred Foundry, taking 2, going to 17, playing a God of Souls. Gareth's going to crack the Polluted Delta on end step and going for that signature Surveil End. Fetch into Surveil Land. Oh! Is Gareth choosing the oft-forgotten Spara's Headquarters fetch for a Tri-land? Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Gareth, notably, on camera, has had Leyline of the Guild Pact in play for both of the games that we've seen from them. But finding Spara's Headquarters probably happens more often than you think because of the nature of this deck being 4/5 colors. So looks like Gareth is going to untap, draw, play an Arid Mesa, and grab a land so that they can try to resolve a Psychic Frog here. Yeah, it looks like they're getting a Blood Crypt, so taking 2, going to 16, play a Psychic Frog. Jordan's going to untap, draw a card, play a land. Looks like they drew a looks like Jordan drew a Thraben Charm. We're going to see a Prismatic Ending on the Psychic Frog, and the God of Souls is going to get in for 1, so Gareth down to 15. Makes a lot of sense to Prismatic Ending the Frog there. You don't want it to get out of hand from Jordan's perspective. The rest of your hand has a lot of action in it, so you're going to be in this game for a little while anyways. Gareth untaps and draws a Ragavan here. Kind of interesting. Could potentially dash it. Looks like that is what Gareth is going to do. So gets Ragavan in there. Jordan has no response, so is going to take the damage. Exiles an Arena of Glory. Gareth's going to get a treasure token here. Has practiced offense, Stubborn Denial, Ragavan, and a land in hand for Gareth. Jordan untaps and draws. Drew another Prismatic Ending. That could be pretty relevant. Means frogs and territorial copies aren't going to be as good from Gareth. Jordan plays a Meticulous Archive, puts Arid Mesa in the graveyard, and passes the turn, planning to block the Ragavan with this Guide of Souls. Gareth untaps and draws. Looks like they drew a Fatal Push. So going to be interesting to see if Gareth wants to dash Ragavan and Fatal Push the Guide of Souls to potentially get in for 2. Or if Gareth decides to just play Ragavan. Since Gareth has 4 lands in play, they can also dash Ragavan, fetch for Fatal Push mana, or so they can Fatal Push, fetch the Arid Mesa for red mana, dash their Ragavan, and hold up Stubborn Denial, which will counter a spell unless Jordan pays 1. So some percentage of the time, Jordan will go for a removal spell potentially, and maybe you're able to counter it. Looks like Gareth is going to crack the treasure token to cast the Ragavan, valuing leaving the Arid Mesa in place so that they can fetch for a Surveil later on. Hits a Flooded Strand, so no hits from the Ragavan so far. Jordan decides not to play Philia and block the Ragavan, instead opting to get Philia into play and is poised to now potentially attack with the Philia here. Drawing a Solitude from Jordan, really interesting. It's going to be pretty impactful this game. Gareth does not have a lot going on in terms of the threat department, so having a Solitude and a Thraben Charm in hand to be able to kill Gareth's next 2 threats is going to be really relevant. We're going to see an attack from Philia here, looking to blink the treasure token. Since it's a token, it doesn't come back into play, so Philia is going to deal 2 damage to Gareth. Gareth's going down to 13, and Jordan's just passing the turn. Gareth saved that fetch land so that they could do this on the end step. They're going to fetch with their Arid Mesa, go down to 12, grab a Surveil land. Gareth needs action. They need action now. So they grab a Meticulous Archive, and I guess we're going to see if Gareth likes what they see. My guess is Gareth is looking for something like Scion of Draco here, potentially. Any card that gives them inherent 2-for-1 value, potentially a threat. Looks like they keep on top, and it is Scion of Draco. Wow. So they get to play a Scion of Draco, and that's pretty important because the Scion has 4 powers, so they get access to their Stubborn Denial to actually fully counter a non-creature spell. And it looks like Jordan is going to go for a Consigner Memory, and that's going to be kicked, so that means Jordan cannot get single counter spell. It would have to be multiple. That is why Jordan kicked it. Looks like Gareth is just going to play Ragavan, not dashed, so leaving up the Stubborn Denial. Jordan's fetching on end step. And it looks like Jordan has 1 more Surveil land, the Elegant Parlor. So I think Jordan might be looking for a land here. If Jordan finds a land, he's able to play Solitude, get rid of the Ragavan, and then start blinking Solitude every turn. Oh, Starfield Shepherd's also a great draw. We're just going to Prismatic Ending the Ragavan first, looks like Jordan is doing. And then the Starfield Shepherd coming into play Warped. So Jordan's going to be able to get whatever planes or one drop from his library. Looks like it's Goddess Souls. But then with the Feely attack is going to be able to blink the Starfield Shepherd because Warp leaves the creature in play for the remainder of the turn. So Feely is going to be able to blink the Starfield Shepherd, and then Jordan's going to be able to play Goddess Souls. And then when Starfield Shepherd comes back into play, Jordan will gain a life, go to 11, get an energy, and most likely find a Ocelot Pride off of the Starfield Shepherd. And Jordan is firmly in the driver's seat here. Gareth is going to have to do a lot of digging to find the answers that they need to come back in this game. Especially since the Stubborn Denial has been so weak the whole game. Gareth hasn't really had a great opportunity to fire it off. I do think it was interesting potentially for Gareth to try and Stubborn Denial the Prismatic Ending. I think the reason that Gareth didn't is because they need to draw threat. And so if they do draw, say, like another Scion of Draco, they want to have access to that Stubborn Denial to be able to stop a removal spell. Gareth gonna play a Quantum Riddler here, Warped. Only gets to draw one card because has 2 cards in hand, Practice Offense and the Stubborn Denial. Draws a Ragavan here. I mean, Gareth's probably gonna just be playing Ragavan here and holding up the Stubborn Denial. But the Felia got a counter from the Starfield Shepherd coming back. Jordan's gonna be able to play an Ocelot Pride this turn. Has a Solitude in hand, drew the 5th land. So we've got Thraben Charm, Solitude, and Ocelot Pride from Jordan, and Jordan's already winning on the board. This is definitely going to be an uphill battle for Gareth. As we see Jordan poised to attack with Felia and the Starfield Shepherd. Does Jordan blink the Starfield Shepherd with Felia? No, it looks like Jordan's blinking the blocker. So Jordan blinks the Ragavan so that Gareth has to take 6 down to 6. And now Ragavan's going to come back at the end step, as well as Jordan is going to be making because Jordan's going to ascend. He's gonna make 2 1/1 cats. Wait, no, sorry. There was no life gain, so Ocelot Pride isn't going to trigger. But Gareth untaps, draws a Marsh Flats, and just scoops him up. I mean, how do you come back from that position, right? Jordan had Gareth covered on all fronts, had more creatures in play, more cards in hand, the same or more lands in play. Definitely a well-played game from both players, but we see that the grindiness of Jordan's deck really coming out in full force here. And let's take a look at these sideboards, see what the players are going to look at. Let's take a look first at what Gareth will do. Alright, so Gareth has 1 Pyroclasm, 2 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Surgical Extraction, 3 Consigned to Memory, 2 Obsidian Charma, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 High Noon, 1 Wear Tear. I think you're probably bringing in Pyroclasm if you're Gareth. It seems like it is pretty good on a lot of board states. Clarion Conqueror doesn't seem especially good. Neither do the Surgicals. The Consigned to Memories seem maybe okay. Like, they might be better than your Stubborn Denials, potentially. So maybe you bring them in for that. They do stop 1 trigger of an Evoke Elemental. The Obsidian Charmas don't seem particularly good. Mystical Disputes could be okay, depending on if you think your opponent is going to be interacting a lot with particularly blue spells. Wear Tear doesn't seem particularly great. You could try High Noons as well. So I don't think it's very clear what Gareth is going to be sideboarding in here, other than basically the Pyroclasm. Whereas if we're looking at Jordan here, Jordan has 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Surgical, 2 Obsidian Charma, 1 Thraben Charm, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 1 Ashiok Dream Render. I mean, you got to imagine that the Thraben Charm is probably coming in, the Teferi is probably coming in, the Consigned to Memories could come in. They counter Scion of Draco, but and they're still like okay with the rest of your deck. You get to counter the Evoke trigger on a Solitude, etc. But it's possible that Jordan doesn't bring in the consigns just because they might be a little too narrow potentially. As we saw in the last game, the game definitely evolved into a game that was all about resource management and gaining the most out of each of your cards. So boarding in narrow cards can be beneficial in a lot of circumstances, but it can also be a little awkward as well. So Gareth is mulliganing and Jordan's mulliganing, so it looks like both of our players are going to 6. I feel like people have been mulliganing a lot this tournament, and I don't know if that's anything to do with the state of Modern or if it's just we've been just seeing a lot of the mulligans that happen. Do the players who are winning more mulligan more as well? Maybe that's something to consider. Is this a format that rewards people for mulliganing really really aggressively or very disciplined mulliganing, for example? Well, let's see if Gareth decides to keep. Looks like Jordan's hand is okay as well, so it looks like both players are keeping here. Jordan has a couple of galvanic discharges and a couple of lands, putting something back on the bottom, not sure what. Gareth gets to start out with a ley line and plays a Raucous Theater, likes what they see. Jordan untaps or draws a card, plays an Arid Mesa, and passes. Garrett's going to play a land and play Territorial Kavu, which is a 5/5 here. Now, Jordan has a Galvanic Discharge. I don't know if Jordan kept this. I believe Jordan had a second discharge, but that might have been what Jordan put on the bottom here. It looks like Jordan did bring in the Mystical Disputes. Looks like Jordan does have both Galvanic Discharges in hand, so I guess we'll get to see whether or not Jordan wants to fire off both of them. Oh, interesting. So Jordan is casting Galvanic Discharge on Gareth's end step, just targeting the Territorial Kavu. The reason that Jordan's doing this is because Jordan can target the Territorial Kavu, gain the 3 energy, but then choose to pay 0 energy, which means next turn he gets to untap, draw, play a land, hold open Mystical Dispute, but still get rid of the Territorial Kavu with the second Galvanic Discharge, because Galvanic Discharge lets you pull from any of the energy that you already have. So really interesting play there from Jordan. Definitely, it saved a mana for him, and it also lets him hold up Mystical Dispute because he saved the mana. So now Jordan gets to fetch and also find a Surveil land. And as we know, every single card can be very impactful in this matchup. So getting that extra mana and it allowing you to Surveil 1 extra time can be really impactful. Although it looks like Jordan got the Surveil land, but then didn't Surveil. Maybe that's a Hollowed Fountain? I'm not sure. But looks like Jordan did then play a Surveil land and put Quantum Riddler in the bin. It is a Hollowed Fountain. Okay, so he didn't have access to the Meticulous Archive. Makes a lot of sense. Looks like we passed back to Gareth, and Gareth is just going to play a Psychic Frog here. Jordan's now considering the Mystical Dispute, and looks like Jordan's going to fire it off. Jordan was thinking about that because maybe it's possible that he wants to play Philia instead. Quantum Riddler and Philia in hand for Jordan, so Gareth was missing land drops, but ends up hitting 3rd land drop here. And Gareth fetches and finds a Plains. So Gareth plays a Teferi. In response, Jordan has to cast Philia, so then Gareth gets to bounce the Philia with the Teferi to draw a card. Teferi, the timing on Teferi being really relevant here. Jordan fetches fetches a Surveil land. Do I need to say more? On Gareth's end step, so we'll look to see if Jordan likes what they see. Bins a land to the graveyard, makes a lot of sense here. Draws a land anyways. Now we'll see if Jordan wants to just play Philia. And it looks like he does. Jordan's going to fetch here. So Jordan has to cast Philia main phase because of the Teferi. Fetches the Flooded Strand, goes down to 14, gets a Plains. And now we're most likely going to see a Quantum Riddler here now that Jordan's down to 1 card in hand. I believe that 1 card in hand is Solitude. So we're going to Quantum Riddler, draw 2 cards here. Jordan ends up drawing a Guide of Souls, so gets to play it this turn as well. That's really impactful. The Quantum Riddler going to the Warp Zone. Gareth draws the Pyroclasm that I suspected they would have brought in. Upticks to Fairy. Now we're going to see Pyroclasm or Psychic Frog. One of the two. Looks like it's Psychic Frog. And Jordan gets to untap and draw. Has Solitude in hand. Has a land. Gonna lead with Solitude here. Get rid of the Psychic Frog. You gain a life and get an energy with the Guide of Souls. Gareth gains a life. Now we'll see if Felia is going to exile the Solitude when it attacks. Looks like it's not going to get to attack because Gareth is telling Jordan to hold up. I want to kill this Felia first. So Jordan goes for 1 at the Teferi. Looks like they're maybe trying to figure out if Jordan played a land or not. But Gareth is going to untap and draw. This Pyroclasm is looking pretty good here. Jordan's still going to be able to cast a Quantum Riddler next turn. But uptick on the Teferi and... Oh, the patience from Gareth to not cast the Pyroclasm. Really interesting. And look, Jordan's going to commit an Ocelot Pride to the board. He's going to attack for 4 with the Solitude. And the Guide of Souls. He's going to get an extra energy, so he now is going to be able to potentially fly the Solitude over, make it a 5/4. So Gareth is waiting to see if any creature has been targeted by Guide of Souls before he casts Pyroclasm. The Pyroclasm he can cast at instant speed, which is why he didn't cast it. I hadn't considered that, but yeah, uptick on Teferi lets you cast sorceries at instant speed. So he's waiting for Jordan to potentially pay for it before casting it, to pay for the Guide of Souls trigger before casting it. And then Jordan plays a Quantum Riddler, draws a card, but gets Leyline Binding for the Quantum Riddler. So Gareth has managed to stymie Jordan's aggression in a really interesting way here. We see a fetch for a Surveil Land on end step. I mean, if you've seen one fetch for a Surveil Land on end step, you've seen them all. Does Gareth like what they see? No, it's an Overgrown Tomb or a Verdant Catacombs. Some land, doesn't matter. Plays a Marsh Flats, upticks to Fairy, passes the turn. Let's see what Jordan can draw. Jordan has another Quantum Riddler, so gonna warp the Riddler so that Jordan gets maximum value. Plays a land, draws a Consign to Memory and a Starfield Shepherd. Starfield Shepherd, absolute beating here for Gareth. Gareth does not want to see Riddler into Starfield Shepherd. Jordan's deck is just so good at accruing a bunch of value over multiple turns with creatures that are relevant, that can deal damage to Gareth. So it looks like Starfield Shepherd is going to get a Guide of Souls, and it looks like Jordan did use the energy to target one of the creatures, and then Gareth in response Pyroclasmed, which is why Jordan has no energy. So Jordan's going to play the Guide of Souls and then pass the turn, has a Starfield Shepherd and a Quantum Riddler warped, has consigned to memory held up. Gareth's going to fetch their fetch land down to 16, assumedly getting a Surveil Land if they have another one. But looks like they don't, so they're getting their Sparus Headquarters, thinning the deck at this point. It's small, but sometimes it can matter, especially you might be drawing 2 cards this turn, potentially, if you decide that you want to get rid of your Teferi. So untap and draw. Draws a Polluted Delta. Looks like Gareth has another Pyroclasm in hand, potentially. With some sort of red card, but upticks to Teferi and just passes the turn here. Jordan fetching on end step as well. Jordan does just has a Hollowed Fountain to get, so doing some level of the same deck thinning that Gareth is doing here. They've gone through a lot of their libraries, so it definitely could matter. Untap, draw, and looks like a prismatic ending and a consign to memory. The prismatic ending is a big deal. Got to get rid of the Teferi here. And that's why I thought Gareth might consider sacrificing the Teferi to get the card out of it, but ultimately you probably have to play and assume that your Teferi is just going to live. Jordan gets to cast Quantum Riddler here and draw 2 cards because he has 1 card in hand. So he drew Ephemerate, has Consigned to Memory in hand, gained a life off of the Guide of Souls from the Quantum Riddler entering, attacks Gareth down to 15. Gareth's going to fetch down to 14. Looks like Jordan might have another Quantum Riddler in hand. I'm not sure. Consign and Ephemerate already feels rough enough if you're in Gareth's seat. I do believe that is a full art Quantum Riddler. And I do not believe that this is a Surveil land from Gareth's side. I believe it's just a regular breeding pool. So Gareth untaps, is going to draw. It is a breeding pool. Yeah, and Gareth draws a land and scoops them up. Just cannot keep up with the value engine that is this Jeskai Blink deck. And in kind of a classic fashion, I guess, this Jeskai Blink deck with all these value creatures was just able to outvalue the more aggressively slanted Zoo deck. Really interesting games, though. There were definitely a lot of moments where we felt like Jordan was ahead and Gareth was able to pull back. That Pyroclasm turn was really was a really important turn. It mattered quite a lot. The timing was great for Gareth. But unfortunately, Gareth did end up just drawing lands in a couple of key moments where it felt like they really needed to draw threats. And interesting to see how the players sideboarded here. Mystical Disputes from both sides makes a lot of sense, especially if you think consigns, or not consigns, if you think like, Quantum Riddlers and Psychic Frogs, etc., are going to be entering the stack. Looks like Gareth brought in 3 or some number of consigned memories as well, so it looks like they valued the ability to counter some of these triggers. So really interesting to see how these players sideboarded. Condolences to Gareth for not being able to continue their run, but congratulations to Jordan for taking down the first seed and advancing to the semifinals. I don't know if we have another match that is ready to go. I'm going to let the homie in my ear tell me if that's the case. All right. It looks like everyone's mid-game, so we might be able to pull somebody up, but we're going to take a look, and if we can, we will. But if not, stay tuned, and we will be back for the semifinals.
Removal for removal, and this just does better. You take all your WDs?
Yeah. I just, this is narrower, but
it hits the cards that matter way more.
Like, you basically don't have spells, like non-creature spells that I care about in this matchup. I had one rotting in my hand the whole game 1.
I honestly, I was playing around. There was a turn where I could have done something, and I chose not to because. Sorry, there was a turn where.
It's only for like protecting. Yeah. No. Protecting a threat from a prismatic ending is like the only spot.
Yeah.
And the consigns are really good because I get to consign your stuff and I get to consign my Riddlers.
And I didn't know if it was the right play, but I call it vibes or whatever. But like you played that 2/2 with your Kavu, and I was just like, I feel like this is very. The fact that it wasn't like turn 2 frog, it wasn't. It's kind of that idea of like when you play a Beseiju as your turn 1 land, you're like, you're not on that great lands. When your first play is a Kavu, not a frog or a Scion, I'm like, this is either your only threat or you have 2 Kabus in hand. And I was just banking on you being your only threat in hand, basically.
I would say that's a little bit of a less reliable read, because
I guess
you left open, we're after sideboarding, and you left mana open on the draw, so the Kavu
doesn't get mystical disputed.
That's true.
It doesn't get mystical disputed, and it doesn't get consigned to memoried, and it eats a removal spell. So it's the like, it's and then if I go Kavu into Scion, it gives the Scion it gives the Kavu trample even if I don't have a ley line, so I get to like attack through.
You also got to do weird things like if you play Frog, you can do weird things like no, that's with Riddler. You can also do some. No, that's not really. Sorry, I'm thinking different lines. But no, it's
so the like.
It was again. I realized when that's why I kind of thought
it was a correct read in that situation where like I didn't have another threat.
Yes, that's what's being done. And like I said, I know it could have gone the completely other way, but I feel like the reason I did is because if your next threat is Frog, there's a very good chance that 2 gals probably isn't going to do. It can, but my hand was not like I didn't have a way to make more energy, so I was just like. I have to assume that if I don't find, if my top deck is literally not Guide of Souls, I probably won't be able to catch up to kill the Frog if you chose to do that scenario, basically. So it was a call. It paid off. Yeah. Did you win? Yeah. Top 8 though. Yay! You did it. Hooray! So stressed.
Yeah, good luck in the rest.
You as well. Thank you.
I kind of never drew creatures.
Yeah, game 1 was like okay back and forth, but I just had Riddlers and stuff. Game 2, he had 1 threat and then just didn't draw anything. I was just like,
I got to instant speed Pyroclasm, which is pretty sick.
He killed a Solitude and a Guide and a Pride. Yeah. And then I lost. And then I lost
really badly.
At that point, I had a Riddler and a Starfield Shepherd in Warp, so it's like, yeah. You're like, I'm doing it, and I'm like, cool. Value.
And that was like.
Oh no, you were behind. You were behind.
I did.
You also missed your turn 2 land drop for like 2 turns, I think. You missed your turn 3 land drop for like 2 turns. Sorry, Cyan. You missed the land drop, which did you have the Tef in hand?
Yeah.
Okay, so you just missed.
Yeah, the Tef was a key. It was like.
You kept based on the Tef.
Kavu, push, consign.
Not drawing your 3rd land just made that so awkward. I'm so sorry. Like that's.
How did it go, Joey? Well, it's like also
1-2-0. So
I've come to say it.
Fair. So you're sign us. Are you gonna sign your own mat? You should definitely sign your own mat.
My mat.
Like my mat.
Where's a good spot to sit? So cool. I love that shit.
being a I was being
an honor to play against the previous year's champion in the feature match area.
I'm coming back for round. I want my second
Job
winning on
ain't
their
done.
team.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm here for honor. Are we chopped?
Are you noticing?
I have no idea.
I don't know. We should ask the other two. I don't know who they are.
Gareth, who are the other two? Are you guys saying no to a chopper? Yeah, no.
Hello and welcome back to the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. I'm Trenton McIntyre. I'm your host this evening. I'm the only person in the commentary booth, so you're going to have to get used to my voice. We've got a great semifinals coming up for you here. We're really excited to show you. Looks like we're going to have Lyndon Coote, who won his quarterfinals match against his opponent, playing, let's see here. We're just getting deck lists and everything set up here, but we know that Lyndon is playing Grixis. I think they called it Grixis Lyndon. It's just a bunch of blue cards. We got Tamios, we've got Psychic Frogs, we've got, Unholy Heats, Mishra's Baubles, etc. Looks like we've got Lyndon against Dante, Saboros Energy versus Lyndon Pyle, 2nd seed and 3rd seed. So even though Lyndon's the 3rd seed, Lyndon's going to be going 2nd here. And this is another really interactive match that we're gearing up for here. Lyndon, definitely a pile of Grixis cards, Unholy Heats, Fatal Pushes, Tamios, I think a couple Riddlers as well. I'll be getting the deck list in a moment here. And on the other side of the table, Boros Energy, just a classic Boros Energy. Not a lot here in terms of like huge innovations or anything. But I mean, Boros Energy does what Boros Energy does. It's just a great deck. Can't be surprised that you would pick it up for a tournament such as this. Yeah, it looks like we've got the deck list coming up here. I think in this matchup, the key moments and cards are going to be Dante really wanting to get out of the gate early enough to stymie any of Lyndon's development. Like Dante really wants to put Lyndon into a position where he has to consider whether or not he is going to develop a threat or answer a threat from the Boros Energy side. Cards like a Johnny are going to be really important. Natural 2-for-1s that Lyndon can't really deal with super easily. Dalkoven encampment I could see being pretty good here, as well as the Seasoned Pyromancers. Lots of the value cards are going to be good. I feel like Dante actually has a pretty good matchup here, or at least like a decent matchup. Voice of Victories seem like they might be pretty relevant. Goblin Bombardment's going to be really good in a lot of cases. From Lyndon's side, Lyndon's deck is a little less on meta. So Lyndon's, running 2 Consign, 2 Fatal Push, 4 Preordain, 3 Spell Snare, 4 Tamio, 4 Unholy Heat, 4 Psychic Frog, a couple Kaido Bane of Nightmares, which were excellent in one of his earlier games. I don't know if Lyndon's going to be keeping the Kaidos in this matchup. 4 mana seems like quite a lot, but it's possible that Lyndon decides that he really needs the extra power level from the deck. A couple subtleties and 4 Quantum Riddlers for Lyndon, so he definitely has the ability to grind. Looks like we're just waiting for our players to get going. Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting grindy match here. Boros Energy definitely has the potential to come out of the gate swinging in ways that might be hard for Grixis to handle, but I think this is also going to be another match where mulliganing is going to be really detrimental. It feels like every card is going to matter. And both of them have cards that aren't necessarily good in the matchup or can be bad in certain circumstances. So, sometimes Lyndon's going to get stuck with a Force of Negation in his hand. So if he already mulligans and that happens, like it feels like you're down 2 cards. Some percentage of the time, Lyndon's going to be able to kill Dante's threats, and Dante's going to draw 2 Goblin Bombardments, for example. So mulliganing feels really treacherous and dangerous in this matchup. So if I had any semblance of a reasonably keepable hand, a lot of the time I'm probably keeping it. Maybe from Lyndon's perspective, he can keep hands like that, and Dante feels maybe a little more under the gun to be a little more aggressive against Lyndon, especially on the play. But we'll see what these players choose to do. Hopefully they get to keep some good 7s and we get some good games here. Dante unboxing his tokens. Players are shuffling up here. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more Dante on the play definitely wants to lean towards aggressive hands. Because he wants to put Lyndon on the back foot in terms of mana, like Lyndon having to have answers to each threat that comes out. I think a Johnny's got to be his best threat in this matchup. Looks like he has one in hand right now. So we'll see if Dante ends up keeping. Looks like Lyndon's got a Preordain, a couple of lands, a Tameo, 2 Preordains actually. Dante, on the other hand, looks like Dante has a couple of lands as well, and a Johnny, an Ocelot Pride. Looks like both players are keeping. But what does Dante lead on? I think Dante has a Plains and an Elegant Parlor here, so does Dante lead on Ocelot Pride? Do you not lead on Ocelot Pride so you can play a Johnny on turn 2? Lyndon has a lot of 1-mana removal spells, so if you play Ocelot Pride a decent percentage of the time, Lyndon gets to kill it, but it's possible that you're supposed to play it because the value of getting that 1/1 is really high. Dante opts to play the Elegant Parlor and keeps it on top. Lyndon's going to draws an Unholy Heat, fetches a Flooded Strand, and plays a Tameo. So Lyndon's probably going down to 17 here. I imagine he's going to get a Shockland of some type. Passes the turn to Dante. Dante untaps and draws an Arid Mesa. Is going to go right for the Galvanic Discharge for the Tameo. Does not want to allow that to stay on the board, and he gets to develop an Ocelot Pride. Makes a lot of sense here. Your Johnny's going to be good the whole game, regardless of when you cast it, so no need to develop it right now when you can kill a Tameo and still develop a 1-drop. Lyndon untaps and draws. He's going to cast Preordain. Preordain sees a Preordain and a land, so Lyndon's going to put the land in hand and put the Preordain on the bottom. I do believe that Lyndon needed to hit that land. Plays a Scalding Tarn and passes. Lyndon holding up on Holy Heat here. Just going to see if Dante plays something pre-combat. Might take one from the Ocelot Pride and then kill it when Dante's leaving his main phase, his second main phase later. Kind of depends. Let's see what Lyndon wants to do. Lyndon is not interested in taking damage from this Ocelot Pride. So he's going to fetch and grab a land. Looks to be another Shockland, so going down to 14. One of the reasons you might want to not take the damage from the Ocelot Pride is if Dante has a second Ocelot Pride, getting that lifelink trigger could be really relevant. A Johnny coming down for Dante. Definitely one of the better threats in the matchup. Lyndon doesn't have any black mana so far here. Had to fetch for a Steam Vents for the Unholy Heat. Draws an island, though. Let's see what Lyndon wants to do here. Leads off with a Preordain, probably looking for either land or specific removal interaction for Johnny here. Looks like 2 Quantum Riddlers and 2 Psychic Frogs for Lyndon, so definitely not keeping Force of Negation, definitely not keeping anything that isn't like a black land, I think, or an Unholy Heat for the Johnny. Lyndon's down to 14, which is worth considering as well. Like, even if Lyndon kills the Ajani, he's going to be taking 2 from a cat token, potentially letting Dante resolve something like a Seasoned Pyromancer could be really bad. So Lyndon bottoms both cards, ends up drawing a card, and plays the island and warps a Quantum Riddler. So did not draw the swamp off of the preordain, but looks like drew a swamp off the Quantum Riddler there for Linden. Definitely not exactly the timing on the Black Mana Source he wanted, but he's definitely happy to see that swamp. Gonna unlock a lot of his hand. He drew a Fatal Push from that preordain double bottom. And on the end step for Linden, we're going to see Dante fetching for the second Elegant Parlor in the deck. Now that Linden has passed the turn, the only thing that Dante really needs to fear is potentially Force of Negation from Linden. Game 1, Linden does have Force of Negation in his deck. I suspect he will board out a percentage of them when he goes to sideboard. So let's see if Dante keeps on the surveil here. Looks like Dante has Sacred Foundry, Dalcoven Encampment, and Seasoned Pyromancer in hand. So Dante's definitely looking for action here. Decides Galvanic Discharge isn't where he wants to be. I agree with him. Not a lot of targets for that card. Untaps, draws a Flooded Strand. So going to play the Dalcoven Encampment here and probably just play a Seasoned Pyromancer and get a couple cards. I mean, the 5th and 6th land in your hand aren't really doing a whole lot. Dante's going to get in for 3 first. So Linden down to 11. We see Seasoned Pyromancer. Definitely getting rid of these 2 lands. Drawing some fresh cards. What do we see? It's a Sacred Foundry and a Halia, I believe. Yeah, looks like a Halia. Not really the best draw you could ask for, but it's not completely terrible. I mean, with the Sacred Foundry and the Halia, you can play Halia and then activate Dalcoven Encampment and attack, and you get 3 triggers, so you get to draw a card. Linden drew a Tameo for this turn, and has that Swamp, as we discussed earlier, so he has a lot of options here. He can develop a Psychic Frog, he can play a Tameo and Fatal Push, and warp a Quantum Riddler. Tameo's a great blocker here, like, just soaks up a lot of damage. You know, block Seasoned Pyromancer, only take 2 from a cat if you were to, say, Fatal Push the Ajani. He could also play a Psychic Frog, which is could be bigger than every creature in play. Looks like Linden's going to start with a Warping Quantum Riddler here. Wants to see what he's going to draw. Draws a Spell Snare. So yeah, Linden is now going to play Tameo and going to decide whether or not he wants to Fatal Push now or Fatal Push later. Linden's determined that he wants to Fatal Push Ajani now. So Riddler is going back, going to the Warp Zone. We've got a Tameo for blockers here. So Dante's probably going to... I think it looks like Dante drew a land. So I think Dante's probably going to take 2 from the Sacred Foundry. Activate Dalcoven Encampment, play Halia, and get a draw from the Halia. Because Halia you can warp for 1. When it comes in, it gains you a life. And then it gains you a life for every creature that enters play for you. So with the Dalcoven Encampment, Dante's going to get 2 warriors that come in and trigger Halia. So Dante's going to attack for 5. Linden's going to be able to block for the 2 of the Seasoned Pyromancer, so take 3. And Dante's going to draw a card on the end step from the Halia. Because the warriors came into play this turn, and Halia says if you gain 3 life or more, you draw a card on the end step. So yeah, Linden goes, takes 3, Dante draws a card. Looks like he drew an Ajani. That's a great draw. Linden draws a island for turn. Again, has another interesting decision here. Does Linden play just one of the Psychic Frogs? Does Linden play the Quantum Riddler? One of the Quantum Riddlers from exile. I mean, Linden could also attack with Tameo and crack a clue first before deciding whether or not he wants to do either of those things. He maybe wants to leave a Tameo back for blocking. For blocking purposes. He could play... does he play the island if he plays a Psychic Frog? Does he need the island in hand to make the Psychic Frog bigger? Yeah, and it looks like Linden's just decided that getting a 4/6 flyer into play is one of his best plays here. He draws a Polluted Delta. And it's possible that Linden's stabilized here. I mean, Dante has an Ajani in hand. He has a Marsh Flats, but it doesn't look like there's a lot else here. Drew a Marsh Flats return, had an Arid Mesa the previous turn. So yeah, Dante's going to get to activate Dalcoven Encampment. or cast Talia and play a Johnny and draw a card, that actually seems pretty good as well. Dante's board state is still pretty threatening here. Dante really wants to draw like a Goblin Bombardment. Goblin Bombardment would be one of the cards that would be really, really hard for Lyndon to beat. Lyndon does have the Spell Snare for a potential bombardment, though, so depending on how Lyndon taps his mana, if he's able to leave the blue open for the rest of the game, he won't lose the first Goblin Bombardment. But a Johnny coming out to play is one of the risks of just casting Quantum Riddler here. Lyndon probably would have loved to Spell Snare that Ajani, but he didn't get the opportunity to. So Dante didn't attack with any of his creatures. If you attack with the Cat Warrior, the Tameo just gets to block. You don't get to flip your Ajani or anything. So Lyndon untaps, draws a card, has Pluto Delta, 2 Psychic Frogs, a Preordain, and a Spell Snare in hand. So it's going to lay down one of the Psychic Frogs. And now that Lyndon has Psychic Frog Quantum Riddler in play, it's possible that he's going to discard a couple of cards to Psychic Frog so that when he casts Preordain, he draws 2. Or when he cracks the Tameo Clue, he draws a couple of cards. Lots of options here. Generally speaking, the second Psychic Frog, especially at this stage of the game, is not really as relevant as the first one. Sometimes it's nice to have because it can dominate the board state, but in this board state, Psychic Frog isn't really like dominating the board state, so you know, I could see Lyndon wanting to discard the Psychic Frog, the land, and potentially the Preordain or the Spell Snare, what have you. It really depends. So Lyndon has determined that he wants access to this clue that Tameo can provide more than he wants to be able to block with the Tameo. So he attacks with Tameo, gets a clue. He plays a Polluted Delta. Casts a Preordain. Discards a Psychic Frog in response to the Preordain. Okay, so Lyndon played the Polluted Delta for turn. So he is casting Preordain here, getting a counter on Psychic Frog. The reason he played Polluted Delta is probably because he wants access to more black mana, and it looks like for the foreseeable future, he's probably going to be drawing quite a lot of cards from this Quantum Riddler plus Tameo with the clue token. So he draws a Scalding Tarn, and I'm not sure what else he drew, but he still has Spell Snare in hand, so he's got potential Goblin Bombardment covered. Looks like a Preordain. So he's looking at Scalding Tarn Preordain right now. Off of his current Preordain that's resolving on the stack. So the question is, does Lyndon keep the Preordain? He's determined that he can't. It probably costs too much mana this turn, so getting rid of the Preordain makes a lot of sense. He also gets to flip his Tameo this way, so he can mitigate a lot of the damage that Dante can bring to the table with regular attacks. Lyndon's reading Dalkovan Encampment because the timing matters. If the Dalkovan Encampment units come in tapped and attacking, they won't... well, hold on, let me see. Yeah, so the Tameo is a trigger, so it's whenever the creature attacks. So yeah, Dalkovan Encampment goes over the top of Tameo. And it looks like Lyndon just passed the turn here. Dante's fetching to thin his library. Doesn't have the third Surveil land. So Lyndon's got a Spell Snare up and a land in hand and a clue on the battlefield to crack at some point. Dante untaps, draws. I believe draws another land. So has a Thraben Charm in hand. So has the ability to kill one of the creatures here. Because Thraben Charm deals twice the number of creatures you control, so Dante can kill either the Quantum Riddler or the Psychic Frog to potentially attempt to defeat the Tameo, like kill the Tameo. It really depends on what Dante wants to do. So the Tameo has already upticked, so all of these 2/1s are going to be 1/1s, and the Halia is going to attack for 2. So we've got 3 1-power attackers, plus the Halia that's attacking for 2. And if the Dalkovan Encampment is activated, then Dante's going to be able to attack with 2 more 1/1s. So let's see what Dante feels like he cares about. It looks like Dante cares about the Psychic Frog. And Lyndon's going to get the opportunity to Spell Snare this. But Linden's going to consider it a lot first because Goblin Bombardment is something that if it came down, Linden would probably lose the game on the spot. It feels really, really challenging to beat a Goblin Bombardment when you're at 7 and your opponent has 5 creatures. But it looks like Thraben Charm on the Psychic Frog is just good enough that Linden feels like he needs to Spell Snare it. He still has a couple of cards in hand, so nothing to worry about there. And I agree with Spell Snaring the Thraben Charm here. Your Quantum Riddler is giving you a lot of value. The Psychic Frog plus Quantum Riddler interaction is really nice for you. Lets you churn through your deck. And it looks like Linden might be stabilizing here. We're getting an activation of Dalkovan Encampment here. Let's see what Dante is looking to attack with here. So we're attacking with 2 cats and looks like 2 warriors. Is there anything else going to bat here? It's possible Dante might want to attack with a Seasoned Pyromancer to have Pyromancer in the graveyard. Although, if the Tameo is staying around and it's active, then the 1/1s are less relevant than they normally would be. Yeah, and it looks like we're in the stage where the Dalkovan Encampment 1/1s are being made, but Linden wanted a chance to potentially respond to them. So right now this is 4 1/1s attacking because of the Tameo triggers on the 2/1 Cat Warriors, and it looks like they're probably all going at Tameo would be my guess. Might be going at Linden. Linden has the Unholy Heat, so he gets to kill the Ajani, which means that he gets to block the cat tokens. And it looks like Dante went right at Linden. So Linden takes 2 and takes another damage going to 4 to fetch this Polluted Delta. It makes sense to fetch this Delta. Linden really needs access to another black mana. Like, he'd love to have access to another black source, and you know, get your fetch Surveil out there. You know, it's never really that bad. Sometimes fetching when you're on lower life totals here can be really risky, but I think it's probably a risk that Linden really needs to take. He's going to draw 2 cards here off of Quantum Riddler. Although he does, it looks like he forgets to. Oh, he almost forgot to, but he realized as it was happening. Force of Negation, you're actually pretty happy to see that if you're Linden, because it means that things like Goblin Bombardment can't just like solo you out of nowhere. And he has enough mana that he can actually pay for it now. The question for Linden here is like, is Force of Negation good enough to not try and draw extra cards off of? Because he has this active Psychic Frog, so if Linden wants to, he can discard at minimum 2 cards to be able to then hit Dante with the Psychic Frog and draw a couple of extra cards. He's got this Tameo as well to get something back from the graveyard, so if he's really worried about being able to counterspell some critical creatures or what have you, he could get Spell Snare back. He could get Unholy Heat back with Tameo as well to be able to kill something like the Hylia. Looks like Linden is going to send the Psychic Frog into the skies by exiling 3 cards. And he's going to play the Quantum Riddler from exile. And now that he has Force of Negation plus blue card, I wonder if Linden's thinking about discarding both the Polluted Delta and the Consigned to Memory, hitting with Psychic Frog, and then drawing 3 off of his double Quantum Riddler. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Because Quantum Riddler has the Enters Draw trigger. So Linden drew 2 lands and a Unholy Heat. Riddler's not okay. It's pretty good. So Linden still has is still in main phase 1. I think they're figuring out whether or not Linden is able to play a land, or maybe just trying to figure out how many cards he was supposed to discard, whatever that looks like. But yeah, so Linden still gets an attack with the Psychic Frog as well, so he can do the same play. He could discard Mishra's Bauble, he could discard... Well, he could play it too. But he could discard a land, play an Unholy Heat, and then try to draw another 3 cards when he hits when he hits Dante with the Psychic Frog. So yeah, looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to Unholy Heat the Hylia here.
And now he has one card in hand, which is the Force of Negation. But he gets to attack with the Psychic Frog and the Quantum Riddler, potentially. He also, worth noting, Lyndon hasn't used the Tameo yet. So he still has access to the Tameo. So, like, absolute worst case scenario, if he wants to, he can downtick Tameo to get one of these spells back. He does only have a Scalding Tarn up, so it's possible he doesn't have access to any of these spells. I don't know if he's playing a mountain. I'm going to have to double check that. I only see 2 islands and a swamp, so Lyndon does not have a mountain, so he probably is not going to be getting something back with Tameo, but looks like he draws 3 cards, and he ends up hitting a blue card for Force of Negation. 2 blue cards, in fact. We've got a Dress Down, a Tameo, Force of Negation, and a Scalding Tarn. And Linda decided just to attack with the Psychic Frog, so Dante took 4, down from 24, down to 20 from 24. Tammy is upticking. We're leaving the Mishra's Bauble as is, and it looks like Dante's going to crack a fetch land on end step. Especially when you're at 20 life in this position, you might as well fetch. The deck thinning, it's marginal a lot of the time, but you might as well do it. It happens. Some percentage of the time you would have drawn a land, but you end up drawing something impactful. The problem that Dante has here is how do you get across the finish line for the other 4 points of damage, right? I mean, this is the most critical turn for Dante right now. Like, he really needs to draw some piece of action because Lyndon is tapped out except for 1 fetch land mana, and the fetch land mana matters a lot. Like, Lyndon is at 4, so if you can force Lyndon to crack that fetch land, maybe some percentage of the time you win when you draw Goblin Bombardment, or if you draw like something like a Lightning Bolt or whatever. Lyndon's taking a look at the top with Mishra's Bauble and is just passing, so Dante and Lyndon know what's up. And wow, because Lyndon knows what Dante's going to draw, he's discarding 3 cards to Psychic Frog right now to draw 3 cards from his Mishra's Bauble trigger. So Lyndon drew, looks like a couple lands and potentially another blue card for Force of Negation. Really interesting play from Lyndon. I hadn't considered that. You can look at what your opponent's about to draw and make sure you don't necessarily need your Force of Negation. So we see an Arid Mesa and an Unknown for Dante here. But if Lyndon saw it and it's not Force of Negationable, then yeah, it's a Ragavan. Like, unfortunately for Dante, this Ragavan's just not really going to be that impactful on this board. And even if Dante dashed the Ragavan, because the Tameo upticked, it's only attacking for 1. The double Quantum Riddlers are the blockers are just too big. And now Lyndon's going to discard 3 cards again to make his Psychic Frog huge, and going to draw 3 cards of Quantum Riddlers. And I actually think Lyndon has Dante dead on board. The Psychic Frog is 10. The Quantum Riddlers do 8. So all Lyndon has to do is discard 1 more card and make his Psychic Frog fly, like go into the air, and then he's going to win this game. Really well navigated by Lyndon Coote here. Lyndon was under the gun for like almost the majority of that game, but was able to fashion a comeback there. Lots of critical decisions and critical turns. I think one of the biggest decisions that Lyndon made that I was really impressed with was playing Quantum Riddler on that turn where he could have done a bunch of other things, cast Unholy Heat or held up Spell Snare and like cracked a clue off Tameo, played a Psychic Frog or what have you, but Lyndon seems to know what we all know, which is that Quantum Riddler is quite strong, and so preferred to play the Riddler. But let's take a look at these sideboards here and see what our players are bringing into the mix. Let's start with Lyndon. We've got 1 Ceremonious Rejection, 2 Consigned to Memory, 1 Engineer Explosives, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Kaido Bane of Nightmares, 2 Mystical Disputes, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Surgical Extraction, 3 Thoughtseize, 1 Subtlety, and 1 Curse Totem. I'd expect to see the Engineered Explosives, the Fire Magic, the Pyroclasm, maybe the Subtlety as well. I'm not sure how Lyndon feels about Kaido Bane of Nightmares in this matchup. It's possible that he thinks that he needs some extra Kaido Bane of Nightmares in the deck because he really wants that power level.
but it looks like he's only sideboarding a couple of cards here. So, Ceremonious Rejection is the card that I was saying. It's the it's a counter spell for colorless cards. Counter target colorless spell for 1 blue. On Dante's end here, his sideboarding is probably going to look something like, let's see, he's got 1 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Surgical Extraction, 1 Blood Moon, 2 High Noon, 2 Wear Tear, 1 Vexing Bauble, The Legend of Roku, 1 Celestial Purge, 2 Wrath of the Skies. I could see Celestial Purge coming in as an instant speed answer to Psychic Frog. I could see Blood Moon. Blood Moon's definitely coming in. That's for sure coming in. It looks like he's got 5 cards set aside, which is really interesting. I wonder what he's going to bring in. It's possible that High Noons are good in this matchup because there are a lot of turns where Lyndon wants to be like casting Warped Riddler and also preordaining. So I could see High Noon being potentially like good in this matchup. I don't really like Surgical Extraction from my perspective. I don't love Obsidian Charmaw either. Clarion Conqueror, it's pretty good. Yeah, you probably should board it in. It does a lot of work against Psychic Frog specifically. The Legend of Roku might be good for just like grinding. And for those who don't know, the Legend of Roku is 2 red saga. You exile the top 3 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. The second chapter, you add 1 mana of any color. And the third is that you exile the saga and transform it into a 4/4 Firebending 4 creature, where you can pay 8 to create a 4/4 red dragon creature token with flying and Firebending 4. So I definitely expect to see Legend of Roku come in. So if I was going to guess the 5 cards that Dante boarded in, I'd guess at least Blood Moon, the Legend of Roku, potentially Celeste, or definitely Clarion Conqueror, and then maybe the High Noons. I could see the High Moons. High Noons. I could see a Celestial Purge. I don't really love Wrath of the Skies. I mean, it does an okay job at cleaning up Tamio and her clues, as well as some percentage of the time killing Psychic Frog, but it's pretty expensive. It feels just like a lot of mana to try and spend in this matchup, especially when you're the one that wants to be on board against Lyndon. So yeah, the more I think about it, the more I would not board in the Wrath of the Skies in this matchup. But you know, Dante might have different opinions. I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure he didn't, but if he did, you know, don't listen to me. Listen to the person who's in the semifinals. Excited for game 2 here. I felt like Lyndon navigated that game really, really well. And Dante's going to be on the play again for this game. So he's definitely going to be looking to be on the front foot. Dante, you know, it's worth saying that last game as well. He did draw a pretty decent number of lands, so that definitely helped. But Lyndon played to his outs, and sometimes your out is that your opponent just, you know, fizzles after their initial aggression. So let's see what the players draw up here. Looks like Dante's mulliganing. Lyndon has a hand of a couple of Tamios, 2 lands, so Watery Grave and a Polluted Delta. There's a Psychic Frog in there. There's a Spell Snare and a Quantum Riddler. So the hand is 2 lands, 2 Tamio, Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, and Spell Snare. So Lyndon's definitely going to be keeping there. The hand is pretty good. It's decently interactive. Lyndon's going to have a decision on whether or not he wants to play turn 1 Tamio or hold up turn 1 Spell Snare. So that'll be interesting to see what he decides. With Dante going to 6, I have to imagine that it's really tempting to keep up turn 1 Spell Snare, because one of the best ways that Dante gets out from under this mulligan is if he is able to be aggressive enough towards you where all of his cards end up mattering. Whereas if you keep up the Spell Snare and he plays something like an Ajani or what have you, you can actually just like stymie that aggression wholeheartedly. And you're missing 1 clue off of your Tamio, but you also have like you're gonna get clues off of your Tamios one way or the other. Looks like we see a Blood Moon, a Ragavan. Just didn't look like enough lands for Dante there, and Dante is going to 5. We have seen a lot of mulligans today. Quite a lot of mulligans. I mean, we've seen a lot of people go into 5 here. It's okay though. I mean, if any deck can win on a mulligan to 5, I'm sure it's Boros Energy. Tons of powerful cards, tons of things that you can do. I mean, Linden's hand does have no removal, right? Like, it could be as easy as Dante leads on something like, an Ocelot Pride or a Guide of Souls, and Linden feels compelled to play a Tamiyo, so then you get to land your Ajani or what have you, and then you're off to the races. So definitely lots of opportunity here for Dante. Dante is definitely not out of the game, but mulliganing does feel really challenging in this matchup. Okay, so we've got a mountain and a flooded strand. So we've got lands. We've got an Ocelot Pride, a Voice of Victory, a Blood Moon. I mean, Blood Moon can solo games for you on its own, so it's very possible that you're supposed to keep Blood Moon here just because it's so good. We see Celestial Purge for Dante as well, so it looks like Dante did board in the Celestial Purge for the potential Kaitos, but also the Psychic Frog. And it looks like Dante's thinking about keeping Flooded Strand, Mountain, Ocelot Pride, Blood Moon. Oh, he's getting rid of Blood Moon. Really interesting. Or he's thinking about it. Looks like Dante might be favoring double Ocelot Pride into Voice of Victory. And yeah, wow, Dante does get rid of Blood Moon. Really, really fascinating. Going for a Plains here, most likely. Could be getting something like a Sacred Foundry, but... yeah, so it looks like Dante got rid of Blood Moon and Ocelot Pride. Yeah, the Riddler decks do mulligan very, very well as well. And he cut, so... oh, it looks like a Guide of Souls. Sorry, I thought it was an Ocelot Pride, but it's a Guide of Souls for Dante here. So we've got Celestial Purge in hand that Dante left as well. Linden plays the Watery Grave, takes 2, and is just going to play a Tamiyo. So Linden has opted not to counter Dante's 2-drop if Dante does have one. Favoring being able to block the Guide of Souls and developing the Tamiyo early. Dante drew Dalkovan Encampment. If you're going to draw a land, that's definitely the one you want to be drawing here. So it looks like Dante's hand is Dalkovan Encampment, Voice of Victory. Dante gets in with Guide of Souls, and Linden decides to block with the Tamiyo, and Dante plays Voice of Victory post-combat. So yeah, Dante is on 2 cards, one of them being Celestial Purge, one of them being Dalkovan Encampment. Linden's going to untap and draw. Draws an Unholy Heat. That's a really good draw there for Linden. It gives him access to part of a game plan that he did not have access to before. Now he has Spell Pierce, and he has access to Unholy Heat. The problem is he doesn't have a way to actually kill this Voice of Victory, so this Spell Pierce isn't doing anything, or sorry, Spell Snare isn't doing anything at the moment. So Linden's fetching here. My guess is Linden's actually going to take 2 and probably work a Quantum Riddler here, potentially. He could draw a card off of Tamiyo's Clue, but, I mean, those are going to be roughly the same anyways. He could also spend mana killing the Guide of Souls. That's super reasonable as well. He has a Psychic Frog, which I didn't see, so it looks like he's just going to develop Psychic Frog. Which is not... I don't think this is really going to work out that well for Linden. I mean... Dante's going to untap, draw, play a land, probably this Marsh Flats, and then he's going to Celestial Purge the frog, and he's going to get to attack and get two triggers with from the Guide of Souls because of the warriors that are coming with the Voice of Victory. So that puts him 2/3 of the way to getting an energy trigger with the Guide of Souls. Looks like, oh wow, Linden discarded 2 cards to a Psychic Frog. Really interesting. Got rid of the spell snare and the second Tamiyo. Both of those cards are pretty unappealing right now, so he's probably getting rid of them so that he's getting closer and closer to being able to Quantum Riddler. And yeah, so Dante's attacking for 4 here. It's all with one power creature, so Linden's gonna block one of them and take 3. And it looks like Jordan Reed won the other semifinal. So Jeskai Blink is going to be in the finals of this tournament. And we're just trying to determine whether or not it's Boros Energy looking at the other side or Linden. And Excuse me, I can't see the energy, but it looks like Dante did have an energy from the Voice of Victory previously, so he was able to jump it as well. So Linden takes a little bit of extra damage here. And Linden untaps and draws another Spell Snare. So we've got Quantum Riddler, Unholy Heat, Tameo, and Spell Snare. Another reason for Linden to discard the cards to the Psychic Frog is because if Linden is able to draw something like Mishra's Bauble, then he would be able to Delirium his Unholy Heat and deal with the Voice of Victory. But now Linden's in a really tough spot. I mean, he got kind of punished for not killing the God of Souls last turn, and now he kind of is in it. Like, he has to basically commit. He drew a Fatal Push off of this Quantum Riddler, which he probably would have preferred to draw a land, but if you're going to draw a non-land, Fatal Push is pretty good here. It lets you guaranteed next turn you're going to be able to Fatal Push the Voice of Victory and then kill the Guide of Souls. Dante here is fetching on end step, going to be getting a Surveil land. Definitely going to be looking for action here. He has a Dalkovan encampment in hand, so he is actually going to be able to jump his Guide of Souls next turn if he wants to deal a bunch of extra damage to Linden. I mean, if we look at it right now, if Linden doesn't block one of those creatures, he would take 8 damage with just the Dalkovan encampment activation. So it's possible that Dante doesn't even necessarily want to cast whatever card he keeps. Like, it's possible he's going to keep the card and then just play Dalkovan encampment, activate it, and attack for 8, or sorry, 10, and Linden's going to be forced to block. He'll probably end up just blocking like a Voice of Victory. But it doesn't look like that's Dante's plan, so he's definitely going to be wanting to cast the card that he drew. So he's attacking for 8 here, or sorry, for 6. He's getting 2 life and 2 energy from the Guide of Souls, which is not enough to jump any of them, but Linden now has to make a really critical decision on where he's going to block. It looks like he blocked one of the 1-power creatures, so he ended up taking 5 here. 3 from the Voice, 2 from whatever creatures got through. And now Dante is deciding what he wants to do with the card that he's drawn. Oh, wow, and it's Goblin Bombardment. That's really, really bad for Linden. Linden is not happy to see that Goblin Bombardment. I mean, that's the card that you would keep on top and you wouldn't make the Dalkovan encampment play for. I mean, Linden is in a very, very tough position now. He's going to be at 1 even if he's able to remove both of these creatures, and then any creature draw from Dante for the rest of the game is going to result in lethal. So Linden draws. He draws a Subtlety, which actually isn't the worst draw in his deck if it isn't going to be a land, because that means he can Subtlety whatever the first creature Dante draws is. Like, Linden's going to Fatal Push the Voice of Victory, and then he's going to be able to Unholy Heat the Guide of Souls. He's going to take 2 damage from Dante sacrificing both of these creatures, so he's going to go to 1. But 1 is not 0, so let's see if Linden decides to attack with Tameo or leave it back. There is some consideration to leaving Tameo back because of Dash Ragavan, but the thing is, Linden's going to have to counter any creature that Dante draws for the rest of the game anyways. Oh, wow. Dante drew the Legend of Roku here. That is... Wow, Linden is very, very unhappy to see this this sequence of events. And the Legend of Roku hit 2 creatures, so Linden's going to have to deal with both creatures before they hit play, or he's going to have to kill that Goblin Bombardment. Fire Magic is not going to do it here for Linden. He's been stuck on 2 lands the whole game. He just cannot seem to get out from under this this mana, his mana problems here. He attacks with Tameo to get an extra clue, and he's just going to wait. But Dante's going to cast, he's going to cast both these creatures. Linden's going to be able to Subtlety one of them, but then he's going to lose to the other one being sacrificed to Goblin Bombardment. So I guess if you're Dante, you lead with Ragavan first, maybe Voice of Victory. I guess Voice of Victory is a little bit better because it forces your opponent to do something. I don't know. Oh, Linden had a Spell Snare, though. That's right. So he is actually able to get rid of both of these creatures. So he is going to survive this turn. But if Dante drew a 3rd creature, he's going to be able to win this game here. Legend of Roku as well is going to become a creature at some point. So not only does Linden need to counter every creature spell that Dante plays for the rest of the game, he's also going to have to
like be able to get rid of the yeah, we've got Seasoned Pyromancer, and that's just going to be game. Dante winning from a mulligan to 5 to take the match to the decisive game 3. Like I was saying before the game, sometimes Boros just has those draws, you know? Really interesting to see Dante getting rid of Blood Moon and Ocelot Pride there and favoring keeping the Guide of Souls and, you know, a couple of other cards. Definitely shows you the experience that Dante has with the deck. Deciding to get rid of a card that feels so impactful and can be game winning on a mulligan to 5 like Blood Moon in favor of, you know, cards that on the surface and individually they don't feel like they might be able to stack up, but if things go your way, the right way, then they become pretty overwhelming. Lyndon getting punished for keeping a hand that did not have any removal spells, and also unfortunately just did not end up drawing a lot of lands there. So when he drew the removal spells, pretty untimely. But he also had that key decision point in on that one turn where he could have Unholy Heated the Guide of Souls and left up Spell Snare if he wanted to, but instead Lyndon decided that he wanted to try and find a potential land drop with like a Warped Quantum Riddler, etc. So lots of decision points for both of these players, and a really, really interesting game 2 here. Let's see if we can find another interesting game for game 3. Looks like the players did not change their sideboards at all. Lyndon's going to be on the play for the first time this match. And it looks like he has 2 lands and a couple of spell snares, so he's probably going to keep Thundering Falls, surveilling for Lyndon. Let's see if he likes what he sees. He does, so he's going to keep it on top. Dante draws a Ragavan, so that might change his first turn calculations potentially. We're going to see a Marsh Flats here, most likely getting a Sacred Foundry. Yep, going to take 2, go down to 17, and we'll see if Dante prefers to play Ragavan or if he's going to prefer to play some other creature. Hard to turn down turn 1 Ragavan, you know? Ook, am I right? There's no one in this booth with me to stop me. Lyndon is going to Subtlety, getting rid of Spell Snare, to put the Ragavan on top or the bottom. Looks like Dante is not going to want to redraw the Ragavan there. Lyndon has Strategic Betrayal, he has a Psychic Frog, he has a Spell Snare, and a Preordain. So it looks like he's going to fetch and probably just play out the Psychic Frog here. I like this play a lot. Dante doesn't have anything on board, and basically you're saying, like, you have to answer this right now. Dalcoven Encampment comes in for Dante, and he drew Seasoned Pyromancer for the turn. Dante does have the Prismatic ending here. Really unfortunate from Lyndon's perspective. He really needed that Psychic Frog to live, because now he has no pressure. So Lyndon's definitely looking for another Frog or a Tameo. Dress Down, not necessarily the draw you want to see. Now Lyndon has to ask himself the question of whether or not he wants a Preordain, and if he misses a land drop, not be able to dress down Dante's play. Yeah, but if he Lyndon has identified that he really feels like he needs to hit his land drop, he's looking at Subtlety and Force of Negation. Looks like Lyndon kept in some number of the Force of Negations, and it looks like he's gonna take it here. So Lyndon is deciding whether or not he's gonna skip his third land drop to take a Force of Negation, or if he's gonna put Force of Negation and Subtlety on the bottom and try to hit a land just off of a random card draw. It looks like he's going to go for the land, so let's see if he draws it. Yeah, it doesn't look like he did. He drew Unholy Heat, however. Not the worst draw in the world. So Dante untaps and draws. Looks like he drew a Goblin Bombardment, one of the better cards in the matchup, I'd have to imagine. Maybe not when you don't have a board, though. We've got Seasoned Pyromancer. We've got Goblin Bombardment. We've got Guide of Souls. Dante's fetching, going down to 16. Yeah, if Lyndon was going to draw non-land, he's actually pretty happy to have drawn that Unholy Heat because it allows him to spend his mana this turn. If he didn't draw, if he drew like Fatal Push, for example, he wouldn't be able to cast it this turn, which means next turn, if he didn't draw land, he'd have to choose between
trying to dig for another land or casting a removal spell, but now he doesn't have to choose between either of them, and he also gets to leave up Spell Snare there, which tags a critical Voice of Victory from Dante. And Lyndon untaps and draws the third land. That's a big deal. It's a really, really big moment for Lyndon. He really needed that third land. Dante going to play a mountain here. Not a lot of cards in hand for Dante, but does have the Dalcoven encampment, so any creature that's resolved is going to be really relevant. Lyndon kind of wishing he had another Spell Snare for this Goblin Bombardment, but unfortunately he was forced to get rid of the Voice of Victory when it came onto the stack. So Lyndon, before the Goblin Bombardment resolves, is going to cast Unholy Heat, targeting the Guide of Souls, and now he's going to fetch on the end step. Dante did not have another play, so does not have a 2-drop creature in hand. Looks like a Goblin Bombardment and a Seasoned Pyromancer. Lyndon getting an island here. Looks like he is valuing playing against Blood Moon. So he draws his card. He draws a Tameo. That's definitely one of Lyndon's more preferred draws. He wants to see something that generates some card advantage, is a consistent threat. A Johnny from Dante, but Lyndon has the dress down, and this is actually going to be pretty reasonable for Lyndon. He's going to get to dress down, so Johnny's not going to make the cat, which means he's not going to be able to flip off of the Goblin Bombardment, and Dante doesn't have another follow-up play, which means that Dante's not going to get to play Seasoned Pyromancer this turn or anything either. So Dante basically just spent 2 mana for a 1/2 that at some point might be able to flip, but for the time being, it's actually pretty good for Lyndon. He also draws a card off of Dress Down, so he's mitigating a lot of the value Johnny brings to the table. So Lyndon has a Pyroclasm and a Holy Heat and a Strategic Betrayal. The question for Lyndon here is he going to cast one of these spells to kill the Ajani right now, or is he going to crack a clue to try and find a land? I think from my perspective, if I was Lyndon, I'd probably want to be trying to draw lands, so I think I'd tap my island and my Watery Grave to crack a clue, and then maybe hold up my Unholy Heat, but it looks like Lyndon is preferring holding up the instant speed interaction in the form of that Unholy Heat. Yeah, so Dante untaps, draws, plays a land, plays a Seasoned Pyromancer. He has 1 card in hand, which is the Goblin Bombardment. So Lyndon's going to crack a clue to draw a card. He draws a land. But Lyndon has the Pyroclasm here, so he's actually going to be able to clean up these creatures. He will lose his Tameo in the exchange, but then the board state will be pretty even, and he, especially with Goblin Bombardment in play, he can't really allow Dante to have creatures for too many turns because of that Dalcoven encampment, which is playing a pretty critical role here. Interesting. So it looks like Lyndon is going to Unholy Heat the Ajani, and that means he is not planning to cast Pyroclasm, which makes a lot of sense. He might end up having to cast it anyways because of this Ocelot Pride. We'll have to see where he lands. If he casts Pyroclasm, his Tameo is going to die because the Goblin Bombardment is going to be able to sacrifice a creature to ping the Tameo for 1, and then it's going to take 2. So Tameo's getting into the red zone here. Generates a clue for Lyndon. I guess we're going to have to see if Lyndon wants to cast Pyroclasm or not. It feels pretty tough, pretty rough too, because Pyroclasm sends the Seasoned Pyromancer into the graveyard. So Dante is just going to be able to cast or activate the Seasoned Pyromancer to get 2 1/1s. I mean, 2 1/1s are pretty tough, especially when you have Fatal Push Strategic Betrayal in hand. Like, the Strategic Betrayal is going to be pretty weak here. I think it's possible that Lyndon earlier should have potentially cast that Strategic Betrayal to turn where the Ajani was the only creature in play. It seems like the Strategic Betrayal is going to be pretty hard to get value out of, although I will say this, Lyndon could now cast Strategic Betrayal to exile Dante's graveyard and get rid of the Seasoned Pyromancer as a possibility, so I guess we'll see if Lyndon wants to do that. Basically, he'd be trading a Strategic Betrayal for 2 1/1s, which I actually think is a trade that you want to make if you're Lyndon here. because then you're even on board. You know you don't know the card in hand for Dante. Like, you don't know how good it is, but the reality is like Dante's just gonna untap and like activate his Season Pyromancer. But it looks like Lyndon is valuing the Strategic Betrayal in hand more than he's valuing the 2/1/1s. And wow, the Legend of Roku off the top for Dante is so important here. Like, what a huge play. Yeah, and you see Lyndon kind of dejectedly going back in his chair. I mean, like, so much value here. Dante gets to play a land here. He can fetch and play an Ajani this turn as well. Lyndon is going to have to respond to the Ajani trying to flip with the cat sacrifice if Dante decides to go that route. But he could also just like play Ajani and pass. And then Lyndon doesn't really have moments to kill the Ajani, like if Goblin Bombardment is in play. So Dante really has his pick of options here. They're all great. Like, Ajani for sure is coming down. That makes a lot of sense. You might as well just cast it. Lyndon could respond to the Ajani token creation trigger, but it looks like he's chosen not to. It's possible. Oh wow! And Dante just goes for. Historically, we've seen Dante be pretty conservative with his Ajani flip triggers, like trying to not just trying to get them right away. But I mean, he does have another Ajani in the wings, so like from Dante's perspective, it's likely that he was thinking, well, if I play this Ajani and I sacrifice my cat token and Lyndon does not have the instant speed removal spell, then I'm probably going to win the game, right? And if he does have it, then he has to spend the mana doing it. He's only going to have one card in hand. I'm still having a Ajani coming down. I still have whatever card is left in my hand as well. Dalkovan Encampment's happening. If he draws a land, he can play Ajani and he can Season Pyromancer. Lots of different things that are going well for Dante, so it's possible that he wanted to take a shot there to really close the game out. Lyndon decides to keep the card with the Surveil, and then untaps, draws the card, and passes the turn. Really, really interesting. What could Lyndon have kept? I mean, if you're Dante, you have to be considering like Spell Snare for your Ajani, potentially. Looks like just 2 lands in hand for Dante. One of them being a Surveil land is pretty nice. But he might just play Flooded Strand so that he can get an actual land and like get the Season Pyromancer out of his graveyard. But Legend of Roku's second Saga activation actually gives him a mana, so he gets to cast the Ajani first. And Subtlety is what Lyndon kept on top. That makes a lot of sense. And Dante's going to put Ajani on top. It's still one of his better draws. He's going to play a Flooded Strand, and he's passing the turn. You can activate the Season Pyromancer ability at instant speed, so no reason to tap out for it now. Lyndon untaps and draws. Let's see what he drew. It looks like a Force of Negation. That's definitely not where you want to be. Force of Negation and Strategic Betrayal. And now we can see that Strategic Betrayal that Lyndon didn't cast earlier is kind of coming back to bite him here. I mean, I guess if he casts it, he still gets rid of one of the 1/1s. But yeah, it looks like Lyndon's drawing a card off the clue, drew a Quantum Riddler. So now Lyndon has to decide between warping a Quantum Riddler to try and get some extra cards going, or he has to figure out if he wants to cast Strategic Betrayal to kill 1/1. And I mean, the Legend of Roku is also going to be transforming here, which is going to be a problem for Lyndon too. Dante has a lot of mana as well, so he can start creating 8/8 dragons as well. Potentially, if he draws a land here, he'll be able to fetch and make 8/8 dragons. He has Dalkovan Encampment happening. We know that Dante has an Elegant Parlor in hand. So he drew a card. Oh, but I think Dante's missing his Saga trigger. But Lyndon points it out. So Dante does get the Saga trigger, so the 4/4 Legend 4/4 Roku is in play. Dante cast a Johnny and activated Dalkovan Encampment. Yeah, so we're just determining where the cat token damage is going. So Dante sacrifices the cat, flips a Johnny, dealt 1 to, I believe, Subtlety, and then, yeah, he's going to create a cat token and deal the rest of the damage to Subtlety here. Dante's going to attack. The Dalkovan Encampment's going to trigger, so he's going to hit Linden for 3. Linden's going to go to 7, and then he's going to sacrifice 2 of these warriors at minimum to deal another 2 damage to Linden. So Linden's going to go down to 5. And Linden is going to have to contend with Roku, Ajani, Goblin Bombardment, and Dalkovan Encampment in the next turns with a Force of Negation and a Quantum Riddler in hand. I mean, Linden Coot's definitely one of the best to do it these days. You know, he's we call him Pro Tour Linden. But let's see if he can get out of this one. I don't know if anyone could, but he's gonna try. Let's start with the Quantum Riddler here. Another Quantum Riddler, might as well warp it. And looks like a GG from Linden. Very well played from Linden and Dante there. Really, really complicated match. Really complicated board states. Dante with the great sideboarding. I mean, the Legend of Roku was really, really important in that game. He was starting to run out of juice, and the Legend of Roku just gave him exactly what he needed. Hitting double a Johnny, really, really crazy. Really great match. Condolences to Linden, but congratulations to Dante. You are going to be meeting Jordan Reed in the finals. Jeskai Blink versus Boros Energy. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We will be back really shortly.
When it hits play.
That's like after it hits.
I'm playing
It's a little scary, yeah.
4 bomb.
I mean, Grixis doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with enchantments, so
yeah.
It's like
negative ways.
Yeah. It's all good. Even dealing with the enchantment wouldn't have really saved me. Just like too many things going on at once, and the Roku just like flung you really far ahead.
Yeah.
I just can't keep up.
That Roku top deck was insane.
I was like, dude, my hand is so...
Oh, I look at that too. I'm like, you're drawing nothing. Drawing nothing. There's a Roku.
Roku resolving is just like such a kick in the nuts.
Oh, 100%.
That's why I leave all 4 forces.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't, like, there's too many important non-creature spells. Like
Yeah.
Blood Moon, Roku, and Bombardment are like never let resolves.
Yeah. If you want to take like 5 minutes just to quickly break and get some water, stretch, do bathroom before the finals, you're more than welcome to.
I would love to.
Good luck in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Man, Boros was the reason I stopped playing this deck. So if you can't beat them, join them. So I joined them for a while.
I mean, this is the event where everyone plays their pet decks, right?
What?
This is the event everyone plays their pet decks, right?
Yeah. That'd be cool to do it again with this pretty much the same deck.
Yeah, insane.
I gotta find my engineered explosives. Oh, there it is. What am I missing?
Can I just like leave all my stuff here?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
No one's getting picky here. Oh, it's a subtlety. There it is. I have a subtlety in a sec. Yeah, no, it's pretty easy. Yoinkus for yoinkus. Good luck.
Yes, basically. That's validation.
You're getting this well without flash, because everyone said the deck's dead without flash.
Really cool thing. This is now this is going to be the 5th event where it's won by someone different.
Oh, sick.
We haven't had a single duplicate.
Sick. Do you know what's going to happen? If you won, I was going to be like, I'm moving away next year. Can I have my name on the trophy? I fully expect you to be like, no.
Well,
but I still would have asked.
Hey, it's only fair. I lost fair and square. I'm out of
Where are
here.
you moving to?
Potentially moving process of Canada.
The East?
Yeah.
Why are you going to the East Coast?
More ability to achieve what my wife and I want to have long term. So we want a hobby farm eventually. We could get that here, but it'd be like our late 40s.
So this is for me?
Yeah.
Like mid-late 40s. Whereas like if we sold and moved right this second, which obviously didn't, we could get something now basically. And that's it's also just there's work for both of us, and it's not because it is like it just it works out better. We both enjoy it. Like we went and visited like Ottawa itself, and like she liked the city. We went in the summer. It was really pretty, and
Yeah, I'll see it. Yeah. I don't know what your group's plan is, but my group's grabbing new food. And he's gone. All right.
we are. I think sneaking food afterwards. I won't stick around for a long time. But.
Yeah. If you want to, our group's going to. Well, the group already left, actually.
To get like a table or.
Yeah, if we want, they're going to Noble Pig.
So I would pop by potentially, and like if you like pop by, eat an appy, and like it depends where they're going, and it depends how many people. Like they're Sneaker's waiting for the finals to be over because he wants to hand the trophy off. And I will say the validation of like working on this deck, thinking it actually has legs and making it far is quite. If I don't win, I'm still like it is. I'm still incredibly.
Dude, I almost made top 8 with Shadow for crying out loud.
Did you actually see? You've been watching. You know what I'm on. Like specifically, yeah.
I was sitting here the last
true.
time.
You've seen a lot of things basically.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna make sure I be sideboarded. Ah!
That was a magic trick.
We're okay.
Snitch. Food after?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go get some food.
His group's already at the Noble Pig. I don't know if we want to go to that or something. His group's already at the Noble Pig, so you can catch up with him. I don't care where we eat. I literally.
I haven't thought this far ahead.
No. Literally, Ken was like, "Where do you want to eat?" I'm like, "I don't give a fuck, man. And my brain is not like just decide. Just decide for me."
You want to meet up with us? And my group's already there.
We'll figure it out.
Sounds good.
We'll figure it out after. I'm just tired.
You're gonna sign this one. Yeah, go for it. You haven't signed the plan out already? Go do it. Before I kick you out.
Sure.
Okay, good luck, boys.
Thank you. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
How you been?
Pretty psyched.
That's sick.
Mike, what the fuck?
On the draw again. That's okay.
We're almost all good to go. You get a little bit of a break, not that much of a break.
Oh, your run's being. What were you going into the top 8? Like, were you
6-1?
You were the 6-1. You were the ones that had to play, basically.
Yeah, I had to play.
Were you the top seed?
No, second seed.
Second seed. Okay. Sick. That's sick.
My back hurts.
What was your? Yeah, you and me both, buddy. What was your loss to in Swiss?
I lost to Demir Frog.
Not Linden.
Not Linden.
No,
So-
Demir.
Yeah, Demir. Yeah, basically it was like, I have an okay 6 in game 1, but I have a few push, and I kind of just draw like 4 lands in a row. and
Dante with Boros Energy, the 2nd seed, going up against Jordan, Jeskai Blink, the 8th seed. For this matchup, I imagine it's going to be pretty similar to the matchup we just saw previously, with the big exception that Jordan Reed's deck, Jeskai Blink, has the ability to win with Guide of Souls and Ocelot Prides, etc. So, those cards are definitely going to be good in this matchup. We have seen these games before. We've seen Jeskai Blink versus Boros Energy in this tournament, and it really does come down to how many Guide Prides can you get in a lot of games, or can Jeskai Blink stymie the development of Boros Energy? Goblin Bombardment can be particularly good in this matchup. So let's see what the players end up deciding is important in the games. First, we're at mulligans here. Looks like Jordan might have a 1-lander. Dante, waiting to see if Dante's going to mulligan. Looks like they're both keeping. Okay, so Dante's going to play a Marsh Flats, and looks like he might be fetching it. Nope, he's going to pass the turn. So Jordan kept is going to be playing, looks like a Witch Enchanter. So Jordan does have a 1-lander, quote-unquote, but gets to play a Witch Enchanter, taking 3 from the flip side and playing an Ocelot Pride. Dante's going to fetch, grab a Sacred Foundry, take 2. They're both at 17. He's going to Galvanic Discharge the Ocelot Pride and save 2 energy. It's finals time. You love to see it. Sacred Foundry, get rid of that Ocelot Pride. No need for the Ocelot Prides where we're going, is what Dante's saying. At least from Jordan. We'll see what Dante's follow-up play here is. I guess he probably mostly would want something like Voice of Victory, maybe. Probably a Johnny would be really good. He definitely has a Goblin Bombardment in hand, so at worst he's going to be able to play a Bombardment. Looks like we're seeing Plane and Goblin Bombardment. So Dante probably does not have a different 2-drop to play, so just value in getting the Bombardment into play. Jordan Reed untaps, draws, and plays a land and passes. Has Galvanic Discharge, Philia, Consigned to Memory in hand. We see Flooded Strand from Dante. There's another land in hand. Wow, 2 more lands in hand for Dante. Okay. So can people hear me now? Okay, great. So yeah, Ajani is going to meet a Galvanic Discharge in response to the cat token trigger. So Dante's going to get a cat token. And it looks like Jordan's just going to untap, draw, draws a Prismatic Ending, which is going to go straight for the Goblin Bombardment. Get that out of here. Dante's going to fetch, end step, and like I've been saying all day, what have I been saying? Fetch for Surveil. It's just what you got to do. Although I will say Fetch for Surveil in this format is a little better than the format that I usually play. I'm usually playing Canadian Highlander, fetching for a 1 of Surveil and a 100 card deck, and then having to shuffle that 100 card deck and wait until you can Surveil. It's a nightmare. But Dante's Surveil looking like it might be good, and it looks like he keeps it, so he's going to draw that card for the turn. It's a Voice of Victory. He's got a Sacred Foundry in hand as well. So we're going to lead on the Voice of Victory for Dante. And critically, Jordan missed his second land drop again. We're going to see a Flooded Strand from Dante. So we know that there's 2 cards in hand, 1 Sacred Foundry, 1 Unknown from my perspective. Jordan misses third land drop again, draws Thraben Charm, has to play Philia on main phase. Dante gets to go look for second Elegant Parlor here on end step. And this is not where you want to be if you're Jordan. You're at 11. Dante's getting another Surveil with another Elegant Parlor. He's got a Voice of Victory in play. He's got a 2/1 cat. So you're taking at minimum 4 damage next turn. Let's see what Dante finds. Dante does not like what he sees. It's a Blood Moon. Dante draws. He binned that Blood Moon pretty fast. Let's see what he's got going on. Wow, drew another Goblin Bombardment. That ups the clock substantially for Dante here. Lets him deal lethal damage to the Philia as well, with the Voice of Victory tokens coming in. Even if Jordan blocks. So Dante's still gonna get to deal 4. Oh, he's killing the Philia first. So he's gonna deal 3. Looks like the players are just figuring out whether or not Dante's played a land. He hasn't, so he's going to play the Sacred Foundry tapped. Jordan's going to untap, draw. Really needs a land drop here. Jordan really needs to draw land here. Yeah, casting Quantum Riddler. Going to draw again. Jordan did hit the land off of the Riddler draw. Is it too late, though? Did he need to draw the land, like, for his turn? Plays a tap Sacred Foundry, and yeah, Jordan's just dead on board here. Writing's on the wall. 5 damage plus 4 sacrifices from the Goblin Bombardment. And game 1 is going to go to Dante in decisive fashion. Let's take a look at these sideboards, see if we can find out what they're going to bring to the table. Just waiting on... Oh. Let's see if waiting on deck lists here. But I might be able to find these deck lists since we've been watching these players play. Okay, so I've got Dante's deck list. We're going to be looking at... Clarion Conqueror, 2 Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Surgical Extraction, 1 Blood Moon, 2 High Noon, 2 Wear Tear, 1 Vexing Bauble, the Legend of Roku, 1 Celestial Purge, and 2 Wrath of the Skies. So I can imagine Blood Moons coming in. I feel like they might be impactful enough to make their way in. I don't think you're bringing in Surgical Extraction or High Noons. Maybe the Legend of Roku. Maybe you're bringing in some Wrath of the Skies for the potentially inevitable Guide Pride games. And then for the Jeskai deck here, the Jeskai Blink deck, let's take a look at that. We've got 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Deafening Silence, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Obsidian Charm Mob, 1 Thraben Charm, 1 Teferi, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 1 Ashiok. The Wrath of the Skies are definitely coming in. The Thraben Charm probably coming in. The Teferi may or may not be coming in. But Wrath of the Skies is going to be the biggest deal there. That's going to be one of the most important cards if it's drawn in this matchup. And looks like we're looking at mulligans here. Jordan Reed is going to be on the play. And Jordan is going to be keeping, and Dante is going to be mulliganing. It looks like Jordan might have kept a one-lander. It does have a Ragavan. It has a Quantum Riddler, a Solitude. It has a Galvanic Discharge, as well as Ophelia. And the last card in the hand, I am unsure of, but it is a one-lander. So Jordan is really hoping that this Ragavan is able to connect, or that he draws a land on his second turn. The Solitude should help with the Ragavan connecting some percentage of the time. Dante doesn't have a litany of removal spells, so it's possible he does not have a 1-mana removal spell in his opening hand. He's also mulliganing to 6. Looks like it's probably a playable hand from Dante here. We've got 2 Goblin Bombardments, a couple of lands, and I believe that's an Ocelot Pride or a Guide of Soul. So yeah, we have 4 lands, 2 Goblin Bombardments, a 1-drop. Does Dante keep both Goblin Bombardments, or does he keep 4 lands? I think that's the consideration that he's making right now. Looks like we're seeing Flooded Strand pass from Jordan Reed. Looks like Jordan is valuing the fetching for Surveil on end step. Looks like Dante drew Halia. And he's getting an Elegant Parlor to get a Thraben Charm out of the way for Dante, and Jordan's getting an Elegant Parlor to search for another land here. And he's keeping it on top, so that means it's got to be a land. So Jordan draws an Arid Mesa. That's got to be a big sigh of relief for him. He does have the Wrath of the Skies in hand, so he's going to play this Arid Mesa. And he's considering whether or not he's going to pass. And it looks like he is. So he's going to pass so he can play Philia on his end step. Or on Dante's end step. Dante draws a Marsh Flats, plays a Dalcoven Encampment. Is going to play a Goblin Bombardment. Jordan's going to be totally fine that that resolves. And he's going to find fetch to find a Steam Vents and play a Philia. Jordan actually kind of might have wished that Dante played... a creature potentially, because he has Solitude. I guess you can't really Solitude the Philia for 0 mana. You have to do it for 5, so maybe he's happy enough to see Goblin Bombardment, but the Bombardment is always scary. I don't know. It feels like a lot of the most volatile, crazy games that come from this energy deck are from the Bombardment. Jordan draws a second Galvanic Discharge, and he's just going to fire off a Quantum Riddler looking for another land. He finds it. He's going to attack with the Philia as well, so he's going to get a Quantum Riddler back here, too. This is a really, really big swing for Jordan here. He's going to draw an extra card off of that Riddler, which means he's going to have a lot of chances to find the 4th land drop here. Like, he's going to be able to fetch for a Surveil land on Dante's end step. Dante draws another land here. Has a Halia in hand, has another Goblin Bombardment, has a 1-drop creature, but... Not really a lot going on from Dante's perspective, and Jordan's dealing a lot of damage really fast. Like, Jordan's coming in for 7 next turn. Dante does not have a lot of time to mess around. So Dante drops the Marsh Flats into play. And now he's just determining what he wants to do. Is he going to cast Halia? Is he going to... warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Halia and then play the 1-drop? Is he going to warp Ha See what he decides. Yeah, it looks like we are just casting Halia. And Jordan is going to make sure that he understands how Halia works before it resolves. But Halia resolves, so Dante's going to gain 1 life from the Halia trigger. And he's going to pass the turn. Jordan, it looks like end step, instead of surveilling, is just going to spend his mana galvanic discharging the Halia. And looks like just by getting a basic mountain, so not taking extra damage off of the fetch land. Jordan's untapping. Still doesn't have 4th land here, so... well, he draws the Sacred Foundry. I think 4th land is definitely where you want to be there. He also has a Prismatic ending for the Goblin Bombardment, so he might opt to just get rid of that bombardment now. He might... I was just about to say dash Ragavan, since he's so far ahead. Looks like he's going to end up dealing 9 damage to Dante, so putting Dante to 9 life, which means if Dante doesn't have a creature next turn, Jordan will be able to swing in for lethal. Jordan does get a treasure token here, but I think he has to remember it, so it looks like he does. And that's right, Jordan has all the cool tokens. The Kirby treasure token. So Jordan's going to play a Sacred Foundry, take 2, and then he's going to cast Prismatic Ending on the Goblin Bombardment. Might as well take it out now. It's probably going to be important later. In most games that Dante comes back from the game, it probably involves Goblin Bombardment and Johnny. But Dante draws a Voice of Victory and scoops them up, and we get a decisive Game 3 in the finals. Boros Energy versus Jeskai Blink. Boros is going to get the play, though, and that's got to be scary if you're in Jordan Reed's seat. I mean, on the play, Boros, for all the marbles. Whew. And it's very possible and likely that the players might sideboard a little differently on the play and on the draw, so we'll see if that ends up coming up as well. But really well navigated game from Jordan. Kept a 1-lander, which sometimes you just have to do, you know? And it ended up working out well for him. Interesting decision in the beginning of the game on whether or not to play Ragavan on turn 1 or to try and surveil for a 2nd land. And ultimately, the surveil ended up being what Jordan chose, but he got there on the land drops, and that was very critical. So Dante not having any creatures and having to play Goblin Bombardment on turn 2 just did not feel like exactly where he wanted to be. So let's see if he can get a better hand going for this for the final game. And I mentioned this before, but it turns out my mic wasn't on. So this is the 5th Chillerpillar Open, and we are going to have 5 different winners of the Chillerpillars. So the trophy is now going to have 5 different names, which is really cool. We haven't had a repeat winner quite yet. Lyndon was trying his best, but ultimately Dante had a lot to say about that and is vying for the trophy himself. So good luck to both players here, becoming the 5th champions of the Chillerpillar Open. Let's see if they keep their opening hands. Dante looking at a hand with a couple lands, looks like 3 lands, at the minimum of Johnny, decides to keep it. Jordan, unfortunately, has to mulligan, so Jordan going to 6. The nice thing about this Jeskai Blink deck is you definitely have some draws that really do help undo your mulligan. And in this matchup specifically, because of Guide Pride and how good it can be, there are some percentage of games where you'll just be able to win them because you Starfield Shepherd for the other half of Guide Pride, and Dante isn't able to remove it in time. So let's take a look and see what Jordan draws. It looks like we've got 2 lands and 5 cards, one of them being Ragavan. And Jordan's going to bottom the Ragavan. On the draw, Ragavan definitely a little less appealing. Looks like we've got a Flooded Strand and a Arena of Glory for Jordan as lands in the hand. Dante's going to play a Sacred Foundry untap, take 2, and play a Guide of Souls. Jordan draws Ophelia. So he plays a Flooded Strand and passes. Yeah, and looks like Dante did bring in the Wrath of the Skies, so he drew one of those, which means Jordan is not going to get out of this game easy with Guide Pride. Jordan plays a Flooded Strand and is now deciding whether or not he wants to play a creature pre-combat. He's just going to attack for 1 here, take Jordan down to 19, and he's going to fetch himself. So Dante's down to 17. Let's see if he grabs a basic plains or if he decides to grab a Sacred Foundry. Looks like it's going to be a basic plains, and we're probably going to see a 2-drop from Dante here. Possibly 2 1-drops as well. We know he has a God of Souls in hand, so if he has another 1-drop in hand, he might just go Guide into that 1-drop. But if he had Guide into 1-drop, he would have been able to do it pre-combat and level up his Guide of Souls. So looks like we're just going to be playing a Johnny here. And Jordan is going to kill the Guide of Souls with Galvanic Discharge before Dante gets the chance to gain life off of the Guide of Souls and gain energy with the Ajani triggers. But he's going to allow the Ajani to live with the 2-1 in play. So Jordan goes and grabs the Sacred Foundry, takes 2. He has 1 energy left over from that Galvanic Discharge, which could be really relevant if he draws Wrath of the Skies. He draws another Galvanic Discharge and plays an Arena of Glory. Now he has 2 Galvanic Discharges and a Philia, so he's going to Galvanic Discharge the Ajani right away, so he's going to have 2 energy left over after that exchange. And now he's going to play his own God of Souls and pass. No blue mana for Jordan. Could potentially be constricting, but it looks like currently his hand is mostly red and white cards. Dante untaps, draws another land. Plays the Flooded Strand. He's going to get in with his Cat Warrior for 2, so Jordan goes down to 14. Dante's at least going to be playing a Guide of Souls this turn, maybe more. Oh, it looks like he didn't. Looks like he decided to pass. Interesting. Might have plans of casting the Wrath of the Skies at some point. Jordan untaps and draws a Plains. So still doesn't have blue mana, but has access to Philia on Dante's end step. Has access to another Galvanic Discharge, it looks like. Yep. And also has an Ocelot Pride in hand. So now Jordan is deciding, what does Dante passing on 3 mana actually mean, right? Like, get in with your God of Souls, you might as well. But yeah, looks like Jordan is just passing the turn. He's going to favor playing Philia over trying to get Guide Pride started. I really like this play from Jordan. Why would Dante not develop anything into the board? He either has a suite of removal spells, or he has Wrath of the Skies and is trying to retain some creatures for post Wrath of the Skies. So Dante's going to surveil with this Elegant Parlor. Does he like what he sees? He does not. He does not like the Thraben Charm. He's going to untap, draw, and let's see what he does. I mean, does he just get in for another 2? He drew a Voice of Victory. How long can you play to the Wrath of the Skies in your hand, you know? Like, when you have Voice of Victory and Guide of Souls, your opponent isn't playing anything. You're getting in for 2, so your opponent's at 12. It's got to be tempting to just slime your creatures down, right? Dante plays Arid Mesa. Let's see what he does. And he's going to develop with Voice of Victory. And in response, Jordan has to develop with Philia, otherwise he wouldn't be able to cast it. Yeah, so Philia resolves. Jordan's going to get that 3rd energy. Pretty critical here. If Jordan smells the Wrath of the Skies happening, and wow, Dante has 2 of them. If Jordan smells Wrath of the Skies happening, then getting that 3rd energy is pretty critical, because it feels like it might force Dante to cast the Wrath of the Skies. Now, Jordan is probably not going to expect Wrath of the Skies number 2, and it looks like Dante is just fully committing to God of Souls here. So he's 2 Wrath of the Skies in hand. And Jordan is untaps and draws. I believe he drew a Witch Enchanter. So now Jordan's got to think again. Okay, like last turn, Dante passed with 3 mana. Did nothing. And this turn, he developed Guide of Souls and Voice of Victory. He only drew one card, so that means that Dante must have, by definition, he must have had Guide of Souls or Voice of Victory in hand and chose not to develop either of them, or at least one of them. So now Dante's deciding whether or not he wants to block with Guide of Souls and Voice of Victory. He chooses not to block at all because if Jordan did have a removal spell, he'd be able to kill both of them. Now Jordan's going to develop Ocelot Pride here. At some point, you can't continue to keep respecting your opponent's Wrath effect. So it's possible that Jordan's at that stage where he's decided, well, if Dante has the Wrath of the Skies anyways, then it's gonna be fine. We'll both reset, and he'll have possible 2 cards. I'll have a couple cards. But this Galvanic Discharge leads me to believe that Jordan might not think that Dante has the Wrath of the Skies because of Dante playing both creatures last turn. So he does get to kill the Voice of Victory, but Dante is going to fetch here, and he's going to have a big Wrath of the Skies turn next turn. Jordan kept Witch Enchanter in hand as well. So we'll see if Jordan draws a land next turn after this Wrath of the Skies, if he's going to play the Witch Enchanter or not. I mean, Dante's at 9. It feels like you probably have to, but if it would definitely feel bad if Dante played a Goblin Bombardment after the fact. So it looks like Dante surveilled a land of the graveyard, untaps, draws another land. It's going to play the Arid Mesa, and he's now going to have to decide. I mean, he's probably just going to fetch for a Plains. He might not, to conserve his life total. He doesn't have any more Elegant Parlors, so it looks like he's just going to pay 2 for the Wrath of the Skies. So he's going to keep whatever energy he had left over from his previous energy usage cards, and he's going to just wipe the board away. So Jordan draws an Ocelot Pride and is just going to cast it and pass the turn. Dante's deciding to fetch now here to get a tap land, probably a Sacred Foundry. Oh, he's just getting a Plains. Okay. So Dante's at 8, Jordan at 15. Dante has a Wrath of the Skies in hand. Ocelot Pride is actually a great draw for Jordan here. He doesn't know it, but Dante has the second Wrath of the Skies, and Ocelot Pride puts Dante into a position where he is probably, if he doesn't draw a creature, he might feel pressured into casting Wrath of the Skies. And wow, Dante drew Goblin Bombardment, but has no creatures in play, so no way to leverage that Goblin Bombardment, and now he has to make a decision on whether or not he's going to Wrath of the Skies now, or if he's going to wait until Jordan has hit him with the Ocelot Pride. Jordan drawing a land there, really interesting. Is he going to commit to the Witch Enchanter or not? If he commits to the Witch Enchanter, Dante's going to be able to Wrath the Skies away, but no, Jordan does not commit the Witch Enchanter. He just gets the 1/1 cat and passes. Dante untaps, draws. Oh, and Dante is casting Goblin Bombardment, and he's casting Seasoned Pyromancer here. It looks like Dante figures that with the 1/1 that he's getting from the Seasoned Pyromancer being able to kill the Ocelot Pride, he doesn't actually need to commit to the Wrath of the Skies against the Ocelot Pride. He can just commit the Seasoned Pyromancer. That makes a lot of sense. Like, he gets to kill this Ocelot Pride now, and he still has a Seasoned Pyromancer. It's going to be able to take care of that 1/1, even if Jordan has a removal spell, and you get to draw 2 cards. And those 2 cards that Dante drew are pretty impactful. They are a Thraben Charm and a Galvanic Discharge. So Jordan's going to get a Surveil here, probably going to untap and play a Witch Enchanter to kill the Goblin Bombardment, and then Dante's going to be able to kill the Witch Enchanter with either the Thraben Charm or the Galvanic Discharge, and then we'll be kind of back to square one. Jordan decides to get rid of a Solitude. It's tough because if you draw Solitude, then you kind of have to draw land to make it work for you. Whereas if you get rid of it, you might actually draw a different playable card. And so I think that makes a lot of sense from Jordan's perspective. He's going to play the Witch Enchanter, get rid of the Goblin Bombardment. And right now, Goblin Bombardment could have sacrificed the Seasoned Pyromancer, but Dante wants to keep it in play to be able to block that 1/1 and block the Witch Enchanter. Now we've got a Thraben Charm and a Galvanic Discharge. Thraben Charm deals 2 damage right now because it deals double the amount of damage as creatures that you have. So It is possible that Dante is going to fire off the Thraben Charm right here, right now to kill the Witch Enchanter, lest Jordan has a removal spell in hand and is able to respond to the Thraben Charm with a removal spell on the Seasoned Pyromancer. But since Dante has 2 instant speed removal spells, it's also possible he just passes the turn and figures, well, I mean, I'm probably going to be okay regardless of what happens. So Jordan untaps and draws, and wow, he has Starfield Shepherd and Philia. I mean, that's really, really good for Jordan here. Dante is going to have to burn both removal spells on those creatures if he can. We'll probably see Jordan attack here first, would be my guess. Because if Dante trades with the Seasoned Pyromancer for the Witch Enchanter, then that means that if Dante did have like a Thraben Charm, then he wouldn't be able to actually use it this turn. Alternatively, we could just see, it looks like we're hasting Ophelia with Arena of Glory. And we're also going to haste a Starfield Shepherd. Wow, you get to actually attack with your warp creature when you haste it with Arena of Glory. So really interesting here. Jordan is definitely feeling like he's in the driver's seat. He's going to go to blink the Starfield Shepherd with the Philia when they attack, and Dante is going to get to kill the Starfield Shepherd and the Philia. Interesting, Jordan doesn't attack with the Starfield Shepherd. Maybe doesn't know that he can. Okay, it looks like he forgot, but then is trying to send the Starfield Shepherd in. Nothing has happened since that decision was made, so it's pretty easy for Jordan to put that attack into the game here. Looks like we're gonna Galvanic Discharge the Starfield Shepherd. I guess attacking with a Starfield Shepherd doesn't matter if you think you're blinking it, but it looked like Jordan wasn't planning on blinking the Shepherd, just wanted to get the damage in. I mean, Dante's at 7. Okay, so yeah, now we're getting in with the Philia and the Witch Enchanter. I mean, I think if you're Dante, you basically have to Thraben Charm the Philia and then block the Witch Enchanter, take your 1, and then do your best to win with the Seasoned Pyromancer tokens that you have left over, plus potentially a good draw. Maybe you draw like a Guide of Souls, and you can Guide of Souls into your Seasoned Pyromancer tokens. It's also possible Dante's going to kill Philia and then block the 1/1 and take 2 and go to 5. I think that's a pretty reasonable play as well. I think my preference would potentially be to kill the Witch Enchanter because your 1/1s are going to be pretty good. And if Witch Enchanter gets jumped, then you're going to go to 1. Like if Jordan draws another creature that isn't a Guide of Souls, you're going to go to 1. And going to 1 feels really tough. I actually... I think I really dislike fetching from Dante here. I don't think you need the thinning, but your life total is going to be really, really relevant. Every point of damage is going to matter here. So now that he's at 4, if Dante draws nothing and Jordan draws a creature that he can cast after casting Guide of Souls, Jordan is going to win Chillerpillar 2026. Let's see what Dante drew. This is a big moment. What did Dante draw? He passed the turn. We don't get to see it. Does Jordan draw a creature off of the top? He does not have access to 4 mana because of the Arena of Glory. Guide of Souls comes into play. Did Jordan draw a creature? He did draw a creature. He drew Quantum Riddler. Wow. Quantum Riddler, drawing him extra cards as well. Gaining him a life and that critical 3rd energy. Dante, with that fetch land, means that Witch Enchanter is going to be lethal this turn. Does Dante have an answer? He has to kill that Witch Enchanter or the Guide of Souls. One of the two. He does have an answer. He drew Galvanic Discharge. He's going to go after the Guide of Souls. Jordan's drawing 2 cards. He draws a Solitude and an Ocelot Pride. Solitude does not do it. Dante at 4 now. But Jordan probably might not attack this turn because now that he has the Solitude, he has kind of a clean answer to the Seasoned Pyromancer. So he passes and lets the Quantum Riddler get warped. Dante untaps and draws. Let's see what he drew. Wow, Dante drew a Blood Moon. Jordan does have a Plains in play, so he has Plains and mountains, but he has a Plains for his Ocelot Pride. Now the question for Jordan is he going to is he going to Solitude the Seasoned Pyromancer? If he Solitudes the Seasoned Pyromancer, Dante gains 2, takes 2 from the Witch Enchanter, and then Jordan needs 2 more attack steps to win, but he needs to get through with those 2 attack steps. So that Blood Moon was actually a great draw for Dante. It cut off a lot of Jordan's options. He doesn't get to play his Quantum Riddler Warped. Oh, but Dante drew a Goblin Bombardment, so Jordan's going to get Dante down to 2. If Dante misses a creature here, and wow, Jordan drew a creature he could cast, Ocelot Pride, and Dante draws a Marsh Flats, and that's it. Jordan Reed is your Chillerpillar 2026, the 5th winner of the Chillerpillar Open. Congratulations to Jordan Reed and Jeskai Blink. Extremely well played finals from both players. Wow. What a great match. Unbelievable games. So many decision points. The key board wipes, drawing Goblin Bombardments when you don't need them, drawing Blood Moons when you do need them. I think Blood Moon was Dante's best draw there. Like, he had to draw it to even be in the game, and Jordan deciding to Solitude the Seasoned Pyromancer is it's a hard play to make. Like, if you hit Dante for 2, take him down to 4, and then he draws like an Ajani or something, I mean, you're just like so far behind. But wow, congratulations to Jordan Reed. Really, really well played. Jeskai Blink, a super cool deck. Modern, really great format. Looks like a lot of fun, lots of interaction, lots going on. It was a pleasure to cast the finals with all of you. Thank you so much for joining us on the stream. Shout out to everyone that came to the Chillerpillar event for any of the side events or Modern or what have you. It's a great cause. It's for charity. Congratulations to Jordan Reed once again for winning the 5th annual Chillerpillar Open. And I think that is going to do it for me. My name is Trenton McIntyre. I had a great time casting all day. This format was really fun to cast, so even though I've been doing it alone, I've been really appreciating everyone piping up in chat and watching the event as well. So thank you all for joining us, and don't leave just quite yet, or at least stick around for tomorrow. I will be casting the Legacy main event as well with my co-commentator and one of my greatest friends, Liam, is going to be joining us. So stay tuned for that. You know, come join us tomorrow. Legacy is an amazing format, super fun, really deep, really well played by all of the players today. Really fun to see a bunch of different archetypes. But you know, at the end of the day, Boros Energy, it's pretty good. All right, that does it for me, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace. I love creature combat, and I got a lot of it today. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah. Yeah, you absolutely got a ton of it. There was a lot of combo in the room.
Yeah, there was a lot of creature combat happening, so like it was just like really easy. It felt really easy to commentate because it's like that's my shit. You know what I mean? Like that's what I love about
100%.
Magic the most. So it's like so easy to commentate when there's creatures happening. You know?
Hell yeah.
Thanks for the support throughout the day, guys. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
It was a great time. I'm gonna invite Liam to the channel, so if you want to toss him into the Chillerpillar 2025.
Yeah, I'll update everything and get him in here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna invite him right now, so I don't forget. Give me a second here.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Invite LC. And then yeah. Do you know Jonah Fraser, Mike? Yeah. You can just give my credit to him. Yeah. Since I'm not gonna be in Kamloops anytime soon.
Yeah.
I might come. I mean, I might come next year for Chillerpillar. Who knows? Like, it looks like a fun event. So.
Sounds of it. I'm going to be doing more work for him.
Yeah, dope. Okay, so I'm gonna head out because my voice is fucking exhausted, and I need
You
to smoke.
rest that voice, sir.
I need to go smoke some, if I'm being honest. So, I really appreciated hanging out with you guys today. It was a great time. I'm excited for tomorrow as well for Legacy. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great
Awesome.
night.
Catch you later, duder.
Yeah, peace.